Chapter 1 Right Way to Eat. There is no way for us to learn the right way to eat in order to live a long life, except through the guidance and teachings of Allah, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad. The Bible says that He will give us more life abundancy, but He demands strict obedience to His will. There is no way of prolonging the life of human beings or any other life unless it begins with restrictions of the foods which sustain life, the right kinds of food and the proper time when it should be taken into our bodies. Jehovah taught Israel how to live, but Israel rebelled against the law of Jehovah, handed down to them through Moses, the servant of Jehovah. There are many Jews today, called Orthodox Jews, who try to eat in order to live. They are careful of the type of food that goes into their stomachs. They will not slaughter an animal without trying to drain that animal's blood out of its body before taking it for food. They will not accept diseased animals, birds, or fowls. We give credit to the Jews for still trying to obey that which they were ordered to do by Allah, through the prophets that Allah sent to them. The Jews paid the penalty for disobedience, and are still paying. However, they are the only people, the Holy Quran teaches, whose food we can eat. They, in turn, can eat our food. The Muslims who try to live according to the teachings of the Holy Quran will not eat the wrong food when they know what that food is. Of course, those who are becoming converts to Islam in America, my followers, are being tried. The Christians, white and black, try to force or deceive my followers into eating foods they know we the Muslims do not approve. In prison, they almost starve my followers trying to force them to eat the filthy, poisonous swine flesh. This I know, because when I was in prison they did the same to me. Thanks to the coming of Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, if we obey what He has given to us in the way of proper foods and the proper time to partake of these foods, we will never be sick or have to pay hundreds, thousands, and millions of dollars for doctor bills and hospitalization. The Christian people have one of the most brutal ways of killing animals for their food. Many of their animals are killed under fright and excitement. They actually murder the animals they eat. We, the Muslims, who have not been able to go out to the slaughterhouses as yet to choose our meat, as the Orthodox Jews are doing, slaughter our animals or cattle at a time when they least expect it. We take their lives in the name of Allah, with a prayer over this condemned life to be used to sustain our lives. Allah has taught me how to eat in order to live. I have been teaching it to my followers, but we often become negligent and fall victim to our own negligence. As a result, we are calling the doctor or going to the hospital because we did not eat the right foods and in the proper way. Hereafter, I shall enforce restriction on my followers to eat as Allah bids us. As I have said to my followers on many occasions, life cannot be prolonged unless we are careful of what we eat and when we eat. The foolish idea of eating 3 or 4 times a day and all between meals is like the poisonous swine who never has any regular eating habit. Even a dog will not eat when he is full most of the time. The hog, however, swallows as long as he can, and then regrets that he can't keep swallowing. He will crawl into his food and wait until he can swallow some more. He is so greedy he won't leave his food. Chapter 2 Vegetables. Virtually all vegetables are good to eat except collard greens and turnip salad. The roots of turnips do very well, but not the salad. Cabbages are good, especially the white head, but not the green leaves. Cauliflower is a really fine vegetable, but take away the green leaves. There are a lot of other good vegetables that have been grafted from original vegetables, though some of the grafted vegetables are not good to eat. Do not eat the vegetable called kale. Eat some spinach, but do not become an habitual spinach eater. Eat rutabaga, a little every now and then. You may eat as much garlic and onion as you like, but no sweet potatoes and no white potatoes. Sweet potatoes were never good for any human to eat. They are good for hogs, but not for you. White, Irish, potatoes are food for people who live in frigid zones, a staple food for such as Europe, Northern America, and Canada, but potatoes and rice are too starchy for you and me. They laden us with too much starch and fat, which are friends to diabetes. Sweet potatoes are full of gas, do not eat them. There are many more vegetables you will find edible or forbidden to eat in this book. If you like, write me for information on other vegetables not mentioned here. Peas. Allah forbids us to eat peas. He considers most peas fit for cattle and herds of animals, but not for the delicate stomachs of human beings. No black-eyed peas. Field peas, speckled peas, red peas, or brown peas. Do not eat the split peas you find in the store. Peas, collard greens, turnip greens, sweet potatoes, and white potatoes are very cheaply raised foods. The southern slave masters used them to feed the slaves, and still advise the consumption of them. Most white people of the middle and upper class do not eat this lot of cheap food, which is unfit for human consumption. Beans, dry. No beans did he advise, except the small navy, the small size and not the larger size, the little brown pink ones, and the white ones. This bean he valued to be very high in protein, fats, and starches, and it is a safe food for prolonging life. As you will find, most of the Muslims like their bean soup. These beans are dry beans. He said that he could take one of our babies and start him off eating the dry small navy bean soup and make that child live 240 years. He described no other bean. This dry bean, or pulse, is of ancient origin. It was this bean, according to certain historians, that Daniel preferred for himself and his followers in the prison of Nebuchadnezzar. Do not add rice and meats to these beans, because they contain proteins, fats, and starches. Fruits. Virtually all fruits are good. We eat apples, oranges, bananas, pears, peaches, tangerines, mangoes, plums, grapes. Do not eat processed dried grapes. Eat natural sun-dried grapes, pomegranates, lemons, and grapefruit. Bread. Eat whole wheat, but not the whole grain. It is too much for the digestive system. Eat wheat, never white flour, which has been robbed of all its natural vitamins and proteins sold separately as cereals. You know, as well as I, that the white race is a commercializing people and they do not worry about the lives they jeopardize so long as the dollar is safe. You might find yourself eating death if you follow them. He flatly forbids us to eat cornbread. The white race and some African people used to live off cornbread because it is cheaply made. It is not good for human consumption because of its potency, which only animal stomachs are able to digest. Positively do not eat cornbread. If you must, or are forced to eat it, he said to cook it 2 or 3 times, put it up, sour it with a good yeast, dice onions into it, and let it ferment like wheat bread. After this, cook it 2 or 3 times. Never eat fresh, hot corn muffins, or hot cakes and syrup. When you eat half-cooked bread, it shortens your life, as all bread will rise again in our stomachs, buckling our stomach and intestinal walls. The more it is cooked, the less this will happen. Rye bread, if it is cooked enough, is fine to eat. It is not good for office people. They are not active enough to digest such a bread. It is good for a working man doing manual labor. Office workers should not even eat baked beans, nor beans with rice and meat in them, because their jobs do not permit them enough activity to digest such heavy foods. Prepare your own food. Take time and prepare your own foods. Do not kill yourselves by running to the store buying processed foods to eat, and never buy those ready-made biscuits. We plan to install health food departments in our bakeries, grocery store, and restaurants soon. Watch for them. Do not eat the highly rich soybean, which is a new flour on the market. These beans are for cattle, not human beings. The oil from soybeans is not good for our stomachs. Soybean flour is being mixed with wheat flour by the flour mills. In fact, the Christians are experimenting with all foods. They do not care what they eat as long as it does not kill them instantly. Beware. For good health, we should raise and prepare our own food. As I said in this book, the white race is a commercializing race by nature. It is the almighty dollar they are after, not long life. Remember, cook your bread thoroughly. Make thin rolls so that you can cook them well done. The rolls should be sliced, and those slices of bread should be toasted through and through before they are eaten. There is no such thing as being too stale. Actually, stale bread is better on your digestive system. Positively eat no nuts. The eating regulations in this book are a must with my followers. Begin at once, eat only one meal a day regardless of the work you are doing. Do not put lard in your bread. Use vegetable oil, corn oil, pure butter, olive oil, or whatever good vegetable oil you choose. Keep any hog or swine out of your foods. Do not eat fried or hard-baked foods, if you can avoid them. When it comes to meats, no fried chicken or steaks, nothing fried. Fried foods are hard on your digestive system and will cut short your life. Chapter 3 Food God Suggests. What food does Allah, God, suggest? He suggests the food that is good for us and does not make us ill. Food that is for human consumption and not for animals. Never before have we gone so far astray. The European white race, blessed with the privilege of eating the best food the earth provides, has taught us to eat the worst, divinely prohibited, food. We eat all the time, 3 and 4 times a day. This is enough to wear out the intestines of a brass monkey. Eat a single meal a day, no matter what anyone says. If your doctor says that you should eat more than 1 meal a day, ignore him with a smile, and eat only once a day. If he tells you he eats 3 meals a day, tell him that his length of life is about the same as his patient's. Then, tell the doctor to try eating 1 meal a day. The more idle our stomachs are, the longer they will last. The more we tax our stomach, the sooner it wears out. We all try to live as long as we can because nature never teaches us that we should not try to live. We do not have a nature that teaches us to die, or teaches of life somewhere else. No matter how staunch a believer the Christian may be in a life after the grave, if he gets sick, he sends for the doctor. He prays to stay on here and not to go to the unknown. To live a long time, Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, has taught me life must begin with the type of food that will prolong life. We have been talking about bread. There are people so poor they have no choice, and there are some so rich who still have no choice. Whole wheat bread, cooked thoroughly, is the best bread. It should be ground very fine. It can be ground almost as fine as its white kernel. Never eat cornbread. As I said, rye bread is all right for the hard-working man. Even at that, it should be cooked twice. The Christian civilization has taught the so-called Negro slave to eat freshly baked bread, white biscuits, or white rolls, just out of the oven, and it scorns old bread, which is better for the stomach than freshly baked bread or cakes. There are many foods we would like to teach you not to eat, but at present so many of you cannot avoid eating them. We must prepare and grow our own food, because this is a highly commercialized world. They graft a lot of food, and some of this food is not good for our stomachs. Soybean flour is very rich, and not good for our stomachs. Our stomachs are too delicate for soybean flour, therefore, leave those beans alone. The animals, especially cattle and hogs, love them. Grind them up and they will eat them. They are very high in protein. The lima bean is another large bean advertised by the devil for you to eat, which will almost burst the lining of the stomach and intestines of a Texas bull. They said that one is good for the nigger. Do not eat the smaller ones either, the ones they called baby lima beans, baby belly busters. Pastries and cakes, the kind made with crusts of white flour and sweetened with white sugar, so sweet you can still taste them the next day, are not good for our stomachs. All this hastens you to the graveyard sooner than you would like to go. We should eat fruit and fruit pies. I love that little black blueberry pie, huckleberry, as we call it in the South. But do not make it with white sugar or crusts of white flour. Use brown sugar and whole wheat flour for your pie and cobbler crusts. Apples are better when eaten raw than when made into pies. This goes for pears, peaches, and bananas. All fruit is better for you raw than cooked. When fruit is raw, we get the benefit of its natural vitamins. If possible, never eat cooked fruit. If you must eat meat, always eat the cleanest, such as healthy and tuberculosis-free beef. The lamb is the best. Most beef is too coarse for our stomachs. The lamb is a much finer grained meat. Eat small young pigeons, squabs, which have never flown from their nests. Do not eat any bird that has been free to fly around and look for its own food. This is the teaching of Allah to me. Chickens are not fit to eat. You have to nurse them so carefully to keep them away from filth. If you would like to find good food, such as lamb, beef, or even chicken, if you are a Muslim, buy it from the strictly Orthodox Jew. Be certain it is an Orthodox kosher market, because some Jews eat the pig. Orthodox Jews are excellent in protecting their health, even spiritually trying to do and eat like their prophet Moses, taught them through the divine teachings of Allah. If you respect yourselves as Muslims, the spiritual Orthodox Jew will respect you. Of course, no one will respect you unless you respect yourself. Do not buy the Christians' ready-prepared ground meats, or any ready ground meat. Buy the quality meats that you like, and have them ground by the kosher butchers, through their meat grinders, because they do not have the pig near their shops. They are like us, they hate the divinely prohibited flesh. If you must eat rice, please brown it thoroughly in your oven or on top of your stove with a little butter or oil to keep it from sticking. Keep stirring it vigorously. Remember, eat only one meal, once every 24 hours. Chapter 4: Why they urge you to eat the swine. The taking of the prohibited flesh of the swine as a food is beyond righteous imagination. It is difficult to understand why Christians eat such divinely prohibited flesh, while having a Bible and the law given to Moses against the swine flesh. Other prophets, down to Muhammad, preached against the eating of the swine. Christians are among the largest consumers of pork in America, and they deliver this rat throughout the world to other people. They are so fond of swine flesh that they sacrifice it in the church, and then ask divine blessing upon it. They barbecue and cook it, and hold a feast in their places of worship and eat this slow-death poisonous animal which God has forbidden as though they had an option with God. No wonder Isaiah says that they stand behind one tree in the garden, eating swine flesh, the abomination, the mouse and the broth of the swine in their vessels. And yet, they will tell all the Muslims and Orthodox Jews that they are holier than we who don't dare even to touch the swine's carcass. Preachers and priests are working along with the enemy, or adversary of God, teaching the people that it is all right to eat swine, their bellies stretched with the hog in them and saturated with the whiskey and wine. This is the type of religion under which you have been brought, Christianity and its preachers and priests. None of them have tried to prevent you from breaking this divine law by teaching you the consequences of such an act. Allah taught me that this grafted animal was made for medical purposes, not for food for the people. That this animal destroys the beautiful appearance of its eaters. It takes away the shyness of those who eat this brazen flesh. Nature did not give the hog anything like shyness. Take a look at their immoral dress and actions, their worship of filthy songs and dances that an uncivilized animal or savage human being of the jungle cannot even imitate. Yet, average black people who want to be loved by their enemies, regardless of what God thinks of them, have gone to the extreme in trying to imitate the children of their slave masters in all of their wickedness, filthiness, and evil. The Arabic meaning of hog, or swine, according to one Arab Muslim, is khanzir. Khan, he says, means I see. Zir means foul. This is the meaning of the English word swine. Khanzir, or I see the animal foul. And very foul is the best explanation that I have heard to cover the very nature and characteristics of this animal. He is the foulest animal. He lives off nothing but filth. The only way you can get him to live and eat better food is to keep him from getting to filth. He is so poisonous, 99.9%, that you can hardly poison him with other poison. You can even give him lye. Something you'd think would cut up the intestines when eaten. Snakes can't poison hogs, they eat them and fatten. The bite of snakes doesn't harm them, because they eat the biter. He is so poisonous and filthy, that nature had to prepare him a sewer line, and you may find the opening on his forelegs. It is a little hole out of which oozes pus. This is the filth of his body that cannot be passed fast enough. His poison is that of a live nature, in the form of a parasitic worm that is called trichina, commonly known as pork worm, which is found in the stomach and intestinal walls until it finally breeds and works itself into the muscles of the body of the eater. From there, the trichinae work themselves into the spinal cord and travel the spinal cord toward the brain, at which time there is no possible cure. They then cause the victim to suffer with rheumatism, backaches, stomach aches, headaches, fever, and even change the color of the eyes of some eaters to a dull brown or dull red. They fill the eater with a drowsiness, laziness, slow thinking, slow moving, and the tendency to be easily irritated. The swine eaters are always ready to rise up for a dispute and fight other people and among themselves. He is the greediest animal. He never knows or cares to stop eating, as long as he sees something to eat. He is the dumbest animal. He keeps his nose smelling and eyes looking for something in the earth. You could feed him all day long, and he will never look up to see his feeder. In the case of bad weather arising, he is never intelligent enough to go in before it actually starts raining or hailing on his back. He takes no warning. He will keep his head in the earth, brooding until the storm is lashing his back with rain and the lightning is blinding his eyes. You eat this animal from his snout to his tail, and all of the poisonous wormy intestines. Yet you say you are holier than any religious people. Please learn to eat one meal a day and let it be without swine flesh. And many of the ailments that you are now suffering and getting medicine from the doctor for will disappear. To you diabetics, eat one meal a day and lay off that starch and sugar. They are only making you sick. Write and let me know that you have tried eating once a day, shunning sugar and starches, and before a week's time, your urine will be negative of sugar and acid negative. It is ignorant for you to suffer with this disease, when it can easily be cured. Just stop eating that which is causing your trouble. Eat one meal a day. You will not starve and die. Chapter 5: The Pig, Swine. I think we have said enough about the poisonous animal called, in Arabic, khanzir. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the swine is the filthiest and foulest animal human beings could have resorted to for food. The flesh of the swine, while cooking, has a very different smell from that of other animals' flesh while cooking. And even when it is not being cooked, it has a bad smell. Worms and insects take to its flesh while in the farmer's curing stage faster than to any other animal's flesh. And in a few days, it is full of worms. In many cases, the eater of the flesh becomes nauseated when the flesh is being cooked in the early morning. It is a divinely prohibited flesh, and God, Allah, has prohibited you and me, my brothers and sisters of the black nation, from eating it or even touching its dead carcass. Please, for our health's sake, stop eating it, for our beauty's sake, stop eating it, for our obedience to God and His laws against this flesh, stop eating it, for a longer life, stop eating it, and for the sake of modesty, stop eating it. Do you know that if we, the 22 million lost-found members of our nation here in America, would stop eating this pig, his poisoned swine flesh, it would mean a great economic saving to us? And I do not think the government would be so eager to eat it themselves if we would obey this divine law against this divinely prohibited flesh. There is an old, foolish answer our people have given to such advice. The white folks eat it, and my grandparents ate it, and they lived to be 75 and 80 years old. If Noah and Methuselah had heard you boasting that your parents lived only 75 or 80 years eating poison, they would have considered your parents as never having grown up to become adults, according to their good way of eating the best food, about twice a week, and living nearly 1,000 of our present calendar years, which consists of 365 days. God does not punish us for the crime of disobedience to His laws when we are ignorant of His laws. But after knowledge of His laws, He is justified in punishing us by setting the full penalty according to the disobedience. As I have previously said in this book, most vegetables that are sold on the public market are good to eat with the exception of those Allah prohibits, such as collard greens and the rough turnip salads. You have plenty of other vegetables to eat. And you have good beans other than lima beans, field butter beans, called baby lima beans, and black-eyed peas, field peas we call them. Chapter 6: Fasting. Fasting is a greater cure of our ills, both mental and physical, than all of the drugs of the earth combined into one bottle or a billion bottles. Allah, God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, has taught me that fasting, with the right kind of food, is the cure for our ills. He has said to me that there is no cure in drugs and medicine. And this the world is now learning. We can take medicine all of our lives until it kills us, yet we are still ailing with the same old diseases. The bad foods and drinks that we are putting into our bodies keep us a victim to illness. There are very few nice doctors who like to tell you that drugs are not good for you because they paid for their learning and want to keep practicing. But how to eat to live is what we want to know and have wanted to know all of our lives. All men and women want to know how they can prolong their lives. Nature teaches us to stay here in this life as long as we can. Nature has never taught anyone that he should leave this life and find another one somewhere else, because we only have one life. And, if this life is destroyed, we would have a hard time trying to get more life. It is impossible. So try to keep this life that you have as long as possible. Go when you cannot stay here any longer. Allah taught me that 1 meal a day would keep us here for a long time. We would live over 100 years. Eating 1 meal every 2 days would lengthen our lives just that much longer. He said to me that you would never be sick, eating 1 meal every 3 days. The fact that fasting is the cure for 90% of our ills is known by the medical scientists. But they do not teach you that. They know that tobacco, hard whiskey, and alcohol are not good for you and will shorten your life and kill you. But most of them are too weak themselves to stop drinking, smoking, or chewing tobacco. So they do not teach you that tobacco and alcoholic drinks made into what is known as whiskey, beer, and wine are not good for you, although they know it to be true. They will say, yes, it is good for you if you are temperate. But they know that once you get started on that stuff, it is such an enemy that it just takes you into its power, and it is almost like trying to break an iron chain to get away from the habit. So, do not use tobacco in any form and you will live a few years longer. Fast once a month for 3 days, 4 days, or for whatever length of time you are able to go without food without harming yourself, and you will feel good. Did you know that if you would stop eating pig and the food that you should not eat, stop eating 3 and 4 times a day, and stop drinking whiskey, beer, and wine, you would save much in the way of money? In prolonging your life by abstaining from the pig, alcoholic drinks, and tobacco, you will also be adding money to your savings by hundreds and thousands of dollars. You will be depriving those pig raisers, tobacco growers, and alcoholic distillers of millions of dollars of which they rob you as they hasten you to your grave. You could stop the tobacco growers from growing that stinking weed by turning away from the use of it. And you could stop the pig raising by not eating the stinking hog. These things are death to your children in their early ages. They even affect the reproductive organs of people in the early ages, as well as affect the heart, lungs, and your sharpness in thinking. And, after all of this, you die a victim of poison and commercialization. Learn to eat to live. Chapter 7. 1 meal a day. Eat 1 meal a day or 1 meal every other day, and it will prolong your life. Do not think that you will starve. On the contrary, you will be treating yourself to life, and a life filled with sickless days. You can hardly get sick eating this way. I know because I have this experience. If you eat the proper food which I have given to you from Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom be praise forever, in this book you will hardly ever have a headache. In eating once a day or once every other day, you must not eat between meals. And, you should try to eat at the same hour tomorrow as you eat today. Do not change your meal hours if you can help it. That causes your stomach to react to various hours of the day for a meal, and will set up gas on the stomach. Do not even drink juices, milk, or soft drinks between meals. And, do not eat candies or fruits between meals. You are welcome to drink water, but I know you will not want too much water between meals since your stomach will not call for it. You may drink coffee between meals, but do not fill your cup with half sugar and half cream and pour coffee on top of that. Smile. This, that I am trying to teach you, is the way that He, Almighty Allah, has taught me for you. I have given to you in this book the type of food that you should eat as Allah has given it to me. Again I say, many vegetables are good to eat, also many fruits. But the vegetables you have been warned against eating, such as collard greens, turnip salads, black-eyed peas, field peas, lima beans, butter beans, and soy beans, should not be eaten. Be sure that you do not eat the large-size navy bean, eat the small-size navy bean. Surely sugar diabetes can be controlled and driven out with your abstinence from eating sugar and starchy foods. And, with your corrected way of eating once a day or once every other day, if started in time, you will become negative of sugar in your blood. If you are a victim of sugar diabetes, you should not eat white or sweet potatoes. And even if you are not a victim of diabetes, you should not eat too much of any starchy food, such as potatoes, and positively no sweet potatoes. You should be careful of eating this type of food. Chapter 8. Beware of starchy foods and sweets. God Almighty has taught me and many others that we should never eat more than one meal a day. That will most certainly heal you of many complaints. Since the American citizens eat more meat, sugar and starchy foods than they should, there is almost an epidemic of too much sugar accumulating in our blood. Eating one meal a day, which does not include too much sugar, will keep you healthy, both physically and mentally, if you are a Muslim believer in Allah and the religion of peace, Islam. I warn all you sufferers of diabetes to stop eating starchy foods and sweets until this disease vanishes out of your blood or cannot do you any harm. If you eat once every other day, it is almost a guarantee that you will not be sick. The Orthodox Jews are people who have lived among us in Asia, and they still try to follow Moses' teachings on how to eat to live. The Holy Quran teaches us that we can eat their food and they can eat our, the Muslims, food, because the two people, Jew and Muslims, try to eat the right food to live. I have learned, and most likely you have too, that it is only weakness of ours to eat constantly. We are only digging our own graves with our appetites and teeth. There is no teaching from anyone, God, you, or me, that will help us if we take our appetites for our guides. Within 1 week you can get used to eating once a day, and within 1 week you can get used to eating once every other day. Many of the Muslims are eating like this, and you can eat this way too. Our stomachs are just the way we train them to be. Get away from those fattening sweet pies 2 or 3 times a day, and do not eat those white potatoes at every meal, they are full of starch. Do not eat fresh bread, and you should never eat white bread because it is the worst bread you can eat and it will shorten your life. In fact, you should not eat too much fattening food. You are not going to get weak. Eat plenty or vegetables and fruit. Eat meat? If so, eat clean, fresh meat, whether it is beef, lamb, or chicken. Do not eat too much of it. Change sometimes, and have fish for your meal. Many of our people like to eat young pigeons, squabs, but usually they are a little too expensive. Do not eat too much of anything good or bad food, and do not eat but once a day. You will soon tell me how much better you feel. Do not smoke or use tobacco in any form or way, and do not eat the pig even if you have to starve to death. Chapter 9. How Allah's Way Prolongs Life. Many are advertising what to eat, and what medicines to take to make you eat or stop you from eating. Many books are written and sold on good and bad foods, as well as on reducing the weight and on how to increase the weight, introducing the many chemicals used to bring about the desired result. But Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, has given us a better and safer way to do these things. His way will prolong our lives and do away with our sicknesses. And that way is eating one meal a day, or, if we are able and do not have too much physical work to do, eating one meal every 2 days. This alone will prolong your life. You will not be sick often if you eat one meal a day and eat the proper food. The proper food is that food which is not poisonous. The slave masters taught us to eat the rough foods, such as field peas, and today, being accustomed to eating them, we still eat them along with sweet potatoes, which are not good for anyone but hogs, and white potatoes, which, since they are so starchy and fattening, are not good for anyone unless they are in a zone where they cannot secure better food. We cannot live a long time if we laden our bodies with fats to burden our hearts and pumping blood through all this fat. It shortens the time our heart beat, and the fat person is in many instances more likely to attract sickness and disease. Why are we healthier and our lives prolonged by eating as God has taught us in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever? It is because of the one meal a day or fasting. Eating once a day and fasting gives the body time to rest from the previous meal and to absorb it properly and distribute it where the body is calling for it. Some of us eat so often and so much of the time that it actually has a tendency to make us small and skinny because we never allow time for the previous meal to digest and distribute the vitamins and proteins into the proper places and throughout our bloodstream. Rest, given to the digestive system of our bodies, is the thing that prolongs our lives. In this period of rest, 24 hours, poisons that we ate in the previous meal are not capable of doing us any harm when it is minor food poison, for the idleness of the stomach destroys this poison that would upset us or shorten our lives to a great extent. Therefore, we live a longer life if we eat correctly and do not eat 3 meals a day. Only 1 meal a day is sufficient for adults no matter what their occupation may be. Milk and bread, wheat bread, alone will keep us alive indefinitely, and it is the best and most easily digested food. We have plenty of supplements for milk and bread, so eat them, but eat them only once a day. This will reduce your doctor bill almost 90%, and if you eat once every 2 days, you will not have any doctor bills. So, do not tell the doctor that I told you this. Smile. As you know, I contracted bronchial asthma, and I have learned that there are no drugs that the public has access to which actually serve as a cure. But I am doing fine now, and eating once a day and once every other day does not give the mucus time to accumulate and choke the bronchial tubes and tract. All praises are due to Master Fard Muhammad, as it is written of him in the scriptures, that he comes to prolong our lives and to do away with sickness and death. If we live right, he teaches us we will enjoy life for a long, long time. Chapter 10: How to Keep Food from Hurting Us. I thank Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, for bringing us life and light so that we may be able to enjoy life, and to enjoy that life longer than we have previously enjoyed it. Many years to be added to our lives if we only knew how to protect our lives from their enemies. As he, meaning Master Fard Muhammad, said to me, food keeps us here. It is essential that we eat food which gives and maintains life. That same food destroys life. Therefore, to keep this food from destroying our lives, we must protect our lives as well as we possibly can from the destruction of food. If we eat the proper food, and eat at the proper time, the food will keep us living a long, long time. Eating 3 or 4 times a day is to your stomach as dripping water is to a stone or iron. The dripping water will eventually wear stone and iron away. But, just to look at the water, it does not appear powerful enough in its dripping to wear the stone and iron away. It is the same with food. We continuously put it into our stomachs to be digested, and eventually it will destroy the stomach. If we let our stomachs rest a while and gain strength, they will last longer in doing a job of digesting food for us. Eat 1 meal a day and eat the food that will not harm you so quickly. You do not have to obtain a long, detailed knowledge of what foods you have to eat, because the wrong food has already been pointed out to you. Foods such as the pig, nuts, white flour, meats. Of course, we eat some meats, the wrong kind of peas, the wrong kinds of breads, too many starchy foods and too many sweets. All of these foods destroy us. Bread should be cooked thoroughly and slowly, and if you have plenty of time, cook the bread 2 or 3 times and then eat it. Meat should also be cooked 2 or 3 times. Eating great meals of highly seasoned and sugared pastries is definitely not good for us. They most surely take years of our lives away. You may eat some sweets, but do not make an entire meal of sweets or eat them every day. Fruit is good for us. We should eat plenty of fruit. To live a long time, eat once every 24 hours or once every 48 hours, if you're able to do so. But, if you have heavy, manual work to do, do not try to eat once every 2 or 3 days. And, if you eat once a day, you should fast every month for 2 or 3 days. By doing that, there will be no poison left in the body at the end of a year to make you sick even 1 hour. I would like you, who try to live and eat just as this book teaches you, to please send me a letter telling me of the result that you have gained from eating as I have instructed you in this book. I repeatedly teach that the way Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, has taught us to eat will do away with many doctor bills and do away with much maiming of the limbs caused by certain diseases. Sugar diabetes can be controlled and cured if you only eat correctly. Stay off sugar and starchy foods and leave those old, white potatoes alone. Do not eat spaghetti and macaroni at every meal. If you are overweight, do not eat it at any meal, and if you want to live a long time, do not eat it at any meal. Foods such as spaghetti and macaroni are processed and are hard to digest. There are some people who claim that they do not receive beneficial results as they should. This is due to wrong mental food that they are eating, which has an effect on their digestive system. To get good results from eating the proper foods, we must have good thoughts. Chapter 11: The Proper Food and the Proper Time to Eat It. Eating the proper food that has been given to us and taught to us by our Lord and Savior, Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, changes us in many ways. Not only does it give us good health, but it gives us a better way of thinking, as food and our mental power work in the same way. Whatever affects one, affects the other. Eating the proper food also brings about a better surface appearance. Our features are beautified by the health that the body now enjoys from the eating of proper food and also eating at the proper time. Bad food takes away even the beauty appearance of a person. God taught me that the swine, hog, takes away 3/100% of the beauty appearance of a person. This we can easily understand and see after we stop eating it. The medical scientists also will agree with us that the poisonous flesh of the hog will take away 3/100% of your beauty appearance. There are some people who have eaten so much of this ugly, poisonous animal, and he is the ugliest and silliest acting animal you have ever looked upon and been around, as well as the filthiest animal that you have ever dealt with, that they actually look like that animal. It is a divinely prohibited flesh. It is a sin for you to eat it. The enemy of God, the devil, teaches you to eat it, and he eats it himself to show you how little respect he has for God's divine law against eating this prohibited flesh. He drinks all of the intoxicating drinks, offers them to us, and then preaches the same gospel in the church, that thou shalt not eat the pig. Thou shalt not drink intoxicating liquor. Thou shalt not rob, steal, murder, commit adultery, gamble, hate, and lie to one another. Yet, he is doing that hourly. Everything that God says thou shalt not do in the 10 Commandments given to Moses, they say thou shalt do. It was only a waste of God's time to have given this race of evil people good guidance, because it is just as Jesus said in a parable, the wicked husband who was given overlord of the earth and its people, never did offer the true owner any of the heir, a convert of righteousness. We have nothing to fear or worry about in the way of right guidance today, because we have God himself in person with us to lead and guide us in the way of truth and righteousness. There is a lot of difference in the beauty of true Muslims and that of Christians. I do not mean to say that there are no beautiful Christians or black people who eat the hog. But there is a difference in their appearance of beauty that can easily be discovered by one who obeys this divinely prohibited law against eating swine flesh. The poisonous hog flesh makes the color many people's eyes muddy and reddish in appearance, and makes the people who eat it brazen, careless, easy to anger, fight, and oppose each other. Eat the proper food as given in this book, and eat at the proper time, 1 meal a day from 4 to 6 p.m. Chapter 12: The Right Food and the Proper Time to Eat It is becoming a must. To live without sickness and without fear of a short span of life is now a must for the people who expect to see the hereafter. The way that God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, is teaching us, the lost found members of the Aboriginal nation, is the best way, regardless of what it is. Whether it concerns food, mental stability, or what have you, he teaches us in the best way. I offer you his teachings, and it is up to you to accept or reject them. But, I repeat, his is the best way, as he says in his holy Quran, I Allah am the best knower, chapter 2, verse 1. Since he represents himself as the best knower, then it is nothing but intelligence on our part to follow and obey that best knower who gives the best advice and whose guidance is best for our future regardless of what we desire. He is the best knower of what guidance we should have. There are many disbelievers, infidels, and atheists today. As the Bible teaches, the fool has said in his heart that there is no God. These ignorant sayings and attacks made against truth go for nothing today but condemnation with truth. We do not have the type of God that they were taught of, some spook God and man. But there are supreme men among man, and this supreme one is referred to as God, having infinite wisdom and knowledge over all things. There will be no sickness or disease among us when we learn and obey the law of nature. The law of nature is the divine law of the Creator set for us in the beginning of the creation of the universe. This race, white, of people has ignored and disobeyed this law and has met with disaster. They seek, and have tried throughout their civilization, to change the very natural religion of the black man. But time has proved that the white man was a failure and now has met his unnatural and false teachings and practices with truth and reality of the law of nature and its workings among the created creatures of God. This law is now to defend us against the false guidance and rebelling of this race, white. Let the white man eat all the hog he wants. It was made for him, not for us. It was made for a cure for many of their diseases and is used for salves. If you want to enjoy good health, eat only once a day and nothing between meals if you are not sick. There is an allowance made for the sick ones who, sometimes, are not able to eat enough at one meal to take them over to the next meal, or whose bodies are weak and must be built up for the one meal a day. In this case, they sometimes eat 2 meals a day, but never 3. If you can eat one meal every other day, you will enjoy both health and a longer life. Even the men and women who do strenuous mental work can go along with 1 meal a day if they eat the proper food and never want more than that. Chapter 13 Fruit is digested better when eaten raw. Since being given knowledge by the All-Wise One in the person of Master Fard Muhammad on how to eat to live, we should not confuse ourselves by studying the advice of all the people, doctors, and quacks of the world on what kind of medicine, vegetables, meats, herbs, and fruits we should eat. If we keep getting advice on the above after getting the correct advice, we will never enjoy good health. All will be confusion. As I mentioned earlier, nearly all vegetables are good to eat that have been classified by the scientists who have studied the poisons that the vegetables contain as well as the non-poisons they contain. We do not need to eat everything just because the Bible, in Genesis, said that Adam, who represents the white race, could eat nearly all of the herbs of the earth that are not poisonous. Our scientists teach us of that which is poisonous and of that which is not poisonous. If we are travelers and are stranded, we eat whatever we can find edible, to non-poisonous roots and the bark off trees. But this is not good for us if we wish to live a long time because our stomachs are not made to digest the bark off trees and roots of trees or blades of grass and leaves. Our stomachs were not made to live off raw foods, except certain raw foods such as fruits, which beyond a shadow of a doubt should be eaten raw and never cooked. When we cook fruit, it takes away the vital property that is necessary for our good health. An apple, or peaches or berries, is better eaten raw than cooked, unless our health and body are weak and unable to digest the raw apple. There is a great need for knowledge on what to cook as well as how to cook it. We can live a long, great and healthy life by just drinking good, wholesome milk and eating good whole wheat bread if the bread is cooked correctly. Some people will eat whole wheat kernel. But this is not good to do because it is the hull of the seed and our stomachs are not made to digest the raw wheat seeds, regardless of the great property of vitamins in them. The whole wheat kernel should be milled and ground very fine. When you are ready to make bread, add water and yeast to it and set it aside to sour. This will put it in a better digestive state to be cooked properly for your stomach to digest. Cook it slowly after it has risen a couple of times in the mold. This must be done thoroughly so that all of the risen cake or loaf is thoroughly cooked through and through under the heat of the oven. After it is cooked, do not eat it until it has set a day or 2. Even 3 days is not too long to wait for it. It is never stale because of age if kept in the right place. Never eat freshly cooked bread of any kind, as it is difficult for the stomach to digest. The same applies to beans and whatever you eat, cook them thoroughly. But do not cook them in such a way as to destroy the vitamins or proteins that are in them to strengthen and build your bodies and the tissues of your bodies. Some people pull the brown crust off the bread to eat the unbrowned core. But by doing this you are throwing away the most digestible part of the bread and accepting that part which is hard to digest. Toast that is browned through and through is much easier on the stomach than the slice of bread that is not toasted. We can live longer by eating several varieties of foods. Never think that you are a great, healthy person just because you eat a lot of meat, white bread, cornbread, sweet pastry, or a lot of peas and beans. You are only taking a quick trip to the cemetery. Chapter 14, Overindulgence, the Enemy. Yes, a quick trip to the cemetery if we indulge in too much of anything. It becomes an enemy to us. Remember at all times when you are eating that you are to live and not to die. As I said previously in this book, white bread and cornbread are not good for our stomachs to digest. Regardless of how many hundreds and thousands of people eat this before you 3 times a day, it is still not the food for you and me to eat if we wish to live a long and healthy life. America's people consume more sweets than any other people on earth. They love their sweet, fat pies, cookies and cakes at every meal. America has more bitter trouble with her health. Eating too many sweets piles up sugar in the blood and it becomes the enemy of our lives. Our blood is our life. Just think of the way we destroy our lives by eating too many sweets or too much meat or eating white bread and cornbread. Ask yourself that question. America is a great candy seller. She reaps a harvest of wealth on just selling sweet candies and nuts. They fill the candy full of nuts, as well as their cakes, cookies, and other pastries. The only thing with stomach enough to digest nuts is an animal. Birds love nuts and they have what it takes to digest them. Nature made them that way. Just as horses can digest corn and anything else in their line of foods, birds, squirrels, hogs, coons, rabbits, and worms can digest nuts. They can eat nuts and digest them, and they will not wear out their stomachs like yours will wear out trying to digest them. A dog's stomach and his digestive juices are like any carnivorous eating animals. He can digest a rare steak. In fact, he can digest it as soon as he kills the animal. You do not have to cook their food. They do not like it cooked, they like their meat raw. That is the way nature made them, to take it raw. People, like the white people, who love dogs and other animals, change their way of eating so that it is against the very nature in which they were created to eat. You cannot make him a member of your family by seating him at the table to eat good, cooked food. He will live off it, but it is not the way nature made him to eat. Try offering him some raw meat and cooked meat. He will eat the raw meat before he will eat the cooked meat. Offer a cat a piece of raw fish and a piece of cooked fish and see which she will eat first. Raw foods appeal to their appetites as cooked foods appeals to ours, but we can eat both. It is very dangerous for you, whose civilization is not limited, but is limited if you follow the limited ones, to follow a civilization made by nature for a short time in their ways. This is what we have been doing, and this is what we must stop doing if we expect to survive. There are hundreds of drugstores throughout the country into which we should not go for anything except first aid if we hurt ourselves down the street or road somewhere, not for something to stop aches and pains in our stomachs caused by eating the wrong food. We should not call the doctor for such foolish and ignorant mistakes as eating the wrong food and eating it too often. We should be ashamed to call the doctor for these errors. Eating the wrong food and eating it too often starts trouble in the physical body everywhere from the sole of your feet to the crown of your head. As I said, you do not have to eat everything that people say is good to eat. It is a fool who does that. You do not need everything that is good to eat to live a happy life. Take some of the things that are good to eat. Of course, you should have a balanced diet. I certainly agree with you there. There are several ways you can prepare your meat and bread that will give you a sharp appetite at every meal if you prepare it differently. Bread can be cooked 2 or 3 times, and also meat. It is best for our stomachs and our longevity. They both should be cooked twice before eating. Of course, they will not look as fancy as when they are freshly cooked, because the more you cook them, the more the surface beauty fades away. But the more permanent your life will be, and that good old stomach will last a long, long time if you allow it to rest after a hearty meal, no matter how good the meal was or how easily digested. Give your stomach from 24 to 36 hours to rest to digest its food. And, if you can take 48 hours or 72 hours, that is fine. But first try 24 hours and then 48 hours next. Do not try to start with 48 and 72 hours. Get used to eating one meal a day. Then when your appetite is not strong for the next meal, by eating once every 24 hours, start eating every 48 hours. Never start 72 hours regularly until you are able to do so. Some of us have started eating every 48 to 72 hours and have to change back to one meal a day. This is not good to do. Fast 72 hours every now and then while you are eating once every day, if you want to, once a month or once every 2 or 3 months. Never eat more than one meal a day unless you are sick and unable to eat the proper food due to the weakness of the body to carry you over 24 hours. Chapter 15. Our biggest problem is eating too much and too often. I repeat, the main thing in how to eat to live is to eat only once a day or once every other day. This will take care of everything. You cannot go all over the earth trying to eat everything that people say is good to eat. But give what you do eat time to get out of the way for the next meal and the effect that it probably will cause. Brothers and sisters, let your stomachs rest. Stop trying to eat 3 meals a day and all in between. That is enough to kill chickens and hogs. Anyone who eats all the time has a very short life. Our greatest trouble, when it comes to sickness, is due to staying at the table, eating too much and too often. You have no regularity about your eating at all. Eat any time, they will tell you. One of the gravest wrongs you could do is to eat when you do not want to. They say behind that, eat before you get hungry, which is one of the silliest things of all. If your stomachs are not asking you for food, please, brothers and sisters, do not put any in. The stomach will let you know. Wait until you are really hungry. Do not act like a pig and want food every time you see it. Nature did not make the hog and bird with any regularity in eating. Although hogs stop eating when they get enough, the foolish pig will never stop eating until he is sick and all but ready to drop dead. The horse will stop eating and the house cat will stop eating when it has enough, but people will not. It is just as the old saying goes, we dig our own graves with our teeth. We drive many impurities out of our bloodstream if we do not fill our stomachs with food 2 or 3 times a day. Some Christians never fast until their doctor tells them to do so. They know nothing about stopping their eating for even one day, let alone over 3 or 4 days. The majority of them are afraid to miss even a single meal. They think they will be sick from missing a meal. This is very ignorant. A dog will stop eating if he gets sick, but not some people. The doctors have to force them to stop eating so their medicines can give good results. Your main trouble is eating too often and eating the wrong kinds of food. Time and again I have warned you against eating that rotten, stinking pig with millions of worms in his flesh. He is the ugliest and most stinking animal. Even his house and everything about him stinks. If you cook him, he stinks. With his ugly, muddy, reddish eyes, his ugly mouth, and his ugly ears, he is just ugly. He is the silliest and most brazen animal. The devil certainly did a 100% job in turning the people against everything that God said thou shalt not do. He has made the word say and works I shall do. Allah said that these ugly animals, the pig, take away your beauty appearance. Live right, think right, eat right, and do right. You will not have to die to go to heaven to be like angels, you will be like them while you live. Chapter 16. Why and how we fast in December. I have chosen, for quite a few years, the month of December for my followers to fast as in the month of Ramadan. It serves as a sign that we, the lost and found nation, are the end of all signs pertaining to the pilgrimage and fasting in the month of Ramadan. We fast the 12th month of the Christian year to relieve ourselves of having once worshipped that month as the month in which Jesus was born. It is now known and agreed upon by the scholars and scientists of religion that nothing of the kind took place 2,000 years ago. Jesus was born, not in the month of December, but rather as God has revealed it and according to the season that history claims existed in that time, the first or second week in September. The Christians have made holidays which are used mostly for commercialization. They buy wine, whiskey and beer and fatten up pigs and hogs for the kill and roast this divinely prohibited flesh to celebrate what the Christians call the birthday of the Son of Mary. Jesus condemned such things as drunkenness and the eating of swine flesh. Nimrod was an enemy of God and one who came in the last 300 years of the 2,000 years of Moses. He led the white man against the laws of Moses and worship Allah. He, Nimrod, wanted them to worship idols and that which was other than God, as they did in ancient Rome. Let us, my followers, remember the right way. Waste not your earnings in such ways as worshiping and feasting as the Christians do. They only say and do not. They have taken for themselves the prophet of God and the place of God. In this month of fasting we shall keep our minds and hearts clean, and we shall not indulge in the eating of meats, land meats. You may eat fish and such fat products which come from land animals such as butter and cheese. In this month, we should keep our minds on Allah, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, my God and your God and my Savior and Deliverer and your Savior and Deliverer, to whom be praises forever for giving us life after our mental death for the past 400 years. During this month, eat before day and after the sun goes down, if you wish, but not during the daylight hours. This also goes for drinking. Drink whatever you are going to drink either before dawn or after dark. The eating before dawn is for those of us who love to eat breakfast in the mornings. But if you eat one meal a day, you may eat that meal either before dawn or after dark. It is better for your health, however, to eat one meal after dark. Keep up prayer, and let us all be grateful to Allah for His coming in the person of Master Fard Muhammad throughout the month of December and every month. And during this month, let there be no quarreling or disputing in our homes or abroad. Chapter 17, The Food and Its Eater. Neither I nor you can thank Almighty God Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, enough for going after the very mainspring of life, that which everyone loves to keep as long as he possibly can. Even animals, beasts, insects, fowls of the air, and fish of the sea want to keep their lives. And I do not care how good a Christian you are, or how much you would love to see Jesus, or how much you would like to go to heaven to see Jesus and to sit down beside Him, as the Christians teach you will do. Smile, you never make any preparations to hurry to go out of this life to find another life. The very law of nature teaches us to hold on to this life and not let it go if we can help it. We only know of this life and not any other life. You strong Christians and lovers of life beyond the grave and life somewhere in the skies that you imagine never prove to anyone that you would like to leave this life for that life by killing yourself or telling the doctor not to come to administer medicine or any aid that he can give you when death is approaching. Whenever death approaches, you want it to go back and let you stay. In view of that, the best thing to do is to try to preserve and keep this life that we have and know as long as we can and go when we cannot stay here. The only way that we can have life, keep life and prolong life, is by what we eat and how often we eat it. This is the way of life. The Bible teaches us that God will prolong the lives of the righteous. But there is no God who can prolong our lives without checking on what we eat and how often we eat it. We must not be confused, I repeat, with the various advice offered to us from the modern-day food and medical scientists. If you take their advice and try to eat all of the different kinds of food, cooked in their many different ways, at all different times of the day, and their many different suggestions on how much you should eat, you will most certainly die. Brother and sisters, I repeat, it will most certainly kill you with the exception of the Orthodox Jews' food, which is good. According to the history of the white man by Almighty God Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever for his life-giving words, teachings, and guidance of us, the lost and found members of the aboriginal black nation, the white man began eating meat. They had no stoves and cooking utensils as they had today, when they were driven into the confines of the hills and cave sides of Europe. They ate animal food, beast food, and with all of its modern, scientific knowledge of how to grow food and receive the best food the earth produces, are still great flesh eaters. They have taught the world of man to eat as they eat. Their medical scientists have learned that meat hastens and destroys the life of man. But they practice eating the very worst meat, the poisonous and filthy swine, wild birds, wild fowl of any kind, and even reptiles, and teach man to eat it. To follow them in everything they eat and drink means that you are absolutely inviting death. Even to seafood, they drag out in their nets the very scavengers of the water and advise you to eat it because they eat it. We must remember that this race is conscious that they are not to live on this earth for very long. Therefore, eating poisonous food and drink and eating 3 and 4 times a day will take you along with them very fast. This is the secret knowledge of the death that they caused us to suffer through foods. The poor, blind, deaf and dumb lost and found so-called Negro will eat and drink anything he sees his white master eat and drink. But I want you to stop doing this ignorant thing and eat the right food that you will find in this book. And eat only once a day. I do not care what kind of work you are doing, eat only 1 good meal a day. If your work is light office work or light housework, you could eat once every other day if you wanted to without any hindrance. Once you get used to it, your stomach will only ask for a meal at the time that you have trained it to eat. In regard to you who suffer from sugar diabetes, fasting and staying away from sugar and starchy foods is far better than having your limbs cut off your body because of your foolish carelessness in eating sweets and starchy foods all times of the day. Cut out that sugar, do not use any at all. Use honey, but not the whole bottle full at one time. If you have too much sugar in your blood, be careful not to eat any sugar of any kind until you get it out. Some doctors will tell you that you have low sugar. But just tell them that you will have high life in you. Do not eat any potatoes, beans, and bread. Eat vegetables. You may eat chicken if it is raised away from filth. There are poultry raisers who raise chickens in clean places and give them good food such as corn, oats, and other little grains that are not harmful to the chicken or to us. They also give them bread and milk. You do not have to fear eating chickens like these. But, if you can do without eating any kind of flesh, that is fine. Whole milk that is clear of TB germs is best for us to drink. But, if we cannot get whole milk, we can drink the milk that the dairies have, but we should boil it at a certain temperature in order to kill that probable germ. Drink plenty of milk and eat butter instead of so much of this artificial butter made of vegetable fat, and you will have better health. Chapter 18 Food can be life or death. We can shorten and destroy our lives by the way we prepare and cook the food we eat. Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that all of our food, not including fruits, should be cooked, and cooked until thoroughly done. And it should be seasoned with salt, where necessary. The food we eat should not be poisonous food, such as the flesh of swine and of wild animals, birds and beasts. We should not eat fish that weighs more than 50 pounds. Water scavengers in form of the fish family, and other water animals of that kind. As we know, there is much animal life taken as food from water today that we should not eat. The believers of Islam should be aware and not eat such foods. In cooking your food, be sure that you cook it thoroughly, but not to the point where it loses its taste. Safeguard your delicate stomach that has to digest all that you eat by not overburdening it with trying to digest half-cooked food or raw food and the acid gases from such foods. This is what hastens the doctor to your bedside, and after that, the undertaker, and after that, the grave digger. Remember, we kill ourselves by what we eat and how we eat it. Just as food is our source of life, it is also our source of death, as God has taught me. Food keeps us here and it takes us away. For long life, take long intervals between your meals, and do not eat over 1 meal a day. Chapter 19 How to Live More than 100 Years. Allah, God, has taught me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, how to eat to live, so that I also may teach you. He desires to extend our lives from a short span, averaging 62 years, to a span of 1,000 years, or for as long as we desire to live. He said there is no set time for us to die. We kill ourselves daily by means of what we think, what we eat, and what we drink. Think about it, and you will agree that we kill ourselves. As I said in an earlier chapter, How to Eat to Live, there is no way of prolonging life except by being careful, watching and examining what we put into our bodies to sustain life, and the regularity of our eating and drinking habits. We have been taught what to eat and what to drink by a people, the white race, who has never obeyed the law or religion of Allah, God. These rules Allah, God, gave Moses' people in the 10 Commandments for their good clear as a mirror, law and guidance, which they should not forget. However, they kept none of this. Everything that Allah said thou shalt not do they have ignored and said thou shalt do. Therefore, the Christian race is no example or guide for one who seeks to obey the law of Allah, God, for God now threatens to remove them from the planet Earth. If they would stop deceiving the people, making them believe they are what they are not, and trying to change the natural religion of Allah, God, into the unnatural, which is false, their doom probably could be delayed. There is a sect among them whose members call themselves Orthodox Jews, a few who still try to follow the 10 Commandments given to them through Moses. These are wiser, more skillful, than the Christians. How to eat to live? Allah, God, said to me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, that we who believe in him as our God and Savior should eat but one meal a day, once every 24 hours. Eat nothing between meals, not even candy, fruit, or anything which would start the stomach, digestive processes. In this way, our eating of the proper foods and drinks at the proper time would extend our life to 140 years. This would protect us from sickness. He said if we would start our infants eating one meal a day, as soon as they are able to partake of solid foods, it would enable them to live to an age of 240 years. I then asked him, how about eating once every 48 hours? He said to me, you would be ill only one day out of 4 or 5 years. I asked him what was the cure for that one day of illness. He said fast 3 days and you will be all right. I asked him, what about eating one meal every 3 days? He said you will never be sick if you eat once every 72 hours. This is about 2 meals every 6 days, which would extend our lives to a span of 1,000 years, for there is no poison from the previous meal 3 days ago which has enough power to do you any harm. The fast destroys the accumulation of food poison. The body is made up of water, chemicals, stone, metals, vegetation, and air. All that is in the earth is, in some form, in our bodies, and you have no birth record of the earth. Although there is a record, you probably do not have it. It is a very old earth. It is not as you have been made to believe only 6,000 years old. It is more than 6 trillion years old, and it will be here for a long, long time yet. What comes out of it, such as life, cannot live as long as the earth itself. But it can be made to live a very long time if carefully nursed, according to its nature, as you see, and scientists teach you the long life of the California redwood tree, Sequoia sempervirens. There is mentioned in the Bible of Allah, God, a saying that his people's life will be as the tree. There is an oak in Arabia under which they claim Abraham met God that is still alive today. Allah, God, never intended that righteous lives should be cut short of 100 years on this earth. I have experience in living and eating according to the way he taught me a while, and I found it one of the happiest and most peaceful ways of which I ever dreamed. I began with eating one meal a day and forced my family to do the same for several years, until I was picked up and sent to prison for teaching Islam in 1942. Of course, the government said they set me up for failing to register. That really was not the reason, for I did not come under the draft law at that time. Some of my followers, 60 to 65 years old, were sent to prison at the same time. Persons of such an age were not desired by the War Department. While in prison, the Christians made it hard for us to live as we had been. They deliberately put swine, or the essence of the swine, and everything, and the assistant warden made mock of it when I told him my followers lived on nothing but bread to avoid swine. He said that even the bread had swine in it. We used to make a meal of dry, baked white potatoes. We had it hard, and all my followers now in prison still have it hard. All those converted to Islam in prison at present suffer in order to avoid eating the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine. And all that God said thou shalt not do, they said thou shalt do. You who read this book know the Christians are the great false teachers of God, who care nothing for Allah's, God's, law. Since returning from prison, it has been hard for me to adjust my eating habits. For many days in prison, we had to eat 2 or 3 times a day in order to make up for one meal a day through trying to avoid eating the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine. This caused me and the others illness after we had cleansed our stomachs of bad food and had begun to eat at the proper time. When we were eating the right food in the right way, We had no doctor bills and no medical bills. There were no medicines to be found in our medicine cabinets. However, as soon as we changed and began to eat between meals, 24 hours, we began to call on the doctor and his drugs, and it brought about one complaint after another. I would never have suffered today from bronchial asthma if I had not disobeyed the law of the right foods to eat. Now I am on the way back to try and adjust my life according to the way Allah, God, taught me. I experienced eating once a day for several years, and I experienced eating once every 2 days for a long time. Then I experienced eating one meal every 3 days, twice a week. I never had any symptoms of disease or sickness when I was eating once every 48 hours and once every 3 days. With this method, you feel as though you never were sick in all your life, even if you are 100 years old. Nothing shortens our lives but our foolish selves. Chapter 20. Proper food for body and mind equals good health. On the coming of God, according to the Bible and Holy Quran, He began to create a people that must and will enjoy a long life and good health. They will not suffer sickness or grief and sorrow. They will live lives of complete happiness. The earth is full of food, but good health cannot enter our bodies until we have the proper food in the body and the proper food for thought. If we do not have the proper food for our way of thinking, we still cannot enjoy peace, good health, joy, and gladness of heart. We can eat the best food, we can take fasts for 9 days or for 20 or 30 days if we want to, and we will still suffer if we do not feed the brain with the right food. These two bodies, the brain and digestive tract, have much in common with one another. Whatever hurts one hurts the other. We must treat both well. The Bible teaches you that God gave the dead more life. He comes to give you more life and an abundance of life. How can He do that for us unless we help ourselves to the assistance He is helping us seek? We must help ourselves in this way to prolong our lives. Obey and do all that Allah bids us. Think the way He thinks, the thoughts of good. Seek to be like Him, both physically and mentally. As the Holy Quran teaches us, when we have submitted ourselves entirely to the will of God, He then guides us into His path, His way of life. And then we come to enjoy the paradise of life in these words of the Holy Quran. O soul that is at rest, enter into my gardens, into my paradise among servants well-pleased and well-pleasing. Chapter 21. The benefits of eating once a day. As many people are writing to me for personal answers as to what we should and should not eat, I think it would lessen my work and be wise if you kept this book where you may refer to it when needed. Many of my followers write and tell me of the results they are receiving from eating one meal a day or one meal every other day. This will produce good results and lengthen our lives. But children should not be forced to fast or to eat once a day or once every other day. Children and babies should eat at least twice a day. If you are now eating 3 meals a day and you would like to eat 1 meal every other day, you should not all of a sudden change from 3 meals a day, every day, to 1 meal every other day. First drop to 2 meals a day, then 1 meal a day, and then 1 meal every other day. It is better to do it this way so that you will not make yourself sick. And if you eat every other day, do not begin your meal with heavy food. I receive many questions in regard to meat, fish, and poultry. The main thing Allah, as well as the Holy Quran, reminds us of is that when it comes to meat and fish, Allah forbids us to eat the flesh of swine or of fish weighing 50 pounds or more. Although some people will not eat fish at all, there are many fish that we can eat, some weighing as little as a pound or a pound and a half. When eating fish, we should confine our fish eating to those fish weighing between 1 and 10 pounds. As I said previously, do not eat the scavengers of the sea such as oysters, crabs, clams, snails, shrimp, eels, or catfish. The catfish is a very filthy fish. He loves filth and is the pig of the water. Some people write in, complaining about the fish that swim on their sides, but these fish can be eaten. Allah has taught me that chickens are not good for us to eat. They are quite filthy, inasmuch as they do not eat the cleanest of food, but we eat them. We eat beef and lamb, but Allah also said that they are not very good for us. It is not a sin for us to eat them. It is not a sin for us to eat camels. But if we can find better food, we should not eat the above-mentioned food. Many write and ask if they should eat meat at all. It is not a sin for you to eat meat, but it is a sin for you to eat the meat of the hog. If we want to prolong our lives, it is best that we do not eat meat or do not eat it so often. Beef is very coarse and many of our people do not eat it because of that. Horse meat can also be eaten. It is cleaner than the average meat. But we should not eat it unless we are extremely hungry and have nothing else to eat because it is a domestic animal and is gentle and close to the home. It is not even a sin to eat rabbit. But since Allah said that the rabbit is so closely related to the house cat, we do not eat it. The rabbit, however, is cleaner than the house cat because he eats vegetables, roots and herbs, and he does not eat insects or other animals. Allah has said that no wild game should be eaten at all. Regardless of how you love deer meat, the deer is not good to eat. No game that run wild in the woods or birds that fly, with the exception of baby pigeons, called squabs, they have never flown away from the nest where they were born, should be eaten. Please do not eat coons, possums, turtles, turtle eggs, or frog legs. None of these are good for us. Chapter 22, a list of foods we must not eat. Do not eat the swine flesh. It is forbidden by the divine law of Allah, God. Do not eat field peas, black-eyed peas, speckled peas, red peas, or brown peas. Do not eat lima beans, or baby limas. Do not eat any bean but the small navy bean, the little brown pink ones, and the white ones. Do not eat cornbread because it is very hard on the stomach and not easily digested. Eat whole wheat bread, but not the whole grain. The whole grain is too hard to digest. Never eat freshly cooked bread. It rises and buckles in the stomach. Eating freshly cooked bread will shorten your life. Do not eat the rich soybean flour. Neither the flour nor the oil from the soybean is good for our stomachs. Do not eat the vegetable kale, nor sweet potatoes and white, Irish, potatoes, which are a staple food for people who live in frigid zones, or for people who cannot afford other vegetables. The main thing you must do, I will repeat, is eat one meal a day, or once every 24 hours. And never eat or even touch the swine flesh. When you begin eating once a day, certainly you will begin to lose weight until you are used to eating once a day. Then you will start gaining weight again. But fat is not wanted for health. It is an enemy to health. Chapter 23, you don't need numerous diets, just eat once daily. In the Christian world, you have innumerable food diets and numerous ways to prepare them, and these numbers are ever increasing. We must remember that the Christian world commercializes on everything, even on the gospel of Jesus Christ, spiritual food. God is visiting us to teach us, the lost and found members of God's family, to prolong our lives, give us more life and abundancy of life, as it is written. By no means can we get this life from any other source. We must follow the guidance of Almighty God, who appeared in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, and not the ways of the people whose diets have sent us calling the doctor and being hurried off to the hospital, and from the hospital to our graves. The white people, called the Christian race, after they were driven out of the Holy Land and roamed the caves and hillsides of Europe, lived there for 2,000 years, eating raw food. They did not know how to cook anything, or the use of fire, until Moses taught them. Can we accept them and their way of life instead of Allah's? No, we will take Allah's will and His guidance. It goes something like this: eat one meal a day. If this does not make you well, eat one meal every other day, nothing between meals. And eat only the right foods. He said milk, bread and navy beans would lengthen our lives to 140 years. He did not give us a long list of different food diets and foods to confuse us on what to eat. Cook your foods well done, especially animal meat. Boiling your food until it is well done is better on your digestive system than baking and frying meats. Baking and frying it makes it about as hard on your digestive system as eating it raw. Never try to put a baked crust on any of your food except bread. Drink plenty of wholesome milk. Eat butter, bread and fresh foods. If you eat fowl, lamb, squab and fish, cook it well done. Keep your food under steam pressure, cook it with the lid on. Do not look up a variety of things to eat. Most vegetables are good to eat except those which you have been forbidden to eat, such as collard greens, black-eyed peas, and a lot of green cabbage sprouts. Eat the white part of cabbage and cauliflower. Stay off those peanuts, coconuts, and nuts, period. The Christian world eats according to taste. It eats not for life, but for taste. Cook well done whatever you eat. Cook bread thoroughly. If you have a refrigerator, put your leftover bread in it, or place it where it will keep moist and won't dry out. If that does not taste good, cook it over again. There is no such thing as stale bread. Let no bakery or anyone fool you. It is for your health. If you do not have the knowledge of how to prepare your bread, seek a Muslim who knows how to prepare it. Some Muslim sister will teach you. Give the cornbread back to the horses and the mules, that is their food. Do not eat grits or coarsely chopped corn. The corn is fit for you only in its milk stage. Eat to live and not to die. Food, God said to me, keeps us here and takes us away. 3 meals a day are needed by a savage beast, but not by a human being. No human being should eat more than once a day. Eat when you are hungry, if it is not until 6 or 7 days. Let no one fool you about the above instructions. They will keep the doctor away from your bedroom and will prolong your life. Keep from eating those sweets that are prepared to hurry you off to your grave. And you diabetics, eat only 1 meal a day. Stay away from that starchy food and sugar if you are a diabetic, and you won't have to get a doctor to pour insulin and other medicine into you to balance your life. All that I have said in this book I have experienced myself. Chapter 24: Feeding Babies. Mothers should feed their babies from their breast milk if they possibly can, as this is the best. When you are able to start feeding them on solid food, give them weak bean soup, not the highly seasoned, strong soup that you eat. You also can start them out with orange juice and mashed apples. This is done whenever you think the baby is able after he is about 3 months old. This depends on the health of the baby and its age. Plenty of good milk and good, thoroughly cooked bread are good for you and the baby. We must not get the idea that we can nurse the baby with everything we eat. This is what will start sickness and disease in the family. Some mothers are very careless. The baby can act as if he wants what mother is eating, and even if it is a beef steak, she will cut him a piece. We create sickness right in our homes, from the cradle to the grave. Orthodox Jewish food. A Muslim, according to the Holy Quran, should not fear to eat food that the Jews eat. And the Jews do not fear eating a Muslim's food, because they both eat the same type of foods. Orthodox Muslims are very careful of what they eat. The only food we shun that they love are nuts. The Muslims are warned against eating nuts of any kind. And they are warned against drinking the blood of the animals and fowls, because blood is in the fluid of life. Therefore, no human being should eat or drink the blood of anything. The Jews were warned against this by the teachings of Moses, the servant of Allah. Chapter 25: Meat, Part 1. It is useless to keep repeating to you the same truth day and night, month after month, and year after year when you have it written in your book, the Bible. The main meat that our people like to eat is what they have been taught not to eat, the cheap and filthily raised hog. This is a divinely prohibited flesh. This truth has been before our eyes ever since we have had permission from the white man to read the Bible. Nothing good is said about it in the Bible and Leviticus. The priests of Israel were warned not only against the eating of this prohibited, poisonous flesh, but that they should not even touch its carcass. But now the Christians, who claim they are better than all the religious people of the earth, not only touch the carcass, but eat the carcass and then advise you and others to do the same. Then, they say they are followers of Jesus, the Son of God, while he himself was against the eating and touching of this hog. You can read a parable concerning this filthy swine. Jesus found a man possessed of evil spirits, and wanting to relieve the man of such evil spirits, he sent the evil spirits, devils, out of the man into the swine. The preachers, representatives of the Son of God, and the priests know this to be true, but they preach that it is all right now to eat swine and still say they are the beloved of Jesus. How could they be when they broke the laws of God by eating the swine? Nowhere in the scriptures does it bid us to break the law that God set up for this prohibited flesh. The Christians laugh at my followers and me for not eating this filthy animal, as though they have an option from God and Jesus to eat it. It is the filthiest, ugliest, and silliest animal, in whom nature did not put any shyness. Those who love to relish his flesh have very little shyness, as you can see today in the Christian Americans who love to go half nude and say that they are all right with God. They say this with a stomach full of divinely prohibited flesh, intoxicating drinks, and now, on top of that, dope or drugs. Should America boast that she is a people following Christ or Jesus? Americans are making a mockery of God and his prophet Jesus. They hate his law of righteousness, health, and decency. The hog is a grafted animal, so says Allah to me, grafted from rat, cat, and dog. Don't question me. This is what Allah has said, believe it, or let it alone. You have witnessed that the rat is involved with the grafting of this hog in Isaiah 66 verse 17. They that sanctify themselves, self-claiming righteous of the Christians, and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. He will kill them. He doesn't want them willfully and knowingly eating such flesh, which is filled with poison in the shape of worms, trichina or pork worm, which gradually destroy humans as termites destroy timber. This filthy, evil worm can stand a temperature higher than any known flesh worm. He can't be seen with the naked eyes. You have to get a microscope. Put a little piece of his flesh, fat part, or just grease a glass slide of the microscope with his flesh. Take a look, and you will see him crawling around. These worms begin in the stomach, weaving themselves to breed their families in the walls of the stomach, from there into the walls of the intestines, from there into our muscles, and from there into the spine and brains where no medicine can reach them, and the victim dies with the disease that they produce with their presence. White Christians represent pork as being good for you to eat. This is enough to eat you that they never wanted to obey the divine law, nor do they want black people to do so. It is one of the most commercialized meats in America, and wherever they can sell it. Chapter 26. Know the truth about the flesh of the swine. In an earlier chapter of this book, I told you how Allah taught me about the birth of the swine, and that this animal was made only for the whites. Because theirs is a grafted race, they were made weaker physically through the man from whom they came, the black man. Since the body of the grafted is weaker than the original body, it would be easier for them to attract germs than the original man. You should not argue with me about this, because all of the diseases that trouble us today, from social diseases to cancer, came from the white race, one way or the other. Do not tell me about 400 or 500 years or 1,000 years. I am referring to this people's entire historical scope. They have had 6,000 years to mix with and poison our people. Some of you are foolish enough to accept all the blame. But God clears you of it. This refers to those who love the devil so much that they would like to dispute God about them. I am only teaching you the truth, take it or leave it. They are too wise to dispute the truth. Read the story in the Bible in which Jesus met a man who was possessed of evil spirits. When the evil spirits recognized Jesus to be from God, knowing they would have no chance to contend with him over their presence in the man where they did not belong, they pleaded with Jesus to let them go into the swine, and Jesus agreed. The man who was possessed of evil spirits was none other than the American so-called Negro. The evil spirits in him are from the white race, who made him eat the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine. The devils were allowed to go into the swine. They ran down a steep place into a lake or sea and perished. Here the picture changes, the meaning changes a bit. The hog was made for the white race for medical purposes, not even for them to eat, but they could eat it if they wanted to, since they were created to be destroyed. They used this hog in much of their medical preparation, even in the German 606 poisonous germs. Allah taught me that one of these germs came from the swine. However, the white man will advise you to eat it. He would have you think the swine is cleaner now than he was in Jesus' time, but wouldn't God know for 1,000 years from Moses if this swine would be clear of poison? You admit God is a foreknower. The whole story was twisted around. They want you to think God did not know about this process of the devils leaving the man and entering the swine until after it happened. Actually, God knew it was going to happen before it took place. Using deceit, they have succeeded in getting you to eat the swine as food, though it was made to produce a poisonous germ for medical purposes and curing the diseases of the white race. This is how he makes you break all of the commandments of God. Because he is God's enemy and yours and mine, he has you break the divine law. We did this because we saw him doing it and at that time had no teacher of our own. These are the tricks of your hidden enemies and their own concocted religion called Christianity, which is deceiving and leading you to your doom with them. I am your brother, and Allah has revealed to me the truth for your salvation. Jesus also prophesied that the truth would free you, that is, if you accept the truth. The thing you must understand in this parable of Jesus is that, actually, the visible swine could not have gone crazy and choked in the sea or lake, because the spirit of the devil was sent in them. The true meaning that you should understand is the swine that was choked to death in the sea after the spirit of the devil was taken out of the man represents the believers among the so-called American Negroes, and the swine that ran into the lake and perished represents the disbelievers among the so-called American Negroes who refuse to accept the truth. They are so obsessed with the evil doings of the devils they will not accept their own salvation and will be choked into hellfire with the devils. As you have in the Bible, Lucifer's, Yaqub, fall also represents the fall of his race. The lake or sea in which they choked and perished in the same lake mentioned in the Revelations of John that all that had the mark of the beast, the representatives of the beast and the false prophets, priests and preachers of Christianity, referred to as being cast alive in a lake of fire. I hope you understand. What I am trying to get over is that you who reject Allah and his true religion, entire submission to his will as the Arabs call it, Islam, will perish in the lake of fire with this race of adversaries of Allah and his true religion, to which they refuse to submit. They now are trying to woo you into sharing hellfire with them, though they know that you have a chance to go to heaven while they do not. I cannot force you to halt your downhill plunge with them into the lake of fire. I have been missioned only to warn you in the simplest language. I cannot force you to go to hell or heaven. Your sweethearting and wanting to marry them is like a frog trying to court a rattlesnake. The rattlesnake gives the frog freedom to do so because he intends to swallow the frog. Taking the death-dealing pill and the knife to destroy your future generations are examples. Socializing with them is no sign of justice, but a sign that they have deceived you into going to hell with them. Take it or leave it. Chapter 27. Live 1,000 years. In the past, our appetite was our God. We ate as many times a day as we could find an appetite to. We worshipped our appetite as though it was our God. This shortens our lives. Some of us have never gone a day without eating, unless we were sick and the doctor stopped us until his drugs could aid in killing the germ that eating 3 or 4 meals a day had caused. We think we cannot miss a meal, unless we are unable to buy the next meal. So we wear out our stomachs that could possibly live 1,000 years, if cared for and protected from the enemies that will shorten and destroy our lives. We can soon get accustomed to eating once a day and nothing between meals. After getting used to eating once a day, we can get used to eating once every 2 days. Our stomachs will not ask us for food except at the time that we make a habit of putting food in them. Surely 1 meal a day and eating the right kind of food at that meal will do away with much sickness and add many years to our lives. Try it for yourself. Do not eat everything you see the Christians eat. That is why they have so many hospitals and must produce so many doctors every year. Eat to live and not to die, because how you eat does both. It keeps you here and it takes you away. Do not fill up your stomach with sweets. Keep away from greasy foods. Allah, God, has brought us this knowledge in the person of Master Fard Muhammad. Believe in him, obey and follow his teachings, and you will always be happy. Chapter 28. Train yourself to eat as Allah has prescribed. To keep healthy and strong, and live a long time on this old earth. Allah said to me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, eat 1 meal every 2 or 3 days. Do not be frightened, brothers and sisters, that with your meal hours being lengthened you may die or become too hungry. You will live and you will not be hungry after you have gotten your stomach used to the long intervals between meals. Your stomach will take food only when you give it food. And it won't ask you for any food until that certain hour to which you have accustomed it to being fed. I used to think like you, before the coming of our God and Savior, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. I began practicing eating one meal every day with no food in between. I got used to that within a couple of weeks. And, after a certain length of time, I tried eating once every 2 days, with nothing between but coffee. I did not try to pour all of the cream and sugar out of the cream and sugar bowls into the coffee. I sweetened and creamed it as I had done when I was eating 3 meals a day, because we can live on cream sugar for a long time. But it is not good that we do this through our coffee, for our health's sake. I felt better eating 1 meal every 2 days, or 48 hours, with nothing between. I also tried eating 1 meal every 72 hours, as he had told me that if I ate 1 meal every 3 days, I would never be sick, and I thought I would try it, before teaching it. So I did for a few months and I felt better than I felt when I was eating 1 meal every 48 hours. And, I can bear witness that I did not have the symptoms of illness at any time. My whole body felt light and my head was clear. I could almost hear insects crawling. Smile. It is not so much what you eat when you begin eating 1 meal every day, or every 2 or 3 days, it is just that you do not eat foods that are against your health. I have described in this book, time and again, that which he pointed out to me. But most poor people like us eat the inexpensive food, because we do not have the money to buy expensive foods that rich millionaires eat. So, he prescribed for us dry navy beans and bread and milk. There are some people asking about eating sardines. They are for us to eat only if we are traveling and cannot get others' foods. But, please do not buy them, unless they are fresh when you can clean them, and not those that are packed already. There are some packed that are clean, but they are a little expensive. They are called Portuguese sardines. There are other herbs that we can eat that are not mentioned here in this book. But please, whenever you decide on eating something that is not mentioned in this book, write me, because there are some on the market that are not good for you and me. Chapter 29 The Death Way. Under the system of this world, the baby is born wrestling with life and death wins this struggle and throws the majority of us into our eternal graves before we reach the age of 50, and the remainder before we reach the short age of 100 years when we should live 500 to 1,000 years. And the weakest one should live at least 100 years. Why is our span of life so short? Because we try to follow and practice the way of the wicked, whose span of life was limited in the beginning of their time of 6,000 years. And, due to their lack of the essence of righteousness and of eternal life, they care not for a long span of life. They desire to shorten the span of life for the aboriginal people, who have no beginning or ending and have done just that because we have not lived the way of their life. What we were and what we are given to eat and drink has shortened our life. The way we live that short term of life from 12 to 30 years is but a fleeting moment of the time we should live. The earth is an old, old earth, and the life that is in it is our life also. It produces us and it takes us back, as dead material to fertilize the life germ that is yet to be made into man. We should live far longer than we have as long as we see where we came from, and that the material that made up our bodies is still alive. But, what has happened to us? We were fed with death at the very beginning, the wrong food and drink, given to us when we were babies by our wicked enemies. Until today, we think that it is a mistake to contemplate living 100 or more years, not to think of 1,000 years. We think that is impossible. But it is no more impossible for us today to live 800 or 900 years than it was for Methuselah, who lived 969 years, each year carrying 12 months like the ones we have today. The Holy Quran teaches us that a year with Allah has always been 12 months. And the civilizations of Earth must count their years according to the time it takes the Earth to rotate around the Sun and get itself into position. That, the astronomers teach us, will give us a more correct way of counting the time. We and our sons and daughters are fed on poisonous foods, milk and water, from the start of life. This way of eating like the beasts soon robs us of life, and we go away within a few years. The baby eats poisonous animals, fowls, and vegetables and drinks milk that is not his milk. It belongs to the cow's baby, goat's baby, and horse's baby. Here the child is reared on animals and cattle's food. This is why we have such a great percentage of delinquency among minors. The child is not fed from his mother's breast. She is too proud of her form. Therefore, she lets the cow and other animals nurse her newborn baby. And the baby cannot have too much love for its mother. It loves the bottle that its food is in, food that his mother robbed from the cow's baby to feed her own baby. When the baby reaches the age of 10, and if it is a male, most of them begin to indulge in drinking alcoholic beverages and using tobacco in one form or another. Alcohol and tobacco, with their poisonous effect upon the male, cut his life down as far as his reproductive organs are concerned. He is unable to produce his own kind. And, nowadays, with dope added to all of the above-mentioned poisonous food and drinks, we can easily say with truth that the people are committing suicide. In a few days, years, they lose sexual desires. Tobacco and whiskey will most certainly destroy it. The flesh of swine and alcoholic drinks will give a false impression of feeling to the victim that you are strong and able to finish the course, but you can't depend on it. Soon, one finds himself needing strength again and again, not to think of how venereal diseases destroy those who indulge in the extremes of life. Let us eat to live, as Allah, God, has taught me. Chapter 30. Do not take birth control pills. It is Allah's, God's, love and my love, as His messenger, to teach you and keep you aware of the tricks the devil devises to trap you into accepting death and not life. As it is written, Allah, God, has come to you to save you from death and not life. As it is written, Allah, God, has come to you to save you from death and destruction by the wicked and to register you in the book of the living, the black nation, with unlimited future. He has declared that we are the true members of the nation of Islam, the righteous, who shall never be removed from the earth by any foe. He even laughs at plans to destroy the nation of righteous. The birth control law the enemy is preparing for you, with the aid of their angels, the blind, deaf and dumb black preachers and ignorant black politicians, is not concerned about your future. The white priest knows what these plans will do for you. They know that Christianity has been exposed to the civilized world as nothing less than bait to enslave the black people of earth, the original people who serve the white race as slaves. He offers you death and a pill for your future generations of children. He tells you what it is going to do to you. But it is like telling a world be suicide. Here is the loaded gun. Put it to your silly head and blow your brains out. Then he stands aside, throws up his arms, and says to the world that he is not responsible for your suicide. This is what you do when you swallow the pills. He knows you are blind, deaf, and dumb. I know you do not know the plans and secrets of your enemies, but Allah and His Messenger have known for a long time, for this was ascertained when we first learned to read the history of Pharaoh, who sought to destroy the future of Israel through the midwives. We know that this, too, is aimed at you in these last days. We know by the words of the Holy Quran on this attempt to destroy your newborn babies, to destroy the very seed of you. You also are warned against birth control law. They say you are not able to provide for the many children with which Allah, God, is blessing you. They say you should be willing to stop giving birth to children they will have to feed. Who is responsible? Is it not the slave master's and his children's fault that you are not able to care for your family? It is theirs, not yours. Why don't they divide the country with you, give you a few of these United States, and let you raise all the children you want so you can provide a proper living for them? But, no. He would rather you were dead than to see you living free of his authority and power to enslave and murder you at will. You are aware of this, but yet you are a fool. You do not understand that they are after your life and you are seeking death by following and agreeing with them to destroy you and your nation. The earth belongs to the black nation, and its people will rule it in the near future. God never gave the whites any of the earth. He only gave them time to live on it, time to make fools of you and me. However, that time was limited, and I now can say in truth, that time is up. I will defend the interest and life of my people, even at the destruction of my own life, and the lives of those who follow me, for that is why I have been raised among you. It is a disgrace upon us black people of America to permit ourselves and our future generations to be cut off and destroyed by ignorant, foolish, pleasure-seeking girls and women of our own, who do not know what they are doing when they swallow the birth control pill. I repeat, if you accept Allah, God, and follow me, and if you give birth to 100 children, each of you girls and women is considered more blessed and right in the eyes of Allah, God, than those who try to kill the birth seed. Because of the advice of those who hate you and hope that you destroy yourselves, the clergy, the priests and elders is united to help deceive you. The Catholic religion is our greatest enemy today. It seeks to woo you into its net where your future will be hopeless in the hereafter. This old scheme of attempting to destroy the so-called Negro when the day of his salvation comes to him from God has long been known by us and Allah, God. The nation of righteous is fully prepared to meet it. Jehovah thwarted Pharaoh's wicked plan to prosper through destroying the future of Israel. Pharaoh was afraid of Israel's population, who was populating Egypt faster than the Egyptians. However, he did not want the Israelites to leave Israel. He decided to kill off the male children, which would have stopped Israel from increasing her nation. The birth control laws employed by the white race were used by his father, Jacob. It is no new thing today. He does not teach you this, nor does he teach you the sciences of modern warfare or chemistry. Of course, we do not care to learn any more about warfare, for it is the purpose of God to erase war from the human family. He now plans to destroy those who delight in making war against humanity. Who said the white man had to carry us forever? Who gave him the right to cut our birth rate so that he could take care of a small number of us? Who is willing to swallow the pill? The 2 million so-called Negroes can be placed in Africa or Asia. The country is so large, they would not know they were there. Or they could be put on island in the Pacific. But he wants to exterminate all of them with the pills so that he and his people can have free reign of the earth. But he should have reckoned with Allah, God, who has come for the purpose of saving the poor, black man from their wicked plans. The Negro has been a group of people held in the hands of the white man for 400 years, and yet, today, he is like a lazy horse or dog who does not want to leave his master because of fear and has taken all kinds of abuse in order to get a little food or whatever the master has to give. It is a shame. It is not because of lack of education, but because he holds the offer of Allah, God, in mockery. But this pill is a bold offer of death, openly made, inviting the Indians and so-called Negroes to accept death and also the people they have under their power in the Pacific Islands. It is accepting extermination through a harmless-looking pill designed to take away the future birth of our nation. Think well, you white Christian lovers. You sign up to be swallowed up. Israel was taken into a country where she could do all of the populating she wanted to without the interference of Pharaoh. Allah, God, had Pharaoh drown in the Red Sea, and the white race is going to be thrown into a lake of fire for its plans against the so-called Negro. I shall always rise to your defense against such an artful, wicked race of people who has nothing in mind but death for the black man, its scheme covered with a semi-bait of good. Once you have swallowed the birth control pill, it is death. Chapter 31 Food and Health. I have said to eat no peas. At that time, I did not think about what we call sweet peas, which grow into pods. They can be eaten, but not field peas. I had reference to field peas, such as black-eyed peas, brown, yellow, and black peas. There are some black field peas. We all know that food and health keep us here, and the same makes us sick and takes us away if we do not make a practice of eating the right food and drinks that will not make us sick and cause an early death. The way that Almighty God Allah, in person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, has taught us, makes sense. When we get used to eating one meal a day, or every 24 hours, we start eating once every 2 days, which will give to you and me better results than eating one meal a day. Even eating one meal a day and eating the right kind of food and having a pure drink will bring us health and prolonged life of which we would not even dream. You will not be sick if you eat correctly. And let what you drink be pure, that which will not harm the body. Again, you will agree with me that we Americans are a very gluttonous people and that we prepare our own sick bed, hospital bills, and undertaker bills with what we eat and what we drink. And besides this comes a sick mind, and after a sick mind comes death. You just try eating and drinking and living at peace with yourself and others, and you will write me and tell me that these words are true. As for the swine, hog, he is well known to be an animal that we should not take for food, because he puts an almost incurable disease in those who eat his flesh. Chapter 32 Foods to Avoid. We should not be asking questions about what kind of foods to eat as much as we should be trying to eat one meal a day. This is where good health and the prolongation of life come from. Good health and the prolongation of life come from abstaining from filling our stomachs too frequently with food of any kind, good or bad. Of this I can assure you from self-experience. If we keep food going into our stomachs only once every 24 hours or 48 hours, and do not get the foolish idea that this cannot be done, then we can train our stomachs to eat once a week, and our stomachs will not call for food more than once a week. This has been tried. If we could eat one meal a week, we could live as long as Methuselah. We can get away from eating animal flesh and all kinds of scavenger seafoods. Do not eat large fish that weigh over 50 pounds such as canned tuna. Sometimes this canned tuna comes from a fish that weighs nearly 1,000 pounds or more. Do not eat halibut, catfish, or carp. There is a cheap fish called buffalo, white buffalo, that you can eat. But do not eat any stale fish if you can help it. Even fish is not very good for us, due to their animal-like instincts in the water. But we eat them, and it is not a sin to eat them, edible fish. Many of the bass fish that are found in lakes, rivers, and running stream water are good to eat. White fish, channel trout, which is better, river trout and most perch are good to eat. You may eat fish that weigh from 1.5 to 4 or 5 pounds. We were reared on the animal flesh that was the divinely prohibited flesh, the hog. We must not eat or put our hands on the carcass of the hog, or sit around a place where it is being slaughtered or cooked. We should not even get the odor of it in our nostrils. It is a sin to deliberately stand and smell it being slaughtered or cooked. The devil did this harm to you and me and to the people all over the earth. Of course, we cannot blame him for doing this, because he was not created to do righteousness anyway. Do not think hard of them for anything they do or teach you to do, because they are just doing their job. Nature has made them to be as they are. I pray Allah that He will remove them from the planet Earth, so they will not deceive and misguide people from the right way. Eat only one meal a day and do not take food between meals, unless you are sick. A person that is sick and weak is excluded from the above said time of eating. Remember, do not eat those ugly horse beans that you have been eating, lima beans, field peas, etc. Eat only small navy beans. They are white and pink in color. There are also large beans of the same color, but do not eat the great big beans, eat the small ones. Cook them thoroughly. Feed them to your children. Do not eat freshly baked cakes. Give them a day to dry out after baking. Do not ever hurry bread to bake, because it is better for us if it has been baked twice. Stay away from eating fried foods. Do not make a habit of filling your stomach with aged cheese. Eat cream cheese as much as possible, it is better for your digestive system. Stay away from eating all meat and vegetables that are canned in metal cans as much as possible. Sometimes we are forced to eat them because we do not have any other. Try to get your food canned in jars, or while the food is in season, buy it and can it in glass jars yourself. If you eat a vegetable meal, try to get fresh vegetables, if you can purchase them from a market. Remember to eat one meal a day, regardless to your type of work. You can live on one meal a day. This will help keep your doctor away from your door. Of course, eating one meal every 2 days or 3 days is even better, but you are not going to apply yourself to eating once every 2 or 3 days, so try and eat only one meal every 24 hours. Make a habit of this and you will feel better and have fewer ailments. Chapter 33 The Safest Way to Eat. The safest way of all to eat is to stop eating so often, 3 meals a day and meals between those 3 meals. In the past, our appetites were as the appetites of swine. The swine has no certain time to eat. It will eat until it is sick and has to lie down, but as soon as it finds a vacancy in its stomach, it eats more food. It doesn't matter what kind of food it may be, the swine eats anything. The swine's life is very short, because it comes here eating itself to death, and death soon takes it away. We eat too much and too often, and we eat the wrong food, poisonous foods. Most of our drinks are poisonous. Allah has blessed America with the best of foods and with good water that is plentiful. America has been blessed with everything that she could desire, but after all of these blessings, she is ungrateful and turns good things into bad, and wages a war against the God of good and his people. After telling the slaves they were free, America kept them here in order to prey upon them. Now today, many of the slaves wish to be free of America, but her reply by her actions to our wanting to be free is no. And America continues to give the so-called Negroes the same bad food and drink that her, America's, fathers did in the days of slavery. America's markets are loaded with swine, and loaded with vegetables and fruits which are preserved and made to look beautiful by having poisonous chemicals poured upon them. There are thousands, and hundreds of thousands of herds of cattle and sheep, and there are hundreds of thousands of fowls. Yet, Americans decorate their tables with the divinely prohibited flesh, the swine, and represent themselves as being the true Christian followers of Jesus. Americans have poisonous whiskey and wine by the barrels and vats all over the country, yet when this does not make them intoxicated, drunk, and crazy enough, they resort to drugs, the poisonous weeds. Now today, Allah threatens America with all kinds of plagues, not one kind, but many kinds. Allah withholds the rains from her wheat fields, sends terrific cold and snow upon her fertile breadbasket areas, kills her cattle, livestock and fowls, and kills her fish that are inland in ponds and rivers, with droughts. All of these plagues are falling upon America because she is against God's giving freedom, justice, and equality to the so-called Negroes, whose labor she has had for 400 years. Because of America's having broken the divine law which prohibits eating swine flesh, and because of her having fed this forbidden meat to her slaves and to other nations of the earth, Allah, God, is now taking his blessings away from her. Chapter 34 The Poisonous Animal Eater. God, in the Bible, through his prophets, has condemned the eating of the poisonous animal, swine. Leviticus 11 verses 7-8 And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven-footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch, they are unclean to you. The dietary law given to Israel by Moses is true today. Israel was given the proper food to eat Jehovah approved for them, and that which was forbidden to eat we should not eat today. The Christians have said that since Jesus the swine is good to eat, because Jesus made it good in his teachings. But this is all false and a shield for the Christians eating the divinely prohibited flesh of the filthy swine. They even teach you that he has a poison in his flesh. They call it the trichina worm, that is only revealed under a microscope. High school children have microscope sets to see this worm in the flesh of swine. But yet they eat it. Why? Because their teacher eats it, and their teacher was the slave master and his children. The white race teaches that we should obey the law of God, but they themselves disobey. And they want you to disobey the law of God. Why? Because they are the devil opponents of righteousness and all the right laws given from the author of righteousness. They want you and me to disobey Allah's laws, so that we will come under the curse and destruction of Almighty God, Allah, as they know they are doomed, and they hope that you and I will suffer the same. Through the eye of the microscope, we see this poisonous worm that will creep in our own flesh if we eat the poisonous animal, swine, hog, or whatever you may call him. The nature of the hog is to eat and thrive on anything edible filth, or clean food. But, clean food will not remove the porkworm, trichina. The worm travels from our mouth into our stomach, from our stomach into the walls of the intestines, from the walls of the intestines, he weaves his way into the muscles of our body, from there, into the spinal cord and up to our soft gray matter, brain. He is there to stay, until the preacher says from dust we came, and to dust we returneth. The hog or swine causes many ailments of various symptoms, names, mentioned. Medical scientists know what has caused these symptoms that we are troubled with. The medical scientists know that the hog is unfit for our consumption. Medical scientists also know that the swine will shorten our lives. But medical scientists also know that they can get rich from the effect of the swine in our bodies, as the hog raiser can get rich by selling 100 or 200 pounds of poison that will take us away gradually. It does not take us away quickly, but gradually. The porkworm will finally bring you and me to our grave. Not to think of eating the swine, Leviticus mentions in the 8th verse that we shall not even touch the carcass of the swine. But we are not only touching the carcass, we are eating the carcass. Isaiah 66 verse 17 condemns the people who think it is all right to eat the swine, just because white people eat it, and they think they can be holy in the presence of God, or in religion they call Christianity, which they received and have been taught is a God-verified religion. This is wrong. God never verified Christianity as being his religion. If he did, he changed his mind when he taught the prophets to submit to him. His religion is entire submission to him. The Arabic word for this is Islam, which means to submit. There are so many little new groups that call themselves sanctified, holy, Jesusified, Christified, and Godified. Such people should read this chapter, Isaiah 66 verses 17 to 18. They that sanctify themselves, and purify themselves in the gardens behind one in the midst, the one in the midst is the preacher, inviting them to disobey the law of God, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. Death is for you who eat the swine. God will not accept swine eaters as his people, after knowledge that the swine is a divinely prohibited flesh. The hog, swine, God has taught me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, was made from the grafting of cat and dog. The rat is mentioned in the above quoted verse of Isaiah, but the cat and dog are not mentioned. The white theologians knew that if they had given the names of these two animals, the cat and the dog, you would have probably not accepted the hog. But, who is better knowing than Allah? The hog was made, Allah taught me, for medical purposes, to cure the white man's many diseases, since he had been grafted out of the black man, and he attracted germs and diseases easily that were possibly incurable. At that time, the Arab medical scientists did not have anything that would kill most, or probably all, of his diseases, so they made a medicine for him that is the hog. The hog contains, Allah said to me, 999 poisonous germs. This is what makes up the hog. And the Christian will look at you, with a Bible at home and in his pocket, and say, if you do not eat it, what is wrong with the hog? They will even ask you what is wrong with strong alcoholic drinks, whiskey, beer, and wine. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have been reared and taught by an enemy of God, the real devil in person, the white race. Therefore, we are before God, today, with the sin of the white man, which he offers to forgive us for, if we now will accept the truth and will walk and practice righteousness, and the path of the righteous. In the 17th verse the swine is called the abomination, this means hated. It is true that all good Muslims hate a swine. Some places, in the dominant areas of Islam, you will be killed if you carry any swine among them. See Isaiah 66 verse 18, for I know their works and their thoughts, it shall come, that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come, and see my glory. The glory means the right way that he will teach the people in the last days, that he will approve of our doing what he gives to us in the resurrection. He knows your works that ignore his law of righteousness, given to his prophets of old, and your self-centered thoughts, or your thinking that you can deceive others, while breaking the law of God, into thinking you are right in eating the swine. But he has promised death to you in the 17th verse. He will consume such people altogether. We must remember that these warnings given in the 17th and 18th verses of Isaiah are referring to the general resurrection and the accountability of our actions and disobedience to the law of God, because the 18th verse say, "It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues." This is also prophesied in Matthew 25 verse 32, "And before him shall be gathered all nations." Since the white race is more guilty than anyone else of breaking the law of Allah, God, he threatens with chastisement and total destruction. We may quote Isaiah 65 verse 15. It reads like this, and ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for the Lord God shall slay thee, the disobedient white race, and call his servants by another name. Here we are warned that God will not accept us in the name of the white race, because he has another name that he will call us by, and he mentions this throughout Isaiah and the New Testament. We must have a name of God, and not the name of an enemy of God. Isaiah 56 verses 1-5, I am sought of them that asked not for, the lost found members of the black nation are the ones who never sought after Allah, because they did not know how. The enemy did not teach them how to seek Allah, since they did not obey Allah themselves. I am found to them, lost found black people so-called Negro, that sought me not. I said, behold me, unto a nation that was not called by my name. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in a way that was not good. This is referring to Israel, to whom God sent prophet after prophet, to guide them into the right way, who rebelled against right guidance and then made a religion called Christianity, after their way of thinking, and put the name of Jesus on that religion to make us drink down the falsity they added to Jesus' teachings, after their own thoughts. A people that provoketh me to anger continually to my face, that sacrificeth in gardens, and burneth incense upon altars of brick. They barbecue the hog upon bricks, and call it their barbecue stand, which remain among the graves. The graves mean their homes, which eat swine's flesh, and broth of the abominable things is in their vessels. This is referring to hog or swine in their vessels, which say, stand by thyself. This is referring to the Muslims. When it says stand by thyself, come not mean only Israel or the white race. But the white race has made the so-called Negro follow his religion, say the same, and especially those who claim sanctification in Christianity. These are a smoke, the offensive smell of the cooking of swine flesh, a fire that burneth all the day. The Christian is cooking the flesh of the swine all day long, and the Muslims, and the obedient servant of Allah, God, smell this flesh, prohibited by God, which is a stink to their nostrils, being cooked. They feel they are guilty of being partakers of the cooking and eating of the swine flesh, by smelling the poisonous odor. Keep away from the filthy swine. Do as Allah, God, bids you. Do not eat its flesh or touch its carcass. Chapter 35 Beautiful Appearance and Long Life. Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, came to give us a spiritual life which would automatically give us a physical life of himself, the life of the righteous, which we lost by following other than righteous guides. We cannot be successful in making the progress of a spiritual life unless we have the guidance for the physical life. This guidance comes to us through laws, rules, and regulations of our physical life. We must make this teaching of eating once a day binding upon us, as a law, in order to get any good from it, as Allah, God, desires. The purpose of these dietary laws and the time that we should partake of food is to lengthen our lives, by ridding us of the greedy desire to eat 3 times a day and between meals if we are offered food. The main purpose of this teaching, how to eat to live, is to prolong our lives. Beauty appearance is destroyed in us, not just our facial appearance, but the most beautiful appearance about us, our characteristics, the way we act and practice our way of life. We achieve one of the greatest beauties when we achieve the spiritual beauty and characteristics through practicing them. We achieve the spiritual beauty through practicing or carrying into practice the spiritual laws. We know that we have been made ugly by our enemies' rearing of our parents. We know that many of our people throughout the earth have been made ugly by not practicing culture that would beautify them. But we are blessed that God, Himself, has visited us to guide us in His way. What people on the earth has God visited in person today, other than you and me here in America? The wisdom that He teaches us is the wisdom of God and of the gods. It is supreme wisdom, because it is above and far ahead of what we have ever heard and what we see practiced by others today. Should we not obey that which is good for us, when we are members of the nation of good? Why should we not practice that which is good for us? It has come to us, and Allah, God, has said that it is ourselves that He is giving to us. Should we not accept the good for ourselves, instead of accepting evil and disobedience to the law of goodness, when the Bible verifies this truth? Why should you and I not accept such good teaching and practice it? It will do away with sickness and keep death standing outside our doors for a long time, for many years. Think over Methuselah and Noah, who kept death standing outside of the door for nearly 1,000 years. Now we cannot stay here 1 century, which is 1/10 of that time. We invite death inside the door, instead of obeying a law of God that will keep it outside for a long time. Eat 1 meal a day. Stay away from the hog, of which 10 ounces takes away from you. God has said, 3/100% of the beauty appearance. This civilization has 1,001 things for you to eat. It is not necessary for you to go around trying to eat everything people say to eat to have good health. But, what you eat, let it be good, and do not eat yourself to death at that 1 meal a day. This book has described to you good, common food. You do not have to be rich to purchase it. And I would not like you to follow the Bible in Genesis, where Adam is told to go and eat of all the herbs of the earth. There are some poisonous herbs that would have killed Adam. This is a mistake that the theologians put in the Bible. You cannot eat all herbs, some of them will kill you. But, eat the best of herbs that God approves for you and me, and do not think He approved of Adam eating all the herbs of the earth. Chapter 36, Divinely Prohibited Flesh. Good health can be enjoyed by obeying the teachings of God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, that is, by eating 1 meal every 24 hours, 1 meal a day. It is not so much eating various kinds of food as it is not eating food any kind too often. Of course, we know the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine is totally forbidden not only to eat, but we are even forbidden touch or handle the swine. It is punishable under the law of God to eat the swine. Many of the readers may think that it is all right with God for them to do as they please about His laws, but we are punished for willfully disobeying the laws of God, regardless of how small or how great the offense may be. The Christians have been eating the swine for 4,000 years. Now, their punishment is total destruction by fire. The white race was not made to obey the divine law. They were made to oppose it, therefore following after them and doing what they do will lead you to hell. It is no excuse for you. The average so-called Negro thinks it is all right for him to be evil too, but we are two different peoples. The so-called American Negro is a divine member lost from the divine circle, while the slave master, who has been his teacher, is an enemy to God, by nature. This is why the Bible teaches you that hell was created for them the day they were made. So, do not practice the evil things that the white race is doing, as you are following them now. If they pull off their clothes, you will pull off yours. Do you think you have an option to ignore divine law, while you do not? A doom is set for the whole race of them, and you will share their doom with them if you continue to eat and drink intoxicating drinks just because you see them doing such things and going nude in public, women with dresses above their knees and men wearing just trunks in public. You are following one of the most filthy things that even an animal could follow, by doing such things. White people do this to tempt you to do the same so that you can share hellfire with them. Eat 1 meal a day and eat good food as has been prescribed for you in this book. Chapter 37, Poisonous Food and Water. If what we eat and drink keeps us alive, then we must be careful of what we eat and drink, because the same that keeps us alive can bring death to our life, as there are so many of us who do not know the kind of food and drink that we should eat and drink for long life. Living under the guidance of the enemy of right and the God of the unrighteous is a very dangerous position to be in. This is just the position you and I, the poor, righteous so-called Negroes, lost-found members of the aboriginal black nation, are living in. Poisonous food and water. We are now eating and drinking sometimes too much poison to kill poison that is in our food and drinks. And, maybe it is the wrong poison for us human beings, whether it is in food or in drinks. Take, for instance, the use of fluoride, chloride, and sodium, which if not used correctly can destroy our entire life. Maybe it is best to find something else that will clear our water without killing both us and the poison in our food and water. The scientists should not advocate the use of such poisonous chemicals as fluoride, chloride, and sodium, which may have a bad effect on our brains and our human reproductive organs. The scientist that uses such poison on human beings wants to either minimize the birth rates or cause the extinction of a people. DDT, which is sprayed on food while it is growing up from the earth, is also a poison that should not be put into the human body, regardless of the desire to kill insects, that loves to dine on the same food on which we dine. The poison may not take instant effect on us, as it does the insects, but it can, over the long years, help shorten the span of our lives. We live in a world commercializing on everything where money is involved, and this has speeded production of everything but human lives, in order to fill the demand of the people. This has caused many scientists to overlook the dangerous effects that such fast production has on the health of the people. Therefore, the only way out for us, the poor lost found, is to seek refuge and guidance in Allah for our protection from evil plannings and doings of Satan. Allah, God, has pointed out to us in both the Bible and the Holy Quran that right foods for us to eat, and He has pointed out the poisonous food and drinks. Follow His guidance or suffer the consequences. Do not eat the swine, do not even touch it. Just stop eating the swine flesh and your life will be expanded. Stay off that grandmother's old-fashioned cornbread and black-eyed peas, and those quick 15-minute biscuits made with baking powder. Put yeast in your bread and let it sour and rise and then bake it. Eat and drink to live, not to die. Chapter 38. Bad food causes us to look old. The number one thing you should not eat is the hog, swine. You should also not eat field peas, lima beans, soybeans, bad stale beef, rotten beef, frozen stale turkey and chicken. Some of the turkey has been in cold storage so long that when it is thawed, it begins to disintegrate. Try eating fresh food and do not eat stale, rotten food that will destroy your health, keeping the doctor around your home trying to administer drugs for the poison you have eaten, which you could have avoided and take you to your grave very quickly. There is also bad, stale fish for sale, all but rotten, that some of you buy and eat. Do not eat such rotten food if you want to live long. If you want to live a short life, that is up to you. Eating bad food will soon shorten your life. Do not eat canned meats, if you can help it, or canned beans, if you can buy fresh ones. Do not eat any canned goods, if you can find fresh food. Most of us can purchase fresh food from the market. Some of you buy meats from the Jewish stores, and some of you believe that all the Jewish people are religious Orthodox Jews and will not eat or sell bad meats, but you are wrong. There are Christian Jews who will eat everything and drink almost everything. The merchandise of these Jews must be shunned if you desire to live. We use the name Orthodox to refer to religious Jews who want to follow the law of Moses, their prophet, and who want to eat the food that he prescribed for them. The Holy Quran teaches us that their food, meaning the food of the religious Jews, is good for us and our food is good for them. That is true, so long as both of us are eating the food that Allah prescribes. Do not hasten the cooking of your food, not even your bread. Bread should be baked slowly, so that it will bake thoroughly. Do not eat freshly baked bread, let it be at least a day or two old. There is no such thing as stale bread. When the bread is a day or two old, it is better for our stomachs. Eat the kind of vegetables that are prescribed for you in this book, and do not eat nuts of any kind. They are not good for us. They are too hard on our digestive systems. Bad food causes us to look old. The skin of those who eat such bad foods is tight and drawn. All the foods mentioned above are bad for our appearance. The pig. The hog takes away the beautiful appearance of people and takes away their shyness. The people who eat the hog have no shyness because they eat the hog. Nature did not give the hog any shyness. God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, taught me that the scientists have found that the hog carries 999 poisonous germs in it, and they are not 100% poison, but nearly 1000% poison. The swine takes away our life gradually and creates worms in our bodies. The worms eat away our digestive tracts and cause bad thinking, because once they get into the spinal cord, they make their way to the brain, and there they begin to affect the way of thinking, until they have eaten your life away. They are parasitic worms, referred to as pork or trichina worms. They cannot be seen by the naked eye, only under a microscope. They destroy 0.03% of the beauty appearance of the eater, besides giving him fever, chills, and headaches. Hay fever is also common among swine eaters. The poisonous drinks. To drink whiskey, beer and wine when they have a high alcoholic content is against your and my health. These drinks have a tendency to be habit-forming. When we become habitual drinkers, we are destroying our lives. If you want to live, you should not drink such beverages. You should not even drink a lot of soda pop. Some intelligent people will not drink one bottle of soda pop. There are many bad drinks. Some water is poisonous for us to drink. There is water even in Chicago that is not good for our health. It is not pure enough. Water should be at least 99% pure in order for it to be good for humans to drink. Tobacco. If you want to live, stop smoking and chewing the poisonous weed, tobacco. Some of us are foolish enough to refer to our parents who chewed it and were 75 to 80 years old. That does not mean it was not harming them. Any medical scientist will tell you that the tobacco weed is a very poisonous weed. The poison it contains is called nicotine. The full extent of the poisonous nicotine has not yet been known to scientists. Nicotine produces a tar-like substance wherever it is used on the lips, fingers, and in the mouth all the way down to the lungs. Manufacturers are trying to put something like a filter on cigarettes that will keep the nicotine from going into your mouth, but this will not prevent you from getting some of it into your body. Tobacco is a weed that should not be used. The poison which tobacco contains is what pacifies the smoker, who thinks he is feeling fine. Due to your habit of using the tobacco, you think it is giving you a sort of pacification, just like other drugs which make a patient feel that his nerves are better from the use of them. Since Allah revealed this to us, the medical scientists and the government of America now acknowledge and admit some of the harm tobacco causes. You will find that the scientists and the government will admit most of the truth that Allah has revealed to us. They warn the users of tobacco that it is poisonous and that it creates lung cancer in tobacco users. Tobacco and alcoholic beverages also affect the organs of reproduction of young men. You should never use tobacco, whiskey, beer, or wine. They ruin the reproductive organs and waste away the manpower. Tobacco and alcoholic beverages also have this destructive effect upon the reproductive organs of women. Chapter 39 Little Pure Food on Market. There is no way we can ever enjoy good health unless we obey the teacher of health, who advises us the proper way to eat. No people has ever been as fortunate as the lost and found members of the black nation, so-called Negroes, to receive guidance of life from God Himself, present among them the God who will bring about a total change of civilizations of this world, who has the histories of how people practice a way of life for themselves back into the hundreds of thousands, millions, and billions of years. Should he not know the best way to eat to live? The devil is a race of people for experimental purposes, whose way of life the people of the God of truth, justice, and righteousness did not intend to follow, but have followed for a short time. Remember, our success is obedience to the will of the God of truth, justice, and righteousness, as we have been obedient to the devil in following and practicing other than truth, justice, and righteousness. What we eat, I will repeat, keeps us here and takes us away. This is God's teaching to me, and it is so logical that there are no questions. This race of people experiments on everything other than good. This includes what they grow and prepare for us to eat. There is very little pure food on the market today. And there will not be any pure food on the market tomorrow, if they prepare it for you, because they are experimenting on your life to see what can take you away and what they can keep you here with for a certain length of time. Our lives are limited by what we eat that this race of people, meaning white devils, prepares for us. The earth brings forth good food the natural way, but the food is poisoned by other ways. The fertilization process they use and the preservatives are all poisonous. They know in their limited time of 6,000 years to rule that they are experimenting on themselves and us, too. Even the very earth is poisoned where they are experimenting on growing food for their markets, because it is the almighty dollar they seek and not the almighty health and long life for you and me. Good will help the enemy devil, but since by nature they are not made of good, they cannot prosper under that which they do not practice. Eat one meal a day and get the best you can out of what is before you. The most important thing of health which prolongs life is accomplished by not eating poisoned food, which shortens our lives and brings disease into the body. This is accomplished, secondly, by not feeding the stomach too often. All the white race, referred to as the Christian European race, eats too often. From 2 to 4 or 5 times a day, they are feeding their stomachs with some type of food. They even eat sandwiches between regular meals, or as they call it, they have brunches and lunches between their regular meals. The stomach begins to be stuffed with various kinds of foods, and more foods, from the time they awake in the morning until they are asleep at midnight or later. They even eat late at night and early in the morning, if they awake, although they have already eaten 2 or 3 heavy meals the previous day. Their stomachs are continually churning and trying to digest a combination of meals. Then, in addition to eating frequently, they eat nuts of various kinds and candies full of nuts, which the stomach is unable to digest without harming its delicate digestive tract. Trying to digest these various poisonous foods forces the stomach to empty all of its digestive juices, thus causing it to wear out early from hard work. The loss of our stomachs can cause the loss of our lives. There is a limit to the amount of digestive juice that starts flowing when our food enters our mouths and continues until it is in the large colon of our body. Some of the foolish people, when they hear of eating once a day, laugh in fun and scorn and say they cannot live like that. You most certainly cannot live long eating 3 and 4 meals a day, and stuffing your body with hog, tough beef, lamb and veal or any meats. By nature, the human body was not made to digest meats. Meat causes a great shortening of our lives. We all eat meat. I eat meat also, but it certainly is not good for us. I do not, however, eat pig. We should not eat any kind of bird. When it actually comes to the best diet for our bodies, no kind of bird should be included except the baby pigeon, called squab, which eats its food from its mother's mouth after it has been chewed by the mother. Allah, God, has taught me that as soon as the squab is weaned from its mother and starts eating its own food, we are not to eat it. No grown pigeons or other birds, not even chickens, are good to eat. Of course, a lot of chickens are raised for the market on corn, oats, and other various types of food, because such food quickly fattens the fowl. When they are raised in the above-mentioned manner, the chickens do not have a chance to eat poisonous food, such as worms, bugs, and filth, which they will do by nature. They will eat anything the hog and the buzzard will eat, if allowed the freedom to do so. We are, by nature, vegetable and fruit-eating people. Bread is also for us to eat. Eat good bread and good fresh vegetables and fruits. Although all of us are not able to eat the right foods, I warn you to stay away from the pig, and I warn you not to eat more than 1 meal a day. Allah, God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, has taught me that we are to wait until we are very hungry before we eat. And, after we eat, we are to wait until we are very hungry before we eat again. 95% of our sickness comes from eating before we are hungry. Frequent eating puts our stomach to work before it calls for food. Let us eat 1 meal a day or 1 meal every 2 days, as Allah, God, has appointed for us. Chapter 40, God of Right, prescribes best foods. We must remember the God of this world, the devil, cannot be taken as a guide for health and life, because he is not such a guide. We must remember the biblical prophecy of a God coming to us, whose aim and purpose is to teach the way of life and the prolongation of life, accomplishing these things through the food that we eat, both physically and mentally, and the set times this food should be taken. The Bible prophesies of his great work of giving to us longer life and the eternal happiness of life without being troubled with the enemy of life and the enemy's effect on life. The God of this world, the devil, had to try to build a world and teach the people something different from what they had been accustomed to. This is why you see so much change in the way of good to the way of evil. We must bear in mind that the God of this world was made of the essence of weakness, taught wickedness, and trained by a wicked-minded God to destroy the life of the righteous and to change the natural religion of the righteous, the very nature of the righteous, so they would not follow the right course, but follow the wrong course. He introduced the eating of swine flesh, snakes, reptiles, and all kinds of sea fish that can be considered nothing but scavengers of water, as the hog is a scavenger of the earth. Shrimp, crabs, oysters, catfish, eels, water snakes, and many other species of the water, all types of beans, peas, and nuts were not produced by nature for us to try to use as a diet for our delicate stomachs to digest, not to mention the pig. The enemy of the righteous has gone to the extreme in everything to shorten, waste, and change the way of right. In trying to make a different world and people from the right world of the original people, black people, he made a hell for us all. The foods that the God of righteousness prescribes are the best foods. Let us accept our own, the ways of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, has taught us. We cannot charge the white man with his way of life, and we follow it. If the white man eats poisonous foods and eats 3 or 4 times a day, that is his business. We have now learned to distinguish the poisonous food from the non-poisonous. Why should we eat poisonous food? We have learned that eating too often causes us to suffer. So, why should we do so? Eat 1 meal a day or 1 meal every other day, and see how much better you will feel. There are many different kinds of food that the white man has grown and made. Eat the best of the food that will not destroy your health and bring about a short life. Eat 1 meal a day and 1 meal every 2 days and live. Part 1 Guide to Proper Eating. Chapter 1 A Return to Long Life. Eat to live to bring about a return to perfection and long life, like Noah and Methuselah, who lived nearly 1,000 years of our calendar year, containing 365 and a quarter days. Long life is not enjoyed by eating food which will shorten and destroy life. Under this white race of people, we were not taught how to eat to live. They, the white devils, are not here to teach us, the lost and found members of the Aboriginal nation, to live a long life. They were put here to cut short our lives, and for the last 6,000 years they have done so. Eating as beasts eat, holy Auron, all during the day and night, will kill us at an early age. Very few of the white race have regularity about their eating habits. Our stomachs are worn out in a few years, due to the continuation of trying to digest the food that we eat, some being of the type of foods which we should not dare put into our stomachs. Poison drinks along with a mixture of good and poison foods have shortened our lives, on the average of about 63.5 years at the present time. This is a long way from the 600, 800, 900 years of life of our fathers. We are a long way off from the life of the people on Mars, who Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, taught me, lived an average life of the equivalent of 1,200 years of our Earth calendar. This in fact has been the original nation's calendar year since God created the heavens and the earth, so teaches the Holy Quran. If you want a beautiful appearance, eat the proper food and eat 1 meal a day, then eat 1 meal every other day. Your children may be able to eat 2 meals per week. This will put them into centuries as Noah and Methuselah. Chapter 2 How to Keep Food from Hurting Us. I thank Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, for bringing to us life and light so that we may be able to enjoy life, and to enjoy that life longer than we have previously enjoyed it. Many years could be added to our lives if we only knew how to protect our lives from their enemies. As he, meaning Master Fard Muhammad, said to me, food keeps us here, it is essential that we eat food which gives and maintains life. That same food destroys life. Therefore, to keep this food from destroying our lives, we must protect our lives as well as we possibly can from the destruction of food. If we eat the proper food, and eat at the proper time, the food will keep us living a long, long time. Eating 3 and 4 times a day is to your stomach as dripping water is to a stone or iron. The dripping water will eventually wear the stone and iron away. But, just to look at the water, it does not appear powerful enough in its dripping to wear the stone and iron away. It is the same with food, we continuously put it into our stomachs to be digested and eventually it will destroy the stomach. If we let our stomachs rest a while and gain strength, they will last longer in doing a job of digesting food for us. Eat 1 meal a day and eat the food that will not harm you so quickly. You do not have to go into a long detailed knowledge of what foods you have to eat, because the wrong food has already been pointed out to you. Foods such as pig, nuts, white flour, meats, of course, we eat some meats, the wrong kind of peas, the wrong kinds of breads, half-cooked breads, too many starchy foods, and too much sweets. All of these foods destroy us. Bread should be cooked thoroughly and slowly, and if you have plenty of time, cook the bread 2 or 3 times and then eat it. Meat should also be cooked 2 or 3 times. Eating great meals of highly seasoned and sugared pastries is definitely not good for us. They most surely will take years of our lives away. You may eat some sweets, but do not make an entire meal of sweets and eat them every day. Fruit is good for us. We should eat plenty fruits. To live a long time, eat once every 24 hours or once every 48 hours if you are able to do so. But, if you have heavy, manual work to do not try to eat once every 2 or 3 days. And, if you eat once a day, you should fast every month for 2 or 3 days. By doing that, there will be no poison left in the body at the end of a year to make you sick even 1 hour. I would like for you, who try to live and eat just as this book teaches you, to please send me a letter telling me of the results that you have gained from eating like this article teaches you. I repeatedly teach that the way Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, has taught us to eat will do away with many doctor bills and do away with much maiming of the limbs caused by certain diseases. Sugar diabetes can be controlled and cured if you only eat right. Stay off of sugar and starchy foods and leave those old, white potatoes alone. Do not eat spaghetti and macaroni at every meal. If you are overweight, do not eat it at any meal, and if you want to live a long time, do not eat it at any meal. Food such as spaghetti and macaroni is processed, not cooked thoroughly, and is hard to digest. There are some people who claim that they do not receive beneficial results as they should. This is due to wrong mental food that they are eating, which has an effect on their digestive system. To get good results from eating the proper foods, we must have good thoughts. Chapter 3: Lengthen your life. In order to lengthen our lives, we must begin with what we put in us that retains life. Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, comes to prolong the lives of the believers. There is not a shadow of a doubt that He, Allah, has taken the proper steps to give us more life in order to have and enjoy the pleasures of life. He, Allah, said what we eat keeps us here, and the same will take us away. Suppose we ate 1/2 pound of food a day. At the end of 365 days, we would have eaten 182.5 pounds of food per year. But we eat more than this amount. For instance, if we live 50 years, we would eat 50 times this much food, at 1/2 pound of food a day. If we saw 9,000 pounds of raw food piled up before us to consume, we would think that this would be a lot of food to go through our bodies. And we would think that it probably would wear us out to eat that much food in our lifetime, although we eat tons of food in our lifetime. And if this food is not the proper food to eat, it will wear away our body and cut short 70 years of our lives. On the average, our people are living around 62 years. This is a very short life to live on an earth that has been here trillions of years. And yet, the average of us cannot live 100 years under the present system of civilization of wickedness. Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, comes to prolong our lives, not to shorten them, by correcting our eating habits to 1 meal a day instead of 3, and by teaching us to eat the proper foods that will not destroy us or shorten our lives to less than 100 years. His, Allah's, teaching us to eat better food and to cut our eating from 3 and 4 times a day to once a day will certainly prolong our lives and increase our beautiful appearance. A person who eats like an animal, 3 or 4 times a day and all between meals, cannot retain a beautiful appearance. Eating 3 times a day and all between meals removes the body's attractiveness in many ways. We eat meat, but yet meat is not good for us. It becomes a habitual tool. This type of food poisons the blood and goes into the flesh and cannot help but transform and destroy the surface of the flesh. Take, for example, a newborn baby. Many times its beauty lasts for just a short while and then passes away with its growth. Even in our late 20s and early 30s, because of the life that we live and the frequent eating of poisoned food, our beautiful appearance begins to pass from us so rapidly, until by our 40s and 50s it is nearly completely gone. Let us eat 1 meal a day and try getting the best food that we can to eat, vegetables, fruits, pure fresh milk, and pure whole wheat bread that has been cooked slowly, twice. Doing this will help us live longer and retain our beautiful appearance much longer. Do not get into the habit, or if you are already in the habit, stop it, of eating a lot of greasy food. Regardless of whether the grease is from animal flesh or not, our bodies, by nature, are not made to digest and control grease or lots of fat. Thousands of minor ailments disappear from us by eating the proper food and at the proper time, 1 meal a day. He, Allah, teaches us never to eat unless we are hungry. Eating when we are not hungry causes these minor ailments. We are forcing the body to digest food before it is calling for this food. Take the hog and the dog, they do not live very long, because they eat daily and nightly. The present civilization is an enemy to righteousness. Since they were put over us to rule us, they had to find a different way of ruling us other than the good old way of our fathers, who lived several hundreds of years, some nearly 1,000 years. If we met a man today who said he had been on the planet 500 years, we would think that he was lying, because our short lives of less than 100 years lead us to believe that it is false to think that people can live several hundred years. It is all in the food and drink that we put into our bodies that lengthens or shortens our lives. Stay away from poisoned food and drinks, and eat to live. Chapter 4. Live long. What fool is there who does not want to live? Do not even ask a wise person, consult a fool. Even a fool wants to live as long as he can. Well, eat right, 1 meal a day, and be careful what you eat. The wicked are practicing their wicked way of poisoning the righteous in their preparation for food and drink, so be careful what you eat to live. The Christian race has shortened the lives of nations which follow its way of civilization. The so-called American Negroes, the lost and found members of the nation, the black nation, the first and the last, have been used for experimental purposes. They have suffered every evil thing or idea that entered the heart of the slave master and his children. This is going on today, as never before, in a wise and scientific way. Before the white man was made, the black man was known to live approximately 1,000 years. He ate the right food and ate it at the right time. Our stomachs are what we make them. If they call for food every 2 or 3 hours, we make a habit of feeding them every 2 or 3 hours. If we don't make a habit of feeding our stomachs every 2 or 3 hours, they will not call for it. We are the God of our own appetite and what we eat. Remember the prophecy of Jesus, he came to give us life and more life abundantly. He cannot give us more life if we will not protect our life against its enemies. Do not try to eat so many different things. 1 or 2 good things are all right, even just milk and bread, but it has been tampered with. It is hard to get a pure glass of milk. It is hard to get a pure piece of whole wheat bread. Hate tamper with everything, without any just cause. So, do the best you can and eat 1 meal a day. You will live longer. Eat 1 meal once every 24 hours and eat the right food. Get away from eating a lot of greasy foods and eat more vegetables and fruits. Do not eat freshly baked bread or freshly baked cakes. Eat 1 meal a day. Chapter 5. Do not eat forbidden food. The importance of enjoying good health is obeying the teachings of God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises is due forever, and that is eating 1 meal once every 24 hours, 1 meal a day. It is not so much eating various kinds of food as it is not eating food of any kind too often. Of course, we know the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine is totally forbidden not only to eat, but we are even forbidden to touch or handle the swine. It is punishable under the law of God to eat the swine. Many of the readers may think that it is all right with God for them to do as they please about his laws, but we are punished for willfully disobeying the laws of God, regardless how little the offense may be or how great it may be. The Christians have been eating the swine for 4,000 years. Now, their punishment is total destruction by fire. The white race was not made to obey the divine law. They were made to oppose it, therefore following after them and doing what they do is getting you the hell. It is no excuse for you. The average so-called Negro thinks it is all right for him to do evil too. But, we are two different people. The so-called American Negro is a divine member of lost from the divine circle, while the slave martyr who has been his teacher is an enemy to God, by nature. This is why the Bible teaches you that hell was created for them the day they were made. Meat will not prolong our lives, it will cut life short. The white race lives on this type of food, meat, animal flesh. The carnivorous beasts and birds who live off of flesh and eat others have short lives. Vegetables, milk and butter are the right foods to eat when they are pure. But my dear brothers and sisters, do not think that you are getting pure products now from the dairy. Substitutions are added to butter, and much water is added to the milk. So, do not practice the evil things that the white race is doing, as you are following them now. If they pull off their clothes, you will pull off yours. Do not think you have an option of doing divine law, while you do not. A doom is set for the whole race of them, and you will share their doom with them, if you follow eating and drinking intoxicating drinks just because you see them doing such things and going nude in the public, women with dresses above their knees and men wearing just trunks in public. You are following one of the filthiest things that even an animal wouldn't follow, by doing such things. White people do this to tempt you to do the same, so that you can share hellfire with them. Eat one meal a day and eat good food. Chapter 6: Proper Foods, Spiritually and Physically. Eat to live and not to die. The Bible teaches us that God, in the end of the world when He comes, will prolong the people's lives because they have been eating the proper foods, both spiritually and physically. We have to accept it, that is, if we love life and not death. Living less than 100 years is a very short life. People in this world admire one who lives to see 90 years, which is a very short life. Because of the way they live, eat and drink the wrong foods and drinks. They are surprised to see a person live over 70 years. Now they want drugs to give you life. Drugs cannot prolong our lives if we are going to eat and drink the wrong food and drink polluted water. The very water we drink is polluted from filth. We make the water filthy with our own refuse and then turn around calling ourselves cleaning the water to make it fit to drink. This is not because the government is too poor to try and see that its citizens have pure water to drink. It is not because the government is too poor that we have to eat the poor and poisoned foods. They deliberately cause this drink and food to be impure. Just read what they say about the impure water that we drink out of Lake Michigan and other rivers. The government permits the deliberate making of alcoholic drinks which it knows are not good for a person who has no limitation on how much of it he drinks. And it deliberately turns out millions and millions of dollars worth of hogs to put on the market, knowing that the hog is poison and was not made for human consumption. They do that to oppose the right foods, the pure foods that God has given them in abundance. Anytime we break the law of nature, we are doing harm to ourselves. The government condemns smoking, but still permits tobacco to be sold to the public. All of this is due to commercializing on that which produces a short life. Part of the population of the country is being addicted to drugs for the purpose of experimenting with drugs, instead of lengthening the life by what we eat and drink. If we know the best food and the best drink, we should try to get them for ourselves and not charge the government with our own foolish acts, just because the government will not stop the sale of such detrimental food and drink. The government could not sell one drop of whiskey unless we buy it. The foolish buyer is the one to be charged. We have fire, but if we do not use it rightly, it is because of our own foolishness. If you know better, then do better for self. Eat good food once a day. Chapter 7: Abundancy of Life. There are a lot of readers of this book who have many different thoughts and conceptions of this book. The main root of this book is to stop you from eating 2 or 3 times a day, which will prolong your life. It takes several hours for the proteins and the vitamins in the meal we eat today to be digested and distributed throughout our bodies. Allah, through the mouths of the prophets, prophesied that when He comes, He would give us more life and abundancy of life. The book does not teach you how He will extend our lives, how He will make our lives worth living, and how we will rejoice in our lives. Now, He, Allah, has come and He is teaching me to teach you how to live. How to live is to go after that which is essential for us to put in our body as foods which gives life and maintain life in the body. He, Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, has taught me how to teach you the best way to extend our lives, and that is through the right kind of foods and drinks. This does not mean we have to eat every herb of the earth, every cattle of the earth, every bird that flies, every domestic fowl, or every piece of fruit that a fruit tree or vine is bearing, as some people think like that. Just a simple food will keep you and me living a long time, if that simple food is good and we eat it only once a day, once every 24 hours. Some weak people think that they cannot eat once every 24 hours, but our stomach looks to our brain for guidance and looks to our brain to be the boss of what it should take in. The stomach does not think for itself. The brain thinks for the stomach. Allah has given to us and has taught that way of life that is good for us. We can accept it or we can reject it. There are some people who claim that they like the way, but they will go ahead and eat that which is not good for them to eat. Then, they get in trouble and they write me and say that they eat once a day but they are sick. They cannot take it. But, do I not know that they are not eating rightly as I teach them that God taught me and that they are not going through 24 hours, eating only one meal? Do they not know that I know they are not carrying out the instructions as they should? If you get sick, go and fast for 3 days. This helps kill the poison in your stomach that came from what you ate. Once every year, we have accumulated enough poison from eating one meal a day to make us sick one day. I say again, our stomach is not the boss. The brain is the boss. Eat one meal a day and eat good food and do not eat divinely prohibited food. This is the word of Allah and His teachings to prolong our lives. Chapter 8 Experience the venturing from right food. The very words, how to eat to live, is one of the great values and words for us. In these words, we see and we are learning that what we put in us as food, at what time we eat that food, and what type of food we eat, is the key to our life and death. We can use these words, how to eat to live, to spell how we destroy ourselves. We must look at these words and teachings of how to eat to live in a more serious way. This is why we suffer so much sickness and death. It is because we do not take how to eat to live in a more serious way. There is no common sickness that cannot be healed by proper eating of the right foods. I, myself, know, having experience of both the right kind of foods and the wrong kind of foods. Allah, God, has taught me and I tried everything first, myself. I am a self-experienced man and an example of what Allah, God, taught me. I went for years without eating but one meal a day, and years with eating one meal every 3 days. So, I know these teachings of Allah, God, are true. Here of late, I have suffered many pains from venturing away from eating the way Allah, God, taught me. It caused me discomfort, pains, and minor sickness. I deliberately did this, in some instances, so that I will know what happens when you are not following the teachings. So, as it is written, in all their afflictions, he was afflicted, meaning the messenger of God. Eating the proper food once a day will keep you free of sickness for a long time, probably for years. This, I know by self-experience. By eating 2 or 3 meals a day, you are inviting some days of discomfort and illness to yourself, and by eating food that does not belong to the body that it is going into, you are making trouble for the body to digest such foods and drinks. We suffer with many ailments in our bodies due to the fact that we are pouring into it food that should not be put in that body, which is the finest nature-built machinery on earth, and due to the fact that we are not waiting until the strength or power of the poison in the previous meal becomes weak, so that it will be harmless when the strength of a new meal is added. But 24 to 48 hours will destroy the poison from the previous meal and make it harmless. Eat when you have exhausted the previous meal, Allah, God, taught me, then fill up and go until this is exhausted, and then eat another meal. It is logical. As I keep repeating, we dig our own graves, and I may add here that we bring about our own death with our teeth. Sugar diabetes can be controlled by eating the proper food in such a way that you will never know that you ever had it and you will never see any sign of it. But, you must not continue to pour in the body power and strength of sugar from your meals that add to the sugar spilling over in your body. Naturally, it is going to reach out for something or it is going to flood itself after putting too much sugar and starch in the body. But, some of us are so built upon eating what we want that we just cannot abstain from eating these starches and sweet foods. These things are nothing but friends to the sugar diabetic condition. Stay away from it and you will live longer, for diabetes is an evil enemy. It is an enemy to both the flesh and bones of the body. If you will stop eating foods such as sugar and starchy foods, I know you will do better. I have been self-experienced in everything, and I have been a victim of everything that you are a victim of, except cancer. I do not think that I have cancer, but as I mentioned in this book before, the last messenger is not immune to the sickness and complaints of the common people. He is also to suffer, but yet, as the book says, the pleasure of the Lord is with him, and that in his own good time, he will heal all of us. So, this is the way Allah, God, has taught me, to heal our sickness and prolong our lives with one meal a day. And, whenever those of you who work in offices and do light work are able, you can eat one meal every 48 hours, which would give you more days to your life. Do not say, I am already so old that I do not have much longer to live anyway. That is true, but if you want to add a few more days to this already distant age you have, you can add to your life by stopping right now from plunging into the grave, and you could add more days to your life. Part 2: Times of Eating and Fasting. Chapter 9: The Benefits of Eating Once a Day. Many of my followers write and tell me of the benefit they are receiving from eating one meal a day or one meal every other day. This will produce good results and lengthen our lives. But children should not be forced to fast or to eat once a day or once every other day. Children and babies should eat at least twice a day. If you are now eating 3 meals a day and you would like to eat one meal every other day, you should not all of a sudden change from 3 meals a day, every day, to 1 meal every other day. First drop to 2 meals a day, then 1 meal a day, and then 1 meal every other day. It is better to do it this way so that you will not make yourself sick. And if you eat every other day, do not begin your meal with heavy food. Chapter 10: Train yourself to eat as Allah has advised. To keep healthy and strong, and live a long time on this old earth, Allah said to me, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, eat 1 meal a day. Or, 1 meal every 2 days, or 3 days. Do not get frightened, brothers and sisters, with your meal hours being lengthened, that you may die or become too hungry. You will live and you will not be hungry, after you have gotten your stomach used to the long intervals between meals. Your stomach will take food only when you give it food. And, it won't ask you for any food until that certain hour to which you have accustomed it to being fed. I used to think like you, before the coming of our God and Savior, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. I began practicing eating 1 meal every day, nothing between like food. I got used to that within a couple of weeks. And, after a certain length of time, I tried eating once every 2 days, with nothing between but coffee. I did not try to pour all of the cream and sugar out of the cream and sugar bowls into the coffee. I sweetened and creamed it the same as I did when I was eating 3 meals a day, because we can live on cream and sugar for a long time. But, it is not good that we do this through our coffee, for our health's sake. I felt better eating 1 meal every 2 days, or 48 hours, with nothing between. I also tried eating 1 meal every 72 hours, due to the fact that he had told me that if I ate 1 meal every 3 days, I would never be sick, and I thought I would try it, before teaching it. So, I did for a few months and I felt better than I felt when I was eating 1 meal every 48 hours. And, I can bear witness that I did not have the symptoms of illness at any time. My whole body felt light and my head was clear. I could almost hear insects crawling. Smile. It is not so much what you eat when you begin eating 1 meal every day, or every 2 or 3 days, it is just that you do not eat foods that are against your health. I have described in this article, time and again, that which he pointed out to me. But most people like us to eat the inexpensive food, because we do not have the finance to buy expensive foods that rich millionaires eat. So, he prescribed for us, dry navy beans, bread, and milk. The bread should be cooked thoroughly done, or either toasted, in order to cook it through. It should be made and risen by yeast. And, he did prescribe cooking this bread 2 or 3 times, if we would take time and do so. He said it was better for us. No cornbread at all. He said that it was too hard for our stomachs to digest. Corn was not made for us to turn it into meal to eat. It was made for livestock and cattle, and not for human consumption. The only corn that we eat is that in the milk stage. Eat butter, milk, and fresh vegetables, but not your old favorite collard greens, cabbage sprouts, turnip salads, mustard salads, beet top salads, kale, etc. Your best vegetables are cauliflower, cabbages, not the green cabbages. If you love turnips, eat the roots, not the salad. Some other vegetables we eat are as follows: Brussels sprouts, asparagus, eggplant, okra, squash, and rhubarb. There are some asking about eating sardines. They are only for us to eat if we travel and cannot get other foods. But please do not buy them unless they are fresh where you can clean them and not packed already. There are some packed that are clean, but they are a little expensive. They are called Portuguese sardines. There are other herbs that we can eat that are not mentioned here. But, please, whenever you decide on eating something that is not in this book, write me, because there are some that are not good on the market for you and me. Eating once every other day, the right foods, will get you the best of health and long life, as Allah has taught me. Chapter 11: The Key to Better Health. There is no question. If we eat right, we live. If we eat the wrong foods, it shortens our lives. Some of us actually wish that we could live 1,000 years, but be happy if you scale 100. The fact about it is you will not want to live too long, into the thousands of years. You will have nothing to attract you. You will have learned everything on earth, and will have no place to go for attraction. Since you are on the earth, you cannot live elsewhere. One meal a day and nothing between that one meal will get you a longer life, that is if you eat the proper food. We make ourselves sick. Do not think that sickness is something that just comes by itself, regardless to how we live. It is the way we live that makes us sick. I have experienced these things. If we do not eat the right foods to live, and do not eat it at the time that we should eat it, and eat before it is time, we will not live long. Stay away from poisoned foods, such as pig, swine flesh. Do not eat it. Do not even touch its carcass. No swine flesh eater shall see the hereafter, for in the hereafter there will be no pigs on the earth. They will be killed off. The swine was not made for black people. It was made only for the white race. And the white race teaches everybody to eat it, because it is a divinely prohibited flesh, and they break all the laws of God, because they are not supposed to obey the laws of God. They have their own law, because they are the gods of this world. If they would follow and obey the law of our God, they would be Muslims like us. Eat one meal a day, and do not try to eat everything edible in that one meal. There is enough good food for you and me, for us to never eat other than good food. Eat to live. Chapter 12: Do not eat between meals. Eat one good meal of food a day for good health. One meal a day or every 2 days could spell the end of much medicine, doctor bills, and the building of hospitals if we would eat the proper food and eat it only when it is necessary to eat it. There are a lot of people who think their appetite is their God, but we, by nature, have been made to control ourselves if we want to. I have much self-experience in the way of eating. I am often experimenting as I teach you, so that I will know what happens if you go contrary to the teachings of how to eat to live. Eat one meal a day and eat the proper food in that meal, and do not be eating between meals, a little of this and a little of that. I repeat, you will not be sick, only once in a great long time. Every meal that we put in our bodies has some poison in it. And some of our food, as I have said in this book, takes 36 hours to digest. If we do not wait until our previous meal has been digested, we add a new meal to the previous meal, we have new poison, in its full strength, to aid the dying poison of the previous meal or to help it to revive in strength, and we will continue to be sick. This I have experienced. I suffered sickness a lot of times through experimenting, so that you will not come and give me the wrong answers to the teachings of how to eat to live. I have self-experimented. I will know whether you are telling me the truth or not. But I will put my life on it, that if you make a habit of eating one meal every day or every 2 days and of eating the right food, you will not be sick, only one day out of the year or out of every 2 years, and some of the complaints that you have now will completely disappear. By eating one meal a day, some chronic diseases will vanish in a few years as they fail to get the poison that will keep them alive. Sometimes, they vanish within a few months if you eat the right foods and eat only one meal a day or every 2 days. Try it for yourselves. Chapter 13 Fasting, Eating Right Foods, Keys to Long Life. Fasting is a greater cure of our ills, both mentally and physically, than all of the drugs of the earth combined into one bottle or into a billion bottles. Allah, God, and the person of Master Fard Muhammad has taught me that fasting and the right kind of food are the cures to our ills. He has told me there is no cure in drugs and medicine. And this, the world is now learning. We can take medicine all of our lives until it kills us, but we are still ailing with the same old diseases. The bad food and drinks we are putting into our bodies keep us a victim to illness. There are not too many nice doctors who will tell you that drugs are not good for you because they paid for their learning and want to keep practicing. But how to eat to live is what we want to know, and have wanted to know all of our lives. Every man or woman wants to know how he, or she, can prolong his, or her, life. Nature teaches us to stay here in this life as long as we can. Nature has never taught anyone that he should leave this life and find another one somewhere else, because we have only one life. If this life is destroyed, we would have a hard time trying to get more life. It is impossible. So try to keep this life you have as long as possible. Go when you cannot stay here any longer. Allah taught me that one meal a day would keep us here for a long time. We would live over 100 years. And eating one meal every 2 days would lengthen our lives that much longer. He told me you would never be sick, eating one meal every 3 days. The fact that fasting is the cure to 99% of our ills is known by the medical scientists. But they do not teach you that. They know that tobacco, hard whiskey, and alcohol are not good for you and will shorten your life and kill you. But most of them are too weak themselves to stop drinking or smoking or chewing tobacco. So they do not teach you that tobacco and alcoholic drinks made into what is known as whiskey, beer, and wine are not good for you, although they know it to be true. They will say, yes, it is good for you if you are temperate. But they know that once you get started on that stuff, it is such an enemy that it just takes you into its power, and it is almost like trying to break an iron chain to get away from the habit. So do not use tobacco in any form and you will live a few years longer. Fast once a month for 3 days or 4 days, or for whatever length of time you are able to go without food without harming yourself, and you will feel good. Did you not know that if you would stop eating pig and the food that you should not eat, stop eating 3 and 4 times a day, and stop drinking whiskey, beer, and wine, you would save much in the way of money? And prolonging your life by abstaining from the pig, alcoholic drinks, and tobacco, you, also, will be adding money to your savings of hundreds and thousands of dollars. You will be depriving those pig raisers and tobacco brewers and alcoholic distilleries of millions of dollars that they rob you of, which hasten you to your grave. You could stop the tobacco brewers from growing that stinking weed by turning away from the use of it. And you could stop the pig raising by not eating the stinking hog. These things are death to your children in their early ages. And they even affect the reproductive organs of people in the early ages, as well as affect the heart, the lungs, and your sharpness in thinking. And, after all of this, you die a victim of poison and commercialization. Learn to eat to live. Chapter 14 Fasting. There is so much food of various kinds in the earth for us to eat we could hardly mention by names. We are the wisest of all life on earth and in the heavens above the earth. Almighty God, Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, has taught me. We must have regularity in everything we do. Since the earth is full of food, this does not mean we should try to eat the food all day long. We should eat one meal a day, and when we eat this one meal, be sure it is of the best food for our bodies to digest and to keep us alive without our lives being agitated by enemies from the food and drinks we put in our bodies. We have to safeguard our health against the enemies of our health by eating one meal a day. This gives an enemy, germ, that may be in our food time to die, to be completely dead at the end of 24 hours. If we keep adding more food, it gives the germ strength and working power to destroy the very delicate and perfect machinery of our bodies. By nature, we are made of the best. And we have to continue to give our bodies the best and in a moderate way. Fasting is one of the greatest doctors we have. Fasting is prescribed for us in the Holy Quran and in the Bible. The Bible does not teach us as much of how good fasting is health-wise as the Holy Quran does. The Bible's teaching on fasting is mostly spiritual purposes. On one occasion, we find where Moses fasted for the cure of his sister, Miriam, who had contracted leprosy because of speaking carelessly of Moses. Her brother, Moses, then had to seek a cure from God for her. But fasting, as Allah prescribed for us, is to prolong our lives with better health by eating the right food and not eating too frequently. Fasting does much for us. A 3-day fast will tell the story. You feel better. Your body begins to feel lighter and not weighty as it felt when it was filled with food. Your thinking is clearer. Let us fast as often as we feel that we have not a desire for food. If you do not desire food, do not eat it. Eat when you are very hungry. Of course, this does not apply to the sick, because the sick are exempt from fasting. When fasting is practiced for good, good results will follow. But, if we fast, as the Bible mentions in Isaiah, just for debate, our fast is no good. The Bible teaches that the facts of people who go out and tell others that I had a dream and then call dreams, visions, are not accepted. Some people tell stories about something they accomplish on the fast that they did not accomplish. The Bible answers such a person in these words: if you dream a dream, tell a dream, and do not try to tell a dream for a vision from the Lord when you did not get such a vision. We must remember that we cannot be holier than thou, unless we are really holy. So, let us say of ourselves what we really are and not what we are not, because it is good in the eyesight of God for us to speak the truth. Fast. It cleans the impurities out of the blood and causes the body to eliminate the poison stored in it from previous meals, sometimes from previous meals of many years, as the folds in our intestines can carry particles of food for a long time, and hold strength enough in them to keep us alive for 2 months. Our bodies store food in the folds of the intestines and in the bloodstream. After a fast of 3 days, and from that to 9 days, these particles of food and poison that have accumulated will be eliminated. The blood is being cleansed of its impurities because the impurities have nothing to keep them in power to live. Therefore, they die and leave the person happy and enjoying the results of a healthy body, which is the greatest enjoyment we can have. We are taught, and all religions teach fasting, so that includes us too. Of course, as long as we are in the presence of God, we do not have to fast. But we are not always in His presence. In the hereafter, when all people will receive rewards of goodness who see the hereafter, there will be no fasting. We, the righteous, must fast as long as we are present and among the unrighteous. So, fasting is prescribed for us as well as those people before us. Let us look at the verse in the Holy Quran 2:183 translated by Maulana Muhammad Ali, copyright 1963. O you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you, as it is prescribed for those before you, so that you may guard against evil. Here it tells us why fasting is prescribed for us. It guards us against doing evil. Read the footnote of Maulana Muhammad Ali's translation of this chapter for footnote number 225. We hear, Elijah Muhammad and his followers, I prescribe for you the month of December to fast in, if you are able to take the fast, instead of the regular month that travels through the year, called Ramadan by the Muslims, the month in which they say Muhammad received the Holy Quran. Why did I prescribe for you the month of December? It is because it was in this month that you used to worship a dead prophet by the name of Jesus. And it was the month that you wasted your money and wealth to worship the 25th day of this month, December, as the Christians do. The Christians know that it is not the birthday of Jesus, for they do not know the birthday of Jesus. No one knows it, because being persecuted by the Jews, Joseph and Mary feared the death of not only their newborn baby that they were bringing to birth, but even feared for their own lives for committing the act out of wedlock. They feared Herod and his army and the religious set of the Jews, condemning them to be punished with death. But they were not to be killed, for they were for a sign of the black man in America, according to the Holy Quran. See Holy Quran, chapter 4:171. While Christians have deceived you in worshipping the birthday of Nimrod, who was born the 25th day of that month, no man knows the day Jesus was born, but they, Joseph and Mary, themselves. This is a sign right there. No man of the evil world was to know when the spiritual birth of Muhammad was to take place. And, surely they do not know. So, do not fast as the other religious people fast, for they have different objects and ways in which they fast, which are against the meaningful fasts that we take. Fasting takes away evil desires. Fasting takes from us filthy desires. Fasting takes from us the desire to do evil against self and our brothers and sisters. We are created of the material of goodness. Therefore, good belongs to us, and it should not be hard for us to turn to our own selves in which we were created good. We are approaching the month of December, in which we usually abstain from eating in the daylight hours, as the Orthodox Muslims do, the ninth month of their calendar, the month of Ramadan. I set up this for you and me, to try to drive out of us the old white slave masters' worship of a false birthday, December 25th, of Jesus. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that Jesus was not even born during the entire month of December. The scholars agree that according to their history, Jesus could not have been born in December. Allah, God, taught me that Jesus was born between the first and second week in September instead of December. But no one knew the day of Jesus' birth except Joseph and Mary. Because of the Jews' hot persecution against the birth of Jesus, the exact day of his birth was kept a secret from the public. So, to break my people up from the worship of a false birthday of Jesus, we turned to abstaining from eating in the daylight hours during the month of December. This is, in no way, a fast. When we abstain from food for so short a time as for early morning until after sundown and darkness begins to appear, we cannot call this a fast, for we are eating the same way that we have always been eating, one meal in that day. It is no fast to me and to my followers to eat a meal after Sunday. We cannot call it a fast. A fast should be from 2 to 3 days without eating food. If we are seeking spiritual advancement, we should fast for 3 days. In the case of Orthodox Muslims worshipping Ramadan by not eating until after sunset and darkness approaches, they can eat all night long if they want to, until the next morning at dawn. They call this a fast. They say that they do this in the month of Ramadan because Ramadan is the month in which the Holy Quran was revealed to Muhammad. But, the way that I understand Scripture, it teaches us that Muhammad received the Holy Quran over a period of 23 years. Muhammad did not receive the Holy Quran in one night or in one day. And, if he received the whole Holy Quran in the month of Ramadan, why fast in that month? If we are given what we want, Holy Quran, in that month, without fasting, I cannot understand why we should fast in the month of Ramadan, for the first revelation of the Holy Quran was already given in that month, without fasting. It would look more proper for us to be rejoicing over the great salvation, Holy Quran, that Allah, God, sent to us, in the month of Ramadan. If you can convince me it is necessary to fast in the month of Ramadan because of Muhammad receiving the Holy Quran, or the first revelation of the Holy Quran, then I will go along with it. However, since the Quran was received over a period of years, I am very much baffled in trying to understand why we should fast in the month of Ramadan. We should be rejoicing because of receiving the Holy Quran, and we should teach others to rejoice throughout the month of Ramadan, if it is because the Holy Quran was revealed in that month. Of course, this is the Arab way, and their religious belief, that they should fast. But I do say that it is not necessary to fast to get something that you have already received. We should all thank Allah and be grateful to Allah, God, for giving us the truth, or the great revelation, Holy Quran, that will guide us into a clearer truth than we have had in the past. So, I am not asking my followers to fast in the month of December because of the birth of a prophet, Jesus, nor do we want to worship his birth or worship because some great revelation was sent down to another prophet. No, it is just to keep my followers from worshiping falsehood instead of truth, and to prevent them from spending their money in the falsehood of Santa Claus. There are so many untruths that the people of untruth, white race, have misled us in. We must come out of untruth, we must come out of falsehood. I do know that fasting is good. I have tried fasting for many years myself. I do know that fasting is good for our health and fasting is good for our spiritual advancement. It is actually good for us to take a fast and abstain from eating food for a period of days. But you are not actually fasting when you are going to eat every day, regardless to what time you may set for the meal. If you eat within 24 hours, you cannot really consider it as a fast. And so I say to my followers, we are not fasting in December, we are just abstaining from taking a part with false worship. We abstain from eating throughout the month of Ramadan, the month of December. It is good for us to abstain from eating meat, for we should not eat meat at all. Meat is not good for our health nor for our body. Actually, by nature, we are not made to live off meat. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that no meat is good for us, except the little pigeon, squab, that has never flown from its nest. But we eat meat. Beef, coarse meat, such as beef, we should not wear out our stomach trying to digest this coarse meat. We should not eat any meat, not even lamb. Fish, we can eat fish. Fish is raised under a different atmosphere. Fish is from a different world of life. Fish is born and fish lives in the water of life. Fish is good for us. Birds, Allah, God, taught me that no bird is good for us to eat, and if you watch the nature of a bird, you will also agree that the bird is not fit to eat. But, following a people who the Holy Quran describes as eating like a beast, white race, they eat anything that they want to eat and they do not care concerning the harm that it is doing to their life. It is hard to live 100 years eating the way the white race eats, not to think of being able to live from 200 to 900 years like Noah and Methuselah lived. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that the people of the planet Mars lives 1,200 of our Earth years. I do not know what they eat of their planet life, as Allah, God, did not teach me what they eat. And I did not ask him in the first place. The people of Mars eat what their planet produces for them to eat, as the planet produced the people of Mars, and it produces the food that they eat. I do not know what the planet produces, other than the people of Mars. If I could fly to Mars, I do not know whether I could say, prepare fish, lamb or chicken, and have it prepared for me. Fast for 3 days, fast for 3 by 3 days, fast for 9 days, or fast for 27 days. Fasting is good for us. It gives our blood time to cleanse itself, and in so doing it makes us think clearer. If you make a habit of fasting, you are not going to get sick. Abstain from eating. If you are eating the right kind of food, you can fast, but when you eat again, you poison your body. Stay away from that which is not good for us. Abstaining from food, from the rising of the sun, until the sun sets, this is not fasting. Chapter 15. Fasting is prescribed. Eat good food which has been prescribed in this book. Do not eat over 1 meal a day. Dry beans, navy beans, and whole bread are good for us. We do not have to go around looking for all kinds of foods. Just one common kind will do. Give the body some time to rest. Fasting is a great act upon true believers of the true religion of God, Islam. This also helps prolong our lives. It is prescribed for us in the law of the religion of Islam, Holy Quran. All Muslims who respect fasting should take the fast of Ramadan. We are not taking the month of Ramadan as prescribed in the Holy Quran. We take the Christians' month, December, the 12th month, instead of the 9th month. This month I prescribe for you to fast, the 12th month of the Christian year, for the purpose of getting you away from the false teaching of the Jesus birth on the 25th of December. God has taught me that he was born between the 1st and the 2nd week of September and not December. This day, the 25th of December, he taught me was the birth date of that demon Nimrod, who was born in the 17th century of Moses' era before the birth of Jesus. He was so wicked that the scholars and scientists of scripture of the prophets do not like to teach you of this history of Nimrod. And, if it was the birthdate of that righteous prophet Jesus, you most certainly in your celebration of the 25th of December have not been showing a clean and holy celebration of a righteous person with your drunkenness and your gambling. Your everything but right is committed on the 25th day of December in celebrating the birth of a righteous man. But, you are not doing so for righteousness, you are celebrating the birth date of an evil person, and the white Christians will send you all the whiskey and beer and wine and swine that you want to eat and drink on that day. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Arab year, which is also 12 months and not 9 months. The Holy Quran teaches that 12 months have always been a year with God. We are not able to satisfy the astronomists if we do not have a 12-month year, for it takes the Earth 12 months to make its complete circuit around the Sun, and this is why we call it 1 year, after its completion of this circuit made by the Earth as an average distance of 93 million miles. Ramadan, the Holy Quran teaches us, is the month that the Holy Quran was revealed to Muhammad. And they worship the month by abstaining from eating and drinking during the daytime from sun up to sundown or before the sun rises until after she sets in the western skies. Then, after dark, we can eat and drink until the sun rises again the next day. The significance of this Arabic fasting in Ramadan is that the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man, the white race, eating and drinking, sport and play was the order of the white world, until the daybreak of truth coming in the first of the 7,000 years after the 6,000 years of spiritual darkness and evil of the white man's world. We are living now in the bright spiritual world of Allah, the great Mahdi in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. Therefore we are not the children of darkness, but the children of light and truth. Actually, divinely, there is no fast set for the children of the light of God, and their fasting ceases. But, until we have accomplished our work of perfection of self and separation of us from the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man and teachings, we fast to get out of it and take a month that we used to worship as being the month in which the birth of Jesus came about. There is no such thing that we should worship any white people's holidays. All that they worship are their days, and not the slaves, the black people's, days. There is not one that we should worship. The past Thanksgiving Day that you were celebrating, what you have to thank God and man for that last Thursday of November? Surely you should thank God for allowing you to live to see that day, but this was the man's day, Yaqub's made man. The black man should not take any part in any white people's holidays, not even to Sunday. These are not our days. Please remember this. I will take you further into this knowledge if you write me, as space here in our book is limited. The Muslims, as I foresaid, do not eat nor drink from before sunrise until she, the sun, has set. If you take it, the fast of Ramadan, with them, you are doing the right thing, until this evil world has vanished. Because of the fascination of food to the eye, the smell of food, and the imaginary taste of food, we follow our eyes and our tastes to our graves, by eating the wrong food too often. Chapter 16:1 Meal a Day. The way we eat is one of the greatest problems that we have. It is the base of our illness. Allah, God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, says that what we eat keeps us here, and what we eat takes us away. This is a very logical way of saying it. He also said that nature has not set a certain time for anyone to die. We live as long as we are able to keep living, according to what we eat and drink. This is universally known by the wise. There are so many complaints about the poison that is now in our food and in our drink, which is placed there deliberately by the enemy, according to those who have the knowledge to detect the poison that is present in our food and drinks. The enemy has complete access to the food and drink, water. A couple of years ago, in Phoenix, Arizona, after the burning and wreckage of our mosque in New York, there were a few shots made at my house in Phoenix. One white man in Phoenix used these words, "Do not soot him, get him in his water." People of that type cannot be trusted. They are very dangerous, especially when they have access to your food and water. There was nothing to have caused this act of evil against me and my property, but evil is already there in the very nature of the people. They only want an excuse to practice that which they are made to do, by evil nature, evil and murdering the poor black man. The slave master's continuous desire to murder his loyal free slaves is a proof that there is no love, mercy, and peace in the hearts of these people, as God has taught me. Why keeping looking for that which by nature is not there? Separation is the only way out of it. Stand up for self and let us do something for self and quit laying around yourselves down to be nursed by others. Eat to live, 1 meal a day and not 3 meals a day. Part 3 Types of Food to Eat. Chapter 17 Meat is against life. We have found that eating 1 meal every 24 hours of the best food we possibly can find, which contains not so much poison for the body to assimilate with long intervals between meals, is better for our health, and also will prolong our lives. If we eat twice a week, this would make us to live twice as long as we would live by eating once every day or every other day. Our bodies are made of the earth and contain a little of every matter of the earth's chemicals, stone, gold, and silver. To eat meat is against our life and shortens the span of our life. We eat meat because it is a habit from childhood. But if we eat meat only once a day or every other day or twice a week, it will not be so hard on our digestion. It won't shorten our lives as fast as eating it 2 or 3 times a day. Beef is hard on our digestion. It is too tough and coarse. Lamb is not a salvation meat for us. It is also hard to digest, though it is a little better than beef. Lamb does not attract germs as beef, because sheep will not eat certain types of vegetation that cows will eat. Sheep are very careful about what they eat, like horses. The milk of these animals is all right to drink if their health is safeguarded against diseases, especially tuberculosis. Fresh fruit and fresh edible vegetables and good pure wheat bread, pure milk and butter are the best food for man. A lot of sweets is not at all good for man. There is enough sugar in fruits, vegetables, and bread for us, notably sugars from sweets, wheat, cane, and beets, without our need to prepare and refine any to such a sweet degree that it causes sickness in the body of man, i.e., diabetes and other such ailments caused by too much sugar in the body. But whatever you eat, by taking long intervals between the meals, such as days, the effect will have time to destroy itself, if not added to by new meals. Of course, such things as swine flesh, which creates a live poison in our body, often called pork worms, which also produces larger worms called tapeworms, and destroys human life, from our early childhood to a short span of 50 to 75 years, which should be just the beginning of life. Do not be a meat consumer. Be a vegetarian. This is the best menu for our health. A man 200 or 300 years old is not an old man if he has eaten the right food and taken it once every 2 or 3 days. A man can live 1,000 years if he eats the right food twice a week. This is the teaching of Master Fard Muhammad, God in person, to me. Follow it and you will lengthen your life. Chapter 18 Eat the Best of Things. Man and mankind's best scientists have studied for centuries and for thousands of years on what one should eat to live. Now this great knowledge comes from the mouth of the wisest of them all to guide, teach, and train the victim, you and me, of the world. We should be thankful for the attention, sympathy, mercy, and forgiveness from such a great one as God in the person of Master Fard Muhammad. The great stress of how to eat to live is made upon 1 meal a day. There is no doubt that 1 meal every 24 hours of the right food will lengthen our lives and produce better enjoyment of our lives. Some of the various kinds of foods, of which you have no knowledge of its reaction in the stomach before you eat it, shortens the life. Never say that you will eat anything. Say that you will eat the best of things. The great poison dishes that are set before you and that you are dining off of daily, and that some of you eat 3 and 4 times a day are: Number 1, the filthy hog meat. Number 2, beans that cattle should eat. And that is what they are made for and not for human consumption: lima beans, butter beans, field peas, black-eyed peas, and even soybeans are not good for anything but for shortening your life. Cornbread, half-done flour bread, and sweet potatoes, all shortens your life. The sweet potato is not good for any human to take as a food. White potatoes do very well, but they produce too much starch, which would add fat, and too much fat shortens the life. This, I want you fat readers to remember, that your rawly, rosy fat does not mean long life. It means short life to you. Stay away from eating cornbread. It is too rough for the stomach. It wears out the stomach like sand grinds away a delicate rug on your floor. There are many vegetables that we could eat if the right kinds are pointed out to you. Stay away from collard greens and cabbage sprouts. Such food is horse and cattle food. Oh, I know what you may say, my black brothers and sisters, I have been eating it all my life, and my grandmother and father ate it and they lived 65, 75, or 80 years. That is no time to live. You need to live not under 100 years, and from that to 1,000 years. But your life depends on what you eat. What you eat keeps you here, and what you eat takes you away. Chapter 19. Try and eat fresh foods. Eat one meal at the end of every 24 hours and nothing between, if you are not sick. If you are sick, that is different. Sickness takes away strength. Therefore, you have to eat something like food to replace it. But, if you are well and want to stay well, eat only one meal a day. And, eat good food. Regardless to the variety of foods that which is best for you to eat, and eat it. Do not try eating all the different types of foods, lest you will be found dead one morning in your bed. And, try and eat fresh foods and not stale foods. Cook it done, and not half done. Just done and that is all, not too done that all of the taste is out of it through cooking. Stay away from eating a lot of meats and do not eat too much fish that is weighing from 20 to 50 pounds. You should eat fish weighing a half pound to 10 pounds. And, be sure not to eat the scavenger fish that lives off of filth. Do not eat a fish that sucks its food, but eat one that swallows its food whole. Do not eat fish that look like animals, with heads like animals, nor forefronts built like an animal. Do not eat such fish as eel, which should not really be referred to as a fish, but as a water snake. And, never eat slimy oysters, lobsters, crabs, clams, shrimps and snails. For your own good health, and for the sake of the law of Allah, God, do not think of going near a piece of carcass of the swine, hog. Do not burn your hearts and brains up with alcoholic liquids. Do not eat field peas, black-eyed peas, brown peas, yellow peas, nor red peas. Do not eat the great big lima beans nor the little lima beans. The only kidney-like bean should you eat, as Allah, God, taught me, is the navy bean. There are the white ones and the red ones. You may eat them. Do not eat too many green greens. They are not good for you. Especially the collard greens and the cabbage sprouts. Do not eat them. There are plenty of herbs and vegetables that you can eat other than these. But, seek mostly the white ones, such as whitehead cabbage and white cauliflower. You may say this type of food, that I am mentioning to you, is high. But life is high and keep it, you had better eat the things that will maintain that high life. You and I live only but once. Eat the good things of life and think good things. Do not fill the brains up with evil thoughts. Think good things and then you will be good. I hope that you will take this for your own sake. How to eat to live. Chapter 20. Simple foods are best. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught us how to eat to live without being tormented with sickness and disease. Do not look at me when you see me sick. This suffering is what I have to go through with to prove myself worthy of being the last messenger of Allah. I am afflicted with everything that you are afflicted with. According to the Bible, Isaiah, chapter 53, in all of your afflictions he was afflicted. Allah, God, wants to show you in the example that he makes of me, that I have suffered the same afflictions that you have, so that you will not have this as an excuse for your disbelieving. You cannot claim that I did not suffer the same things that you suffered, that God would not have found me to be the good messenger. I suffer sickness with you. I suffered imprisonment with you. I suffered the deprivation of family as you have. Show me what you have suffered, that I have not suffered. It is necessary for the last messenger to suffer a taste of what all of the prophets before him suffered. Therefore, the last messenger is called the fulfillment of the prophets. He fulfills the same history of the former prophets except death. He is not to be murdered. God will not suffer that. It is hard to get pure, good, health food for those who desire it. The enemy, the devil, has poisoned everything. He has poisoned the Bible and the food that we eat. But do the best that you can until he has been removed. The devil seeks to remove you with himself. Allah, God, has power over all things. When I was in Phoenix, Arizona, a few years ago, before I arrived, someone had fired shots at my house. Another devil said, "Do not shoot him, get him in his water. What had I done to be shot or poisoned for?" That shows that they are the murderers of the prophets of old, and that Allah, God, should take revenge on this generation for the righteous that they killed before. We look too much at the fancy and the artificial foods that the enemy made and accepted for himself. He eats just the opposite things from that which the righteous eat. Simple foods are the best. The Bible warns us to beware of the dainty foods of the enemy. Meats are not good for us, but we eat meat. But do not eat the swine flesh. We should not eat any stale meat. What I mean is that we should not eat food that is ready to become rotten poison. When food smells like it is spoiled, we should not eat it. This is why I ask you all the day long to help me and my followers to purchase farms, although they are hard to get. When they look up and see the poor black once-slave wanting to buy the farm, they raise the price and keep the black once-slave at his mercy to eat whatever food the enemy, white slave master, prepares for him. Allah, God, Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, has taught us that the white man is the devil, and you will agree with me one of these days that he is just that, the devil. He cannot help himself. He is doing what he was made to do. Neither can I help doing what I was made to do, to preach the truth while the devil preaches falsehood. Simple navy beans is one of the best foods that we can eat. You do not have to strain the beans to eat them. Straining the beans is a real habit that we took up years ago. But they are better if you eat them in their whole skin. Do not put a lot of spices, or what you call season, in such good food. Do not do this. You will ruin your food. The value of the bean is taken away by your putting so much seasoning in them. Just put the beans on and cook them until they are done. Let the bean stay in its jacket. Of course I see them crush the beans, and since the cooks and the eaters like it like that, I go along with them. But I like it better when you just cook them right in the jacket. I feel like I could eat a bowl full of beans right now while I am talking about it. You can eat that bean 7 days a week. It is very appealing to the appetite. We should have a great field of hundreds and thousands of acres of beans to feed our people. It is a very cheap and a very healthy food for us. We should buy canning factories for ourselves and can beans. If you want meat in them, just put a taste of chicken in them to give them the flavor of meat. Or put a little piece of lamb or beef, but not enough to make it part of the contents of the can of beans. Just put enough in them for flavoring. Or you can take the essence of lamb or beef and pour a little of it in the beans. You will have to put a little piece of the flesh of the lamb or beef in the beans if you want meat, because the tallow of beef does not taste good. The Bible and the Holy Quran both forbid us from eating the fat of anything, regardless of what life it is, fowl or animal. Let us take a look at the bread of the southern black people. They were born eating cornbread. It was the first bread that they ate. It is a very shameful thing to do to give an infant rough cornbread to put in his tender little milk stomach. This is why so many of them have stomachs with ulcers and cancers. Feed your children good navy beans, small size, pink, red, or white. There are many that are good for you and me. Take those freshly cooked and iced cakes off of the table. They are not good for you and me, unless they were cooked 2 times. Cook plain cakes and do not ice them over with bought essence to make icing with. If you want icing, make your own icing with sugar or eggs. Eat that which is good. I am not saying that there are not good foods. I am just telling you that the simple foods are the best. If you just love cornbread because our fathers were brought up by the white slave master to eat all of these rough foods, Allah, God, Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that we should cook it 2 or 3 times. Each time add a little flour to it and let it set for rising. Put yeast in and let it rise and rise and rise. Allah, God, and the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that the food that we eat keeps us here and what we eat takes us away from here. I thank him for teaching me what was good for me to eat and what was bad for me to eat. We the black people need to plant wheat and to raise all of the wheat flour that we can rise. We need to have great farms of pigeon birds and eat only the ones who are too young to leave their nest. We call them squab. Allah, God, said to me that this young bird is the only one that is fit for us to eat, and do not eat him after he flies from the nest. Chicken is not good for us to eat, although we eat it. As you know, the chicken is as filthy as the swine or the dog. He is a very filthy fowl, and if you want to eat him, do not let him get away from you and stray out of the coop. Keep him closed up and feed him what you want him to eat. Never let him get out and eat bugs and worms. Feed him the things you know are good and pure. When he is fat, you can kill and eat him. This still does not mean that he is too good for us. You have to study up on ways to protect his eating, for he will turn right around and eat his own droppings. So, for the habitual meat eater, it is hard to get the right food, especially if you want meat. It is dangerous for your health to eat daintily prepared meals with all kinds of meat and all kinds of sugary bread prepared by someone's recipe. Stay away from the foods and the styles of the Christians. 95% of the foods that the Christians eat are unfit for good health and long life. There is much fruits and vegetables that are good for us, but I do not have space to take them all up with you. Many of these are not injurious to our health. There are some people who eat only fruits and vegetables. They are vegetarians and they live a long time, those who do not go after the wrong kind of vegetables and fruits. Do not eat such foods as collard greens. Do not eat black-eyed peas or brown, black, and many other peas. They are not good for your stomach. Feed them to the cattle. Do not eat baby or adult lima beans. Do not eat belly busters. Allah, God, taught me that no peas are good for you other than the ones that I have already announced to you. How to eat to live. There are many of my little black brothers who are hungry for offers and for leadership, and they commercialize on what you find me writing. They take my writings and put it into other aspects and add in and out of it and offer it up for a sale price because he does not want to do something for self. He wants to take everything that he can and commercialize on it. He is a thief and a robber under the disguise of putting out the teachings of the messenger. You know my way of putting the teachings out. If I charge for some literature, it is because I want to get back what we put into it and put the profit to work to build a nation. But you are selfish, and this is why I do not give you any credit. Take this that I give to the people directly, and do not add to it and try to make money. Allah, God, has already promised you money, but do not try to make money out of his word. There are people now who are trying to put some of their work, copied from my work, and with their own no-good additions to it. Leave my teachings as it is. No wonder that Jesus had to run the money changers out of the synagogue. They who were turning it into a marketplace to sell their produces of this and that. You are doing the same. You want to give little parties and dinners to commercialize on your place of teaching. They do not do that in their holy land. They do not take their prayer house and turn it into a market. When a person is sick, he may have to eat 2 or 3 meals a day. The Holy Quran does not prescribe fasting for a person if he is sick. You cannot take fasts if you are sick. And you have to eat more than 1 or 2 meals a day until you are well again. But, black brother, if you have a pretty good hearty appetite, do not do this and claim that you are sick when you eat that way. How to eat to live. Eat only when necessary, when you are hungry and not before. Eat the right food. When you eat, fill up and eat until that is gone away, and then fill up again. Look at the camel. He fills his stomach with water, then he goes a long time off of this one drink. Do not eat another fresh meal while the other is in the process of digesting, if you are well. If you are sick, the complaint or the disease eats up the value of the food quickly, and you have to replenish it so that you can continue to stay strong or rid yourself of the complaint or sickness as the doctor will prescribe for you. When you are well again, eat 1 meal and eat the right kind of food, and you will live 140 years, so Allah, God, taught me. Eat 1 meal every 24 hours and eat good simple food. Remember to cook your food thoroughly before you eat it. This does not mean that you should cook your food into a waste, but just cook it so long as it is done and it is not half done. Half-cooked food will ruin your digestive system. Chapter 21. Do not eat scavengers. Eat the best food you can obtain. Never deprive yourself of good health at the price of cheap food. Just remember, when you are feeding your stomach with cheap, poisoned foods trying to keep $1 in your pocket, you are not saving $1 in your pocket. It will only go to the hospital, the undertaker, and for the ever-increasing drain on the family savings and purchasing drug pacifications for the ill body from eating the wrong food. There is not one of you who would not like to live a long, long time. That long time depends on what you eat and drink. So, eat and drink that which is good. Go to the farm and try raising your own food, or have collective farming. However, try seeking some of this earth that you can call your own, and raise on it the necessities of life. And, in this way, you may be able, if you can keep your lurking enemy from slipping poison into your good and innocent crops, to grow pure food. We cannot blame the white man for his evils, because by nature he was made like that. But, we can blame ourselves for accepting such evil. I have received many questions in regard to meat, fish, and poultry that have not been mentioned. The main thing Allah, as well as the Holy Quran, reminds us of is that when it comes to meat and fish, Allah forbids us to eat the flesh of a swine and a fish weighing over 50 pounds, or even weighing 50 pounds. Some people will not even eat fish at all. There are many fish that we can eat, some even weighing as little as 1 or 1.5 pounds. When eating fish, we should confine our fish eating to those fish weighing between 1 and 10 pounds. As I previously said on How to Eat to Live, do not eat the scavengers of the sea such as oysters, crabs, clams, snails, shrimps, eels, and catfish. The fish last mentioned, catfish, is a very filthy fish. He loves filth and is the pig of the water. Some people write in complaining about the fish that swim on their sides, but these fish can be eaten. Allah has taught me that chicken is not good to eat. They are quite filthy, inasmuch as they do not eat the cleanest of food, but we eat them. We eat beef and lamb, but Allah also said that it is not so good for us. It is not a sin for us to eat it. It is not a sin for us to eat camels. But if we can find better food, we should not eat the above-mentioned food. Many write and ask if they should eat meat at all. It is not a sin for you to eat meat, but it is a sin for you to eat the hog meat. If we want to prolong our lives, it is best that we do not eat meat or do not eat it so often. Beef is very coarse and many of our people do not eat it because of that. Horse meat can also be eaten. It is cleaner than the average meat. But we should not eat it unless we are extremely hungry and have nothing else to eat, because it is a domestic animal and is gentle and close to the home. It is not a sin to eat even rabbit. But since Allah said that the rabbit is so near kind to the house cat that they are relatives, we do not eat it. The rabbit, however, is cleaner than the house cat because he eats vegetables, roots, and herbs, and he does not eat anything alive. Chapter 22. Always prepare a good meal. Since God Almighty has given us the truth, the spiritual truth, then He, Allah, must give us physical guidance to protect the life of the spiritual truth. There are many varieties of food that the earth produces to which we can help ourselves if we want. But there is only a small amount of the variety of foods that we can eat in order to live and prosper. The white race has produced all kinds of foods, but they are not all good for human consumption in the way of enjoying good health and long life. Eating the wrong food can cause you to suffer much sickness. The Bible has a very ignorant way of teaching us the proper foods. In the beginning of the creation of Adam, in Genesis, it says, "Every herb and all the fruits of the trees are good for you to eat." It is ignorant to believe such a thing as that. You try it, eating all of these things, and you will die. The earth produces every kind of fruit for every kind of life on the earth. Whereas the monkey can live off nuts and bananas, and other animals thrive on such foods, just these foods will destroy us. Making our stomachs digest nuts will shorten our lives. If we make a habit of living off the flesh of their lives, it will shorten our lives. Our stomachs are not made by nature to digest flesh and yet continue to produce or prolong our lives, because the flesh wears away the stomach. The eating of the flesh of other creatures is not good for our flesh. There are many varieties of sea flesh fish, as we call it, that we go to sea to capture for food. We should be careful not to eat every fish, because every fish is not good to eat. If a fish weighs 50 pounds, we should not eat it. God Almighty has taught me that it is too hard on your digestive system. He, Allah, said to me that even eating peanuts, walnuts, and all of the other types of nuts you find these people, white people, eating, will take away 5 years of your life. Just one meal of them destroys 5 years of your life. Question the doctors on how the nuts react in the stomach against good health and the prolongation of life they will bear witness. There is one flesh that the enemy has brought us to eat that is an abomination in the eyes of Allah, God, that is the flesh of the swine. You cannot even join onto your own people today if you are a swine eater. White America will do its utmost to test you if you say you do not love the swine. This proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the white race is an enemy to the law of Allah, God, and wishes to make every one of us disobey the law of Allah, God. What God said thou shalt not do, they teach you to do. The white race has been an enemy of Allah, God, ever since they were made. Therefore, their way of eating shortens life. Sometimes their life is less than half of 100 years. By eating this poison food 3 times a day, you cut off two-thirds of your life. Always prepare yourself a good meal once a day, and do not eat any more until the next day at the same time, if you can. You will find a change in the way you feel, and you will find that you can say to the doctor, I do not need you and your poison drugs. We cannot blame doctors for commercializing on us after they have studied for their profession, for it makes them anxious to benefit from their profession. The proper way to live is the way that nature and the guidance of Allah, God, teaches us to. Chapter 23 Cooked food is better. For good health and long life, God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, taught me that we should eat 1 meal a day and it should be 24 hours from the last meal. If we eat 1 meal once every day at 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, whatever is the best hour for your meal, then wait until that hour comes again before eating again. Try eating 1 meal a day for yourself and you will tell me you feel much better than you did eating 3 times a day. A lot of little complaints or ailments will disappear. You do not have to eat every menu that is prescribed by this civilization. If you do, you will be dead and soon. This civilization is rapidly turning back to raw food and raw juices, but our God and Savior Allah, God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, taught me to cook our food, and most of the doctors agree that cooked food is better. There are many doctors who will not agree with you on drinking a lot of raw juices, not even a lot of raw grape juice, orange juice, or any kind of fresh juice. It is too much for our stomachs. The vitamins in it are good for us, but there are other enemies in raw vegetables and fruit juices from the land where they were grown and from the insects that fed upon them. When we eat raw vegetables as they come up from the earth and other roots and salads which are raw, we are not doing our stomachs good. Our stomachs were not made to digest these foods in their first raw stages. Therefore, I do not agree with anyone on eating too much raw food or drinking too much raw juice. A little raw salad is good for us, if eaten along with cooked food, even if we eat it daily, but do not make meals of such raw salad. We cannot follow the white man in his eating habits, because his habits are from the days of savagery in the hills and caves of Europe, where he ate all his food raw, because he did not have the knowledge of the use of fire to cook his food, as he does today. Eat to live and not to die. Chapter 24 Natural Food. We are often making suggestions of the various kinds of foods that the earth produces for us to eat. Since the coming of the white race, they, white race, have set forth one of the greatest confusions of what foods the human family should eat, and today everything like food is eaten by the human family. Whether this food is good for human consumption or not, it is offered in the market for us to eat. Naturally, all follow what the white race offers to us in the way of eating, clothes, shelters, and money because of their given power to rule over us for a limited time, 6,000 years. We have followed their dictation as to what we should accept and what we should reject almost to the letter for the past 6,000 years. Now, a new ruler and his way of civilization stands knocking on our door with his list of how to eat to live. In the creation of the earth, the Creator caused everything to grow in the earth that would be, or act as, the sustainer of our lives. The natural food value of the vegetables that we go to the market and buy should not be destroyed with a lot of additions. They contain the vitamins and proteins nature put in them for us, if the experimenters and poisoners of food do not interfere. Natural food will give to us natural health and beauty and prolong our lives, if the poison hand of the commercializer does not touch it. None of us should suffer with sugar diabetes if we would eat natural food, because the sugar in natural food is not enough to poison our blood with sugar. It is the sugar that is manufactured by the commercializers on sweets that causes the dreadful disease of sugar diabetes. All sufferers from sugar diabetes should abstain from eating sugar after they learn they are sufferers from diabetes, and they should eat the natural food that Allah has placed in the earth for us, without the addition of sugar. We should cook the food the way we like it and season it with a little natural salt and natural pepper the way we like it. It is sometimes hard to get natural salt. There are several salts on the market that the commercializers on food have put before us. The best salt is the natural salt, or that which the Jewish people eat and season their food with. The Jews are old settlers of the white civilization and the first guides of the white race in the natural and commercial fields of foods. The Holy Quran teaches the Muslims that the food of both the followers of Moses, the Orthodox Jews, and the food of the Muslims is good for each, because the foods of the two people do not vary too much. There are some weak Muslims and there are some weak Orthodox Jews, but they, Orthodox Jews, as God taught me, live more closely to the Muslim way of eating than any of the rest of the white civilization. The Jews and Muslims have always been able to settle their differences between each other better than Christians and Muslims. The Meccan white Muslims claim to be first cousins to the black man through Abraham's two sons, Ishmael and Isaac. But, nevertheless, among the three parties now, Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and four-party, Hindus, a great conflict arises and is growing to reach a bitter end if wisdom is not found to curb it. But, the American Jew and the American black man may yet find some way of making a separate relationship out of the other world. Eat the natural food and do not try eating all of it at one time. Do not seek to gobble down all the refined sugars and sweets that are made from natural foods, lest you find yourself being put in a refined box that carries the dead. Do not feed your children all sorts of processed foods, such as cereals, if you can give them fresh foods. And do not give your child ready-prepared food. Prepare it yourself as mother used to do a long time ago. You were more healthy in those days than you are now. Prepare your child's food and give it to him, but do not feed it to him out of your mouth as grandmother used to do. Smile. But still, we survived from that better than we are surviving from these processed foods today. A sick mother's milk is better for her baby than a healthy cow's milk or any animal's milk. You may give your babies cow milk, but if you can breastfeed them, yourself as nature intended, then you should do so. You will have a healthier baby and a baby who will love you. When a baby is nursed on cow's milk, the baby may love the cow more than he loves you. Smile. Eat good food so that you will be able to give your baby good, pure milk. You can drink cow's milk, your own milk glands will put it into the right stage for your child. Be careful as to what kind of drugs you take while nursing your baby. And do not take fasts while you are breastfeeding an infant or even while you are pregnant. If you like, you may eat once a day while pregnant or breastfeeding your baby, but you are not forced to do so. You should not go for 2 or 3 days without eating. In answer to your questions on whole wheat cakes and muffins, yes, you may eat them. But do not eat them or any bread the same day you bake it if you can avoid doing so. Do not eat fresh, hot muffin rings and hot cakes because they are half-cooked breads. Everything in the line of bread should be thoroughly cooked. There is no such thing as stale bread. The bread you call stale bread is the bread you should eat. When children suffer from bronchial asthma or any asthmatic conditions, do not give them too much milk. Give them more fruit and juices, fresh juices, not canned juices. Adults should try to eat 1 meal a day. If you eat 1 meal every 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days it is okay, but do not force children under 16 years of age to do the same. They are growing and most of them need 2 meals a day. The scientists of this world, the white race, failing to gain the confidence of the people, ran a race of commercialization between each other. This commercializing on foods has put forbidden, divinely forbidden, and poisoned foods on the market for human consumption. Now these poisoned foods have created another commercial field, drugs, to temporarily reduce the effect of the poisoned foods eaten by the people that they purchase from the food markets. Therefore the health and span of good happy lives without drugs of the whole white race and the black people who are under the rule of the white race are being destroyed by the artificial and poisoned foods put on sale in the market, which is backed by the government and communities to be eaten by human beings for the sake of that commercialized dollar. Sugar, for an instance, sweets and meats have become the greatest desired dishes of America. Food is eaten with many artificial flavors and colorings, slow death added. There is no need to draw sweets out of sugar cane and sugar beets to sweeten other foods that we eat when by nature all foods that we eat have some natural sugar or sweetening in them. Even meats are sweet enough for our taste and digestion. A little salt added and a little pure pepper added to make it taste hot is sufficient. The other flavors are not necessary. Fruits are all good and best for our consumption in their natural state. Fruits should never be cooked to get the better value out of them for our health. Fruits should be eaten raw and not cooked. The drying of fruits is only for preservation so that it can be eaten later, but not with the value that it contained when it was fresh. Chapter 25: Food robbed of natural vitamins. We must be careful of what we put in our stomachs, because what we put in our stomachs will maintain life and it will take life away. The world that we are now living in, as I have repeatedly written in this article, is a commercial world, which commercializes on everything on which they can make an extra dollar. The food that we eat is robbed of its natural vitamins and proteins. Do you want some vitamins and proteins? Go to the drugstores. There, you will find them on the shelves in the drugstores in pills and in liquid form. Now, you may eat a lot of what you used to think was good vitamin and protein food, but those vitamins and proteins are not there in the food anymore. When the vitamins and proteins have been taken from natural food, where nature put them and where they should be eaten, you then do not have the original pure vitamins and proteins. When the vitamins and proteins are chemically taken out of natural foods, it makes the food less valuable. The chemicals used to take out vitamins and proteins from their natural place in food and the chemicals used to keep and preserve the vitamins and proteins make it not too safe for us to eat vitamins and proteins in pills and liquid form. It is a pity that the good food is robbed for the sake of a commercial dollar. Chapter 26: Do not ignore divine law. It is very hard to find pure food that is not poisoned by the enemy for the purpose of making it unfit for our lives, when the enemy has access to the food and freedom to do so. He admits that he has poisoned the poor old cow's grass and now has poisoned the water and the atmosphere, which is also hunting him. It is a shame. But, as David says in his Psalms, let them be caught in the trap that they set for others. A man should pay for such evil planning against innocent people. He should suffer the same as that which he would like for the people to suffer. We have a just God on the scene today, and his greatest desire is to make everyone bear the consequences of their own evils. For the American white people to do such evil things against the lives of men and of animals, beasts and fowls, is a dirty shame. Eating one meal a day will prolong your life. Try and get the best foods you can. And eat it in the name of Allah. This will prolong your life. If you eat one meal every 2 days, every 48 hours, you are adding more days to your life than when you eat 24 hours. But, get away from that hog. Get away from grinding out your stomach with rough cornbread and with peanuts and all kinds of nuts. Keep these things out of your stomach. They will kill you and shorten your life, and will cause you to start looking old quickly. This is a nut civilization, the white world, because of their habits which were taken up 4,000 years ago and beyond. When they were in the hillsides and caves of Europe, they ate the foods other wild beasts ate. That is why you see white people eating all kinds of foods today. It is due to their inheriting it from their fathers. As you know, they will eat anything. Only a few of them reach 100 years of age, when they should be reaching 200 or 300 years of age. To ignore the divine law, which God has taught you and me, is to ignore your own life. Eat to live. Eat the right foods. Allah has said that no wild game should be eaten at all. Regardless as to how you love deer meat, the deer is not good to eat. No game that runs wild in the woods or birds that fly, with the exception of baby pigeons that have never flown away from the nest where they were born, called squabs, should be eaten. Please do not eat coons, possums, turtles, turtle eggs, or frog legs. None of these are good for us. Milk and bread that has not been robbed of its value is good for us. If you must have some type of fat, take the fat from milk, butter. Cheese is also good for us. Some people will make a meal of cheese and eat it as though they were eating bread. But we should not eat too much cheese. Please do not eat cornbread, and do not fry your foods. No nuts, whatsoever, should be eaten. Allah taught me that they take away 5 years of your life every time you eat them. And stop eating that concrete like peanut butter. Do not eat popcorn, eat fresh corn in its milk stage, known as milk corn. And do not eat hominy grits. Do not eat crackers. As long as you have good bread at home, eat your own cooked breads. Eat crackers whenever you are traveling. This kind of food is made to keep you together until you can get to your own cooked foods. Eggs are all right to eat in some cases, but do not try to eat all that the hens lay at one time. Smile. Part 3: Pig, Pork, or Swine. Chapter 27: Hog made of cat, rat, and dog. Eat 1 meal a day or 1 meal every other day, if you are able to. And eat the food that Allah has prescribed for us. Stay away from the poisoned food that dresses the Christian's table. You do not have to eat every variety of food on the earth to be healthy, for 2 varieties of good food is sufficient. There are good vegetables for you to eat, and there is good fruit for you to eat. And, if you want some meat, there is some good meat growing out there you can eat without eating the poisoned meat, the pig. The white man's greatest desire is that you do that which breaks the divine law by eating this poisoned flesh. Everything God says thou shalt not do, he says thou shalt do. You watch him. He is not a friend of God, nor is he a doer or a lover of his law. They were made by nature to be opposers to God and his law and the righteous people. And you see them living other than divine law. They are always in trouble, always sick, fighting and disagreeing with each other. No people should expect peace and contentment who are opposed to the law of God or obedience to him that brings us into such conditions of life. Since God has exposed them and exposed the hog, they now will say to you, cook it thoroughly done, and it is all right to eat. It is not all right to eat it if you cook it thoroughly and kill every pork worm there is in it. The actual flesh then is still poison and is divinely prohibited flesh that you should not even touch, not to think of eating it, for it was not made to eat. It was made for medical purposes for the white race, and I have taught you time and again that God taught me they did not make the hog to be taken as a food, but made it for medical purposes. Since there is a poison in it, the flesh of swine will cure most any kind of disease. Take a slice of this fatty and salty pork and you have a boil on you someplace, full of fever, lay a piece of fat on it and it will soon draw it out. It is a medicine and not food. This is not all it will do in a curing way. I do not have time and space here to put this in this article, but the white man knows, and he will bear me witness that I am teaching you the truth of this hog. Medical scientists and our own doctors are fast learning, since I have been writing this article on how to eat to live, and are now cooperating with me and agreeing with me that the hog is a poison that we should not eat, though they may be eating it themselves. But they have to acknowledge the truth. Some of them are intelligent enough now, for the last few years, to start getting away from eating it. Who wants to eat the combination of these fleshes, cat, rat, and dog? This is what the hog is made of: the dog, cat, and rat, and the Bible teaches you that he is from a mouse. Read Isaiah 66 verse 17, they that sanctify themselves, and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. The so-called American Negro is a product of evil and filth, produced by the white man of slavery. He is more a true believer in the evils and filth of the white man than the white man himself. As it is written, Bible, when he, devil, makes a convert, he makes him 7 times more the child of hell than himself. This is the so-called American Negro. he is turned into a person 7 times worse than he originally was. So, do not think that you are divinely safe eating pork after you think you have cooked it so done you have killed the pork worms in it. The flesh alone, not to say eating it, is divinely prohibited to touch. This, the white man knows, but what does he care? He eats anything. Eat to live and come follow me. Chapter 28 Hog divinely prohibited. Eat 1 meal a day of good food that Allah, God, prescribes for us. Strict Orthodox Jews follow the law that Allah gave to Moses on what food to eat, and those strict Jews will not eat the prohibited foods that Allah made prohibited. So, their food is good for you, Allah teaches us in the Holy Quran. And, the strict Muslim food is good for the Jew. Touch not that which Allah has forbidden to be touched. There are many tricks that the devil is playing on the total population and our foods and drinks, so we have to be on our guard when we go to the market to purchase our food. There are some people who love to eat poisoned foods and drinks, and they write me trying to defend themselves in eating other than good foods. One writer asked me a question on the eating of hog for cure. Some time ago, I wrote that the white race is saying if you cook it, the hog, thoroughly done, you are destroying this pork worm in it. But, I also remind you that the very flesh is divinely prohibited and that you should not even touch the flesh, not to think of eating it. Regardless of how long you cook it, you still should not eat it. Chapter 29 Swine eats anything. The safest way of all to eat is to stop eating so often, 3 meals a day and meals between those 3 meals. In the past, our appetites were as the appetites of swine. The swine has no certain time to eat. It will eat until it is sick and has to lay down, but as soon as it finds a vacancy in its stomach, it eats more food. It doesn't matter what kind of food it may be, the swine eats anything. The swine's life is very short, because it comes here eating itself to death, and death soon takes it away. We eat too much too often, and we eat the wrong foods, poison foods. Most of our drinks are poison. Allah has blessed America with the best of foods and with good water that is plentiful. America has been blessed with everything that she could desire, but after all of these blessings, she is ungrateful and turns good things into bad, and wages a war against the God of good and his people. After telling the slaves they were free, America kept them here in order to prey upon them. Now today, many of the slaves wish to be free of America, but her reply by her actions to our wanting to be free is no. And America continues to give the so-called Negroes the same bad food and drink that her, America's, fathers did in the days of servitude slavery. America's markets are loaded with swine, and loaded with vegetables and fruits which are preserved and made to look beautiful by having poison chemicals poured upon them. There are thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of herds of cattle, and there are hundreds of thousands of fowls. Yet, Americans decorate their tables with the divinely prohibited flesh, the swine, and represent themselves as being the true Christian followers of Jesus. Americans have poisoned whiskey and wine by the barrels and vats all over the country, yet when this does not make them intoxicated, drunk, and crazy enough, they resort to drugs, the poison weeds. Allah has blessed them with so much bread that they set whole fields of good wheat on fire. They burn up the wheat in order to obtain higher prices for it. They are crazy over money and wealth. Now today, Allah threatens America with all kinds of plagues, not one kind, but many kinds. Allah withholds the rains from her wheat fields, sends terrific cold and snow upon her fertile breadbasket areas, kills her cattle, livestock and fowls, and kills her fish that are inland in ponds and rivers, with droughts. All of these plagues are falling upon America because she is against God's giving freedom, justice, and equality to the so-called Negroes, whose labor she has had for 400 years. Because of America's having broken the divine law which prohibits eating swine flesh, and because of her having fed this forbidden meat to her slaves and to other nations of the earth, Allah, God, is now taking his blessings away from her. Chapter 30 Pork contains worms, trichini. Eat 1 meal a day or 1 meal every 2 days, if you are able. If you eat the proper food, and not poison food and drink, you will prolong your life, make yourself youthful, and will keep away sickness and suffering, even colds, said Allah to me in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever. Keep the body and the mind clean. Do good to self and to others. Keep away from evil and remember Allah always, and he who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, will remember you. But you must eat pure food, the food that Allah has pointed out to us to eat, and stay away from that which he forbids us to eat, such as swine flesh, the hog. I will be a happy man when I see the day that our black people forsake the hog. This divinely prohibited flesh, the swine, can be the cause of most of our sickness. The professional people, such as doctors and religious scholars and scientists, know this to be true. But, in this wicked world, of the white race, they were made to teach against the good law and guidance of Almighty God, Allah, to whom praises are due forever. All that God says thou shalt not do the white race says thou shalt do, or thou should do. And then, they are bold enough to ask you what is wrong with eating pig. The hog, according to the teachings of God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, is very poisonous. It contains more poison than a rattlesnake. Of course, white people eat rattlesnakes. It is not the flesh of the rattlesnake which is so poisonous, but the sack full of poison, which it carries in its mouth. When the rattlesnake strikes, it empties the sack of poison into your flesh. This causes death to the victim if he does not receive attention quickly. But the actual flesh of the hog is 999% poison, nearly 1000%, as taught to me by God, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever. This poison is not going to kill you instantly. It drags you along for many years. It is a very deceitful poison. It is in the form of live worms commonly called porkworms, trichinae. In a hog-eater's body, these worms multiply by the millions. They first enter the walls of the stomach and then from the stomach pass out into the intestinal walls. And from the intestines they travel up the back and the spinal cord into the muscles of the body and finally into the brain. When these worms get into these two places, last mentioned, of the body, the disease becomes incurable. Look at the pictures in physiology books or in the dictionary where this worm is enlarged several hundred times. The lives of people with such poisonous worms in their bodies are usually limited to less than 100 years, and for many, less than 70 years. There are few who live past 100 years, whose constitutions may have been much stronger than others. You may say, 100 years is all I would want to live. No, this is not the truth. You would like to live 100,000 years if you could, when death approaches you, for this is the law of life, it always wants to stay here. Eating any kind of flesh is not good for us, not even beef. No animal flesh can be said to be good for human consumption, not even fowls, and very few fish, not to think of the scavengers of the waters, such as crabs, shrimps and oysters. We must learn to eat vegetables and fruits and stay away from land flesh. It is a little difficult for us to suddenly stop eating beef, lamb, and chicken, but we must wean away from such flesh gradually. Eating one meal a day prolongs your life if you eat the right food. People will soon live a life of 1,000 years after the removal of this wicked world. Chapter 31 The Truth About Pork, the Pig. Pork or pig, all its parts and byproducts, has been a chief food for the so-called American Negro since the days of his physical bondage. The pig was not made for human consumption. The pig is the chief cause of many of the ills and mental deficiencies occurring among the so-called American Negroes and any other people who eat it. The pig is a mass of worms. Each mouthful you eat is not a nutritious food but a mass of small worms the naked eye cannot detect. Worms thrive in the hog. When these worms are digested into your system, they cause a high birth rate to hundreds of new worms called larvae which travels the bloodstream of your system and lodge in your muscles. These worms even enter your brain, lungs, or your spinal fluid. They cause muscular aches, fever, and many other symptoms of sickness. The worm has an amazing ability to go undetected in your system for many years. The scientific name for the ill-causing worm found in all pork is Trichinella spiralis, which causes trichinosis. Despite what veterinarians, public health officials, the agricultural department or your doctor say, the best defense against the pig is do not eat it. When you do eat it, you do not hurt God, His messenger, the Muslim or anyone else. You hurt yourself. Thorough and slow cooking of pork does not remove the danger of the worms found in all pork. Additional cooking of pork purchased in the summer or processed pork products does not make the worm-infested pork safe for eating. Inspection and governmental seals on pork do not remove the danger of the worms yet in the pork to make it safe for you to eat. Some say never taste raw sausage or any raw pork. It is best not to eat pork, raw, processed, cooked, smoked, cured, or seasoned. You are what you eat, so why not eat the best and be the best? Do not allow this rotten, diseased meat to be sold in your neighborhoods or brought into your homes. Pork is often referred to as cured. The word cured is the past tense of the verb cure. If a meat has to be cured before we eat it, we should not even take the chance to eat it. In the Bible and the Holy Quran, it is the divine will of God that the pig should not be eaten, and God has never changed this instruction, despite the white man setting up governmental bureaus to grade and approve the selling of pork. The so-called Negroes should ban this meat from their communities and all those who sell and eat it. Chapter 32 No Truth About Flesh of the Swine. I told you how Allah taught me the birth of the swine, and for the purpose for making this animal only was for the whites. Because of their being a grafted race, they were made weaker, physically, through the man from whom they came, the black man. Since the body of the grafted is weaker than the original body, it would be easier for them to attract germs than the original man. You should not argue with me about this, because all of the diseases that trouble us today, from social disease to cancer, came from the white race, one way or another. Do not tell me about 400 or 500 years or 1,000 years. I am referring to this people's entire historical scope. They have had 6,000 years to mix and poison our people. Some of you are foolish enough to accept all the blame. But God clears you of it. This refers to those who love the devils so well they would like to dispute God about them. I am teaching only you the truth, take it or leave it. They are too wise to dispute the truth. Read the story in the Bible where Jesus met a man who was possessed of evil spirits. When the evil spirits recognized Jesus to be from God, knowing they would have no chance to contend with him over their presence in the man where they did not belong, they pleaded with Jesus to let them go into the swine, and Jesus agreed. The man who was possessed of evil spirits was none other than the American so-called Negroes. The evil spirits in them are from the white race, making them eat the divinely prohibited flesh of the swine. The devils were allowed to go into the swine. They ran down a steep place into a lake or sea and perished. Here the picture changes, the meaning changes a bit. The hog was made for the white race for medical purposes, not even for them to eat it, but they could eat it if they wanted to, since they were created to be destroyed. They used this hog in much of their medical preparation, even to the German 606 poison germs. Allah taught me that one of these germs came from the swine. However, the white man will advise you to eat it. He would have you think the sin is cleaner now than he was in Jesus' time, but wouldn't God know for 1,000 years from Moses if this swine would be clear of poison? You admit God is a foreknower. The whole story was twisted around. They want you to think God did not know about this process of the devils leaving the man and entering the swine until after it happened. Actually, God knew it was going to happen before it took place. Using deceit, they have succeeded in getting you to eat the swine as food, though it was made to produce a poisonous germ for medical purposes and curing the diseases of the white race. This is how he makes you to break all of the commandments of God. Because he is God's enemy and yours and mine, he has you breaking the divine law. We did this because we saw him doing it and at that time had no teacher of our own. These are the tricks of your hidden enemies and their own concocted religion called Christianity, which is deceiving and leading you to your doom with them. I am your brother, and Allah has revealed to me the truth for your salvation. Jesus also prophesied that the truth would free you, that is, if you accept the truth. The thing you must understand in this parable of Jesus is that, actually, the visible swine could not have gone crazy and choked in the sea or lake, because of the spirit of the devil was sent in them, in the meaning that Jesus wants you to understand. The swine that was choked to death in the sea after the spirit of the devil was taken out of the man, the believers among the so-called American Negroes, and the swine that ran into the lake and perished, is the disbelievers among the so-called Negroes who refuse to accept the truth. They will be cast alive in a lake of fire with the devils. As you have in the Bible, Lucifer's, Yaqub, fall also represents the fall of his race. The lake or sea in which they choked and perished is the same lake mentioned in the Revelations of John that had the mark of the beast, the representatives of the beast and the false prophets, priests and preachers of Christianity, referred to as being cast alive in a lake of fire. I hope you understand. What I am trying to get over is that you who reject Allah and His true religion, entire submission to His will as the Arabs call it, Islam, will perish in the lake of fire with this race of adversaries of Allah and His true religion, to which they refuse to submit. They now are trying to woo you into sharing hellfire with them, though they know that you have a chance to go to heaven while they do not. I cannot force you to halt your downhill plunge with them into the lake of fire. I only have been missioned to warn you in the simplest language. I cannot force you to go to hell or heaven. Your sweethearting and wanting to marry them is like a frog trying to court a rattlesnake. The rattlesnake gives the frog freedom to do so because he intends to swallow the frog. Taking the death-dealing pill and the knife to destroy your future generations are examples. Socializing with them is no sign of justice, but a sign that they have deceived you into going to hell with them. Take it, leave it. Chapter 33. Stop eating it. I think we have said enough about the poison animal called, in Arabic, khanzir, khan meaning, I see, and zir meaning very foul. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the swine is the filthiest and foulest animal human beings could have resorted to for food. The flesh of the swine, while cooking, has a very different smell from that of other animals' flesh while cooking. And even when it is not being cooked, it is full of worms. In many cases, the eater of the flesh becomes nauseated when the flesh is being fried in the early morning. It is a divinely prohibited flesh, and God, Allah, has prohibited you and me, my brothers and sisters of the black nation, from eating it or even touching its dead carcass. Please, for our health's sake, stop eating it. For our beauty's sake, stop eating it. For our obedience to God and His laws against this flesh, stop eating it. For a longer life, stop eating it. And for the sake of modesty, stop eating it. Do you know that if we, the 22 million lost-found members of our nation here, in America, would stop eating this pig, his poison swine flesh, it would mean a great economic savings to us? And I do not think the government would be so eager to eat it themselves if we would obey this divine law against the divinely prohibited flesh. There is an old, foolish answer our people have given to such advice: the white folks eat it, and my grandparents ate it, and they lived to be 75 and 80 years old. If Noah and Methuselah had heard you boasting that your parents lived only 75 or 80 years eating poison, they would have considered your parents as never having grown up to become adults, according to their good way of eating the best food, about twice a week, and living nearly 1,000 of our present calendar years, which consists of 365 days. God does not punish us for the crime of disobedience to His law if we are ignorant of His laws. But after knowledge of His laws, He is justified in punishing us by setting the full penalty according to the disobedience. As I have previously said in this book, most vegetables that are sold on the public market are good to eat with the exception of those Allah prohibits, such as collard greens and the rough turnip salads. You have plenty of other vegetables to eat. And you have good peas other than lima beans, field butter beans, called baby lima beans, and black-eyed peas, field peas as we called them. Eat the good fruit and the good vegetables according to your condition. Some of us cannot eat even the best of these because of the condition of our health. You are your judge there. Chapter 34. Hog. One woman judge in Washington, standing against the force-feeding of the swine to the Muslims through their food, was one of the voices against pork that I have ever read. The eating swine flesh is against the Christian religion according to its teachings. The Christians make this swine flesh a prohibited flesh among their own religion, but then they force it on another religious group. This shows the hypocrisy of the Christians. It is in papers that they transport all over the world for people to read and follow after, while they, themselves, are not following it. It is in the Bible where we have so much against the eating of the swine flesh, and it goes so far as to teach against even touching the carcass of the swine. But, in Christian America, selling and eating swine is one of the greatest markets that she has. The hog is sacrificed in the church, is barbecued on the church grounds, and they ask the God's blessings on the curse that he made against eating the hog. This action of the Christians is one of the most open condemnations of the law and rules they represent against using this divinely prohibited flesh of the hog. They glorify the eating of the hog as though God is with them to eat what he has made a curse. As Isaiah mentioned it, they called themselves an eating hog, Bible 66:17. Now here comes the Muslims who have been the slaves of Christian America, wanting to obey the Bible, but they are tried by force to not obey the Bible. The brotherhood of the Muslims is what Paul and his epistles preached. The brotherhood gets to clear sunshine. Christian America is not Christian, because Christian means to be one and one in Christ. Everything that the Bible teaches is against the divine law of God, is practiced by the Christians. I think this judge, Mrs. Bernita Shelton Matthews, should be given credit not only by us, the Muslims, but by the world of Christianity, as she is not speaking so much in our favor as she is speaking to Christians who are failing to do these things themselves. Stay away from the swine, instead of trying to force the swine on others. The Christian religion teaches the same against the eating and partaking of the swine flesh. Chapter 35. The pig is poison. Do not eat the swine. Do not use any form of tobacco. Do not smoke it or chew it. According to medical scientists, the tobacco weed affects the whole body. The heart, lungs, liver, kidney and bladder can be affected by the use of tobacco. Would the government like for you to stop using the tobacco weed, yes or no? The government harvests a great revenue from the tax on tobacco, therefore, it would not like to stop its citizens from using tobacco. But, if the taxpayer is losing his life by producing and using the tobacco weed, the government, yet, will not win. The poor man who uses quite a bit of tobacco and is not able to pay the doctor's bill for the harm that the tobacco will cause in his body may have to go on charity. The taxpayers will have to pay the doctor's bill to cure the illnesses that are caused by using tobacco. So, it does not make sense for the government to continue to allow the citizens of its country to use a poison that it knows is gradually taking the lives of its citizens. The pig is another poison people are eating. The government takes no steps towards stopping the raising of swine to be marketed for the people to eat, because it is another thing that brings much money to the government. But all the medical scientists know the hog should not be eaten as food by anyone. It just shows how wicked the Christian race is. They preach thou shalt not do this and point it out in their religious book, Bible, and yet they are the ones who are breaking every forbidden thing of their law. But, since we now have been given the truth from the mouth of God of this race of people that they are not what we thought they were and that they are only a race of devils by nature, why should we expect anything from the devils but evil? They cannot be devils and be good. We have been made so blind, deaf, and dumb knowing the people who have exercised rule and authority over us. We have wondered, time and again, why they treat us so wickedly. But now we have been taught from the mouth of God the true knowledge of this people and ourselves. Why should we be so foolish now to continue to follow them for right guidance? They could not guide us rightly, when by nature they were created to deceive and mislead. The Bible is full of the teachings of the true knowledge of the nature of the devil, from Genesis to the Revelations, but we did not understand the Bible. Now, the truth has come and the knowledge of the book, Bible, has been made known. So, eat the good food that Allah, God, has given to us and stay away from the things that are no good and poison. Part 4. Meat, beasts, or flesh. Chapter 36. No meat is good for us. It is true and understandable that we live in a poison world, poison food, poison drinks, and poison spiritual food. The three mentioned above are the base of our life. Our lives depend upon them. We must again remember that the enemies of God and righteousness do not follow the path of the righteousness in any way. They were made to form the teachings of their own. They could not have been the God of this world. If they had followed the world teachings and guidance, they would not have been an enemy of ours. But, since they had to build a world different from ours, they did so. Do not think hard of them for doing that which they were made by nature to do. We have to be careful. Here is a good example that they did not intend to follow the course of our God, the God of truth, freedom, justice, and equality. In the Bible, Moses forbade them from eating the swine, thou shalt not eat the swine, nor touch its carcass. He says just the reverse. He challenges God by saying, what is wrong with the hog? Thou shalt eat it. And he fills his markets throughout the world with that divinely prohibited flesh, the hog. And 90% of the people follow them in breaking that law and everything else. If you will study it, you will see that if God says thou shalt not do, he says thou shalt do. God says do not swear or curse. The Bible then teaches that their mouths are full of swearing and cursing. He is truthfully made a devil, and we must take him for that. But he would like to deceive us, the righteous, in order to get us to follow him. I say, eat the best of the food. The Orthodox Jews are right when they do not eat the hog and other poisoned foods, and if you buy from their markets, you will get the better foods. I do not make any mistake. I mean the Orthodox Jews, who do not carry in their markets the type of poisoned foods consumed by the Christians. But one thing that we should remember is that we can produce our own foods if we can get into the earth to produce our own. Good whole beans and good whole milk and butter is fine for us. And, if we eat meat, do not make a habit of eating a lot of beef. Eat lamb and sheep. As I have said time and again, that no meat is good for us, but we eat it, so that which we eat, try to eat the best of it. Chapter 37 Eat to live and not to die. Of all the thousands and tens of thousands of instruction items on health issued by doctors and scientists regarding the type of food that we should eat, none of them is equal to the way that Allah in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, has taught us. Eating one meal a day, one meal every other day, or one meal every 3 days is a better way to obtain good health and long life than all of the tens of thousands of pamphlets and books authored by doctors, quack doctors, and would-be doctors. The divine points out the best way that will produce good health. We should not stuff our stomachs with food just because we have the food to put in our stomachs 3 times a day. Some people are foolish enough to think eating 3 or 4 times a day is really the way to obtain good health, but take a second thought of what you are doing. You keep your stomach working all the time trying to digest the surplus food for which your stomach has not even asked. He, Master Fard Muhammad, God in person, taught me never to eat when I am not hungry. He taught me to wait until I am fully hungry, then to eat until I am full, and not to eat again until I am really hungry. This is common sense. This pig eats all the time, the chicken eats all the time as long as you give them food to eat, and their span of life is significantly short. The dog is greedy, but the hog is greedier. The dog will stop eating when it has eaten enough. If you continue to feed it, it will try to store the food until such time it is hungry. Often, you hear people say, "Come on and eat," and one will say, "I am not hungry." The reply is, "Eat before you get hungry." This is most unwise. It is inviting sickness and death. The mucus-forming foods eaten by the people should be replaced with such less mucus-forming foods as plenty of vegetables and fruits. Whole wheat bread should be eaten instead of white bread, which is mucus-forming. Let us try not to eat so much meat, especially animal flesh. No meat is good for good health and longevity. We must stop eating meat gradually, because actually, meat is not by nature a food for human consumptions. Eating one meal once a day or once every 2 days, with no meals between, gives the body time to rest the digestive machinery after the previous meal, and this gives the blood time to purify itself of the poison from the last meal. After 3 days without taking food into the body, the blood is found to be in much better condition. Let us see if we can gradually stop eating animal flesh and chickens or fowls of any kind. Eat to live and not to die. Chapter 38 They eat as the beast eats, Holy Quran. Since the time of Moses, 4,000 years ago, we have followed the way of life taught to us by the white race, which often is referred to now in the religious language as the Christian race. The practice of eating by the white race is not accepted anymore by the people of Islam, to bring to the people a better health and longer life. It must begin with what they eat and how often they force the body to partake of foods for which their appetites calls. A slight reflection on the eating habits of the Christians and what they eat is enough for you and me to know that one's life would be limited to less than 100 years by such eating habits. The sign in the Bible by David, Psalms, limits the life of the wicked to 70 years, 70 years, and in another place, in the Psalms, he says that the wicked live not half of their days. We have history on what they made of themselves. Their history was written before they came into existence, or were made, which speaks the truth of what they would be, Holy Quran. They have not, as yet, done anything as a surprise to Allah and the scientists. In fact, as Allah taught me that the scientists of Islam write all of our life histories on what we will do, even to the name of any outstanding person among us, 25,000 years in the future. In this way, they must respect the foreknowledge of God. We cannot blame the white race for its way of civilization, which already was written, and we cannot blame them for their way of civilization because it is not like ours, because they are not of us. They are a new people made among us with the nature, training, and teaching of their Father to do just what they are doing. They cannot help themselves. Many of them would like to do differently, but they cannot do that which they are by nature not made to do. Their way of eating like the beast is true. They eat just about all of the time 3, 4, or more times a day, and even between meals. This is the nature of a beast, and especially the hog and dog. They will accept food whether or not they can swallow it, and they will eat until they cannot swallow. There are other animals, beasts, of similar characteristics, but the swine and the dog are the greediest of all. The white race is mentioned in a teaching of the Bible in St. Mark, chapter 5:13, and the evil spirits taken out of the man, mentioned there of being possessed with evil spirits and the spirits begging Jesus to allow them to go into the hog. Here, the two are associated with each other, the evil spirits and the hog. The hog was not made evil by nature, but by nature, it was made to serve the evil person. Therefore, both were made for each other. Chapter 39 Animal Flesh? How to eat to live is one of the best and greatest of advice to give to a person or a people. Why did we get out of the knowledge of how to eat to live? Our loss of knowledge of how to eat to live was due to the fact that we were living under the temporary rule of God's white race, whose nature was not like ours. Since it is the nature of the white race to do the opposite of right and to oppose the natural good law of the God of the righteous, this caused the wrong foods to be eaten by the eater. Therefore we have been eating the wrong food under the rule of the white race. Remember the Bible's symbol-like language, in Genesis, of the made man, serpent, devil, talking to Eve, who represents the righteous. The made man, serpent, condemned what God had said to Eve, and he, wrongly, accused the God of trying to deprive Eve of knowledge that she should have. However, Eve should have known the difference between the evil and the good, and she should not have taken the serpent, devil, for a guide. Taking the man-made, devil, for a guide is the mistake that the lost-found black people has made and continues to make. They take the opposer of God to be their right guide. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, said to me, eat one meal a day and eat the right kind of food in that meal. Animal flesh? No. But we are not committing a sin by eating animal flesh if we cannot help ourselves. But do not eat the hog, by any means. Even if we are starving, we should not eat the flesh of the hog. Originally, the hog was not on our planet. The hog was made after the making of the made man, white man, and he was made for the made man. The hog was not made for the original man, black man. The famous meats that the black man eats are beef and lamb. We eat chicken and fowl, but they are not good for us, nor are birds good for us to eat, except that young pigeon which we call the squab. The squab is good to eat when it is young and has not yet flown from its nest, but when the squab flies from his nest, do not eat him. Before the making of the white man, the black man did not eat animal flesh. After the removal of the white man, there will be no more eating of this type of meat, animal flesh, or even fowl. There will be a complete stoppage and practice of the eating of land flesh regardless to whether it is animal, beast, or fowl. The people will live 1,000 years without eating them. Chapter 40 Meat is never intended for man to eat. Eat one meal per day, nothing between meals, and eat the right food. We eat meat, but meat was never intended for man to eat from the very creation of man. We have been eating meat. Why? Because the ruler of this nation of earth for the past 6,000 years, is an enemy of the original man who has inhabited the earth from time unknown to man. A people that have been populating the earth here for billions and trillions of years would not eat the wrong food if they had not been made to suffer for guidance under a made enemy of theirs. And the enemy does not follow what we, the original man, had and was practicing. It is true, according to the teachings of Almighty God to me, that he caused us to eat the wrong foods. He is doing it himself, and any man, the original black man, who comes into his civilization, he tries to force him to eat the wrong foods. I have seen him doing this, and we whom he reared himself and had the power over us after destroying the knowledge of self from us. The white race or the Caucasian or devil eats all kinds of poison, frogs, snakes, and all filthy scavengers of water. He eats it and invited you to eat it, but they know it is not good. He eats all kinds of fowls, he knows they are not good for us to eat, and wild fowls at that. And he eats wild animals and beasts of the jungles. That which he digs up out of the earth of the live creatures that live under the earth's surface, he knows that it is not good to eat, for himself and you too, but he advertises it that it is all right to eat. Everything he eats, he tells you it is all right. So, if you follow the white race's food eating, you are bound to eat the wrong food for your consumption. So, I warn you against the food of this race. They do not eat the good food because they found us eating the good food, and to make a world different from ours, they had to resort to eating the wrong food so that they could say that they established something which we did not have or were not doing. The Holy Quran refers to the white man as eating like a beast. They eat as the beasts. This is true, they do not deny it. The Bible teaches us against eating their dainty meats, which is a warning that you may be eating the wrong meat. Since they learned that their time was limited among us on earth, they have studied everything possible that was an enemy to us to make us to accept that enemy and like the enemy. The old filthy hog was not made to be taken as food for us, nor them. Allah taught me from his mouth that they made hog for medical purposes. Since he was a weak human being, created for the purpose of weakening the strong black man in every way possible, they knew he was going to carry lots of diseases because of the essence that they were made out of themselves, the weak germ of the original black man. These thousands of different kinds of food that he offers you, be aware that they are not to keep you alive, but to kill you. Do not think that they are following the right way by eating that which he himself eats. Do not eat that which this book has warned you not to eat. And do not eat like the beasts. Every hour or two or whenever food is offered to them, they will eat it. How can you live, eating poison and keeping your stomach trying to digest food 24 hours per day? More next time. How to eat to live, 1 meal per day. Part 5, Proper Food Preparation. Chapter 41, Cook thoroughly done. Milk and bread are our best foods. Milk is our first food, bread is next. Man has been drinking milk continuously throughout his life from cows, sheep, goats, camels, and buffalo. Since we still crave for this food, and drink it, for after leaving our mother's breast, we go to the breast of cattle the balance of our lives, we should raise these cattle under the most protected eye for their good health. The pure milk fat that we call butter should not be mixed with vegetable fats. It should be eaten without mixing it, like grandmother and grandfather ate it. Substitute foods are destroying a great percentage of good health. Pure wheat makes the best bread. Having the knowledge that bread is easy to digest, we must remember that to get the best results out of wheat bread we must cook it thoroughly done. This is to prevent it from doing too much rising, which will cause the stretching of the stomach and other intestines. Brown the bread deep as possible to a color of deep brown. Do not make your rolls and loaves too thick. Make them thin so that the dough can be cooked and browned through and through. If not able to cook it thoroughly, due to its thickness, cook it a second time, by the same process that you did at first. Add yeast, a little more than the first time, milk and water to the bread, stir it and let it sit and sour again. Let it rise good, knead it and then put it back into the oven to cook a second time. This is second cooking double prepares it for digestion in our stomachs. Cooking the bread a third or fourth time makes it still better. We kill ourselves in the way we prepare our food. We are too hasty in the preparation of our food. Some of the freshly baked white bread is fancy to the eyes, but it will not do you a fancy good. It will shorten your life and soon kill you. Take plenty of time to prepare your food the right way for cooking and then cook it right, not in a haste. Think about the order of hot biscuits. This is a foolish way of looking at and taking bread for the stomach, fresh, as soon as it comes out of the oven. No bread cooked the first day should be eaten that same day. You should wait a couple of days before eating it. There is no such thing as stale bread. Get away from this belief. The older the bread, the better it is for your life. The little molds on the bread are not poison. Brush it off and eat the bread, and if you eat some of the mold, it will not harm you. Back 50, 60 or more years ago, when people did not take time to prepare their bread right, many did not use yeast, they used a kind of baking powder. They were made sick time and again from the hasty preparation and eating of this bread. Many of our people fry dough on top of the stove, pancake, slang, flapjacks. This bread, which you put in your stomachs to be digested, is hardly done. If you could look at it working in the stomach, it would look as raw as it did before you put it on the stove. This is hard work on the digestive system. Please cook your bread thoroughly done. Whatever bread you eat, never eat it freshly cooked, i.e., the same day that it is cooked. If you toast today's bread, you should let it brown to a deep color, almost a burn, so that it will be easily digested. Chapter 42. Eat properly prepared food. The great cause of our illnesses is not eating right and eating too often. Allah, God, wants us to live longer, and the only way that He can lengthen our lives is by us obeying Him and eating right. You will feel remarkably better if you would just eat one meal a day. Do not try to start eating one meal every 2 or 3 days at first, because you may not keep it up. First, try to get used to eating one meal a day. These are important things to remember to obtain and maintain good health and long life. Do not eat too much food at any time. Do not eat too frequently. Eat the properly prepared right kind of food. Eating one meal a day or one meal every other day is the key to long life if you eat the right kind of food. The right kind of food has been described in this article many times. Cook your food done, but not to a mush. Stay away from the hog. And stay away from those old black-eyed peas, field peas, lima beans, baby butter beans, which are nothing but baby lima beans, and cornbread. Keep them off your table. Cornbread can be eaten, but you may not want to prepare it as it should be prepared. Allah, God, and the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, taught me that cornbread should be baked 2 or 3 times and put away and soured each time with yeast. Let it set in your mold 2 or 3 times. You should bake it and sour it again. And Allah, God, said you should put onions in the dough. So, I think you should be very careful in the preparing cornbread for eating. It requires a lot of baking. If you want to add flour to the cornmeal, do not use white flour. Use 100% rye flour. When you bake rye bread, or prepare cornbread, let it rise 2 or 3 times with yeast, bake it, let it set, and then add more yeast to it and bake it a second time. You do not have to add any additional flour or meal to rye flour. There are many vegetables that you can eat, but please do not eat the wrong vegetables. Chapter 43. Cook food correctly. In this poison world, there are scientists who are experimenting with poison and are experimenting on how to kill or maim people so that they will die later from eating the wrong foods and from breathing this poison atmosphere. It is very hard for a person who wants to eat the proper food to find anything like good food in this poison world, so that his life may be prolonged, because such people as the scientists have poisoned the food. Eating one meal a day most certainly will prolong our lives if we eat the proper food. Cooking food correctly is another problem that must be solved with you. Regardless to the length of time allowed between each meal and regardless to the knowledge of the best foods to purchase from the markets, if it is not prepared properly, it also will shorten our lives. We must know how to prepare the proper food so that it may prolong our lives. These people, white race, have been bent on the destruction of our lives, and they are the ulcers of the land. It is hard to try to eat properly while living right in the midst of such people. Think over it that their food scientists teach how to rob food of its value and then put it in pills and in liquid forms to commercialize on. How then, can you eat to live with what he leaves you to eat foods robbed of their natural vitamins? Part 6 Doctors, Sickness and Health. Chapter 44 You cannot replace stomach. We must remember that if we are to live, it depends on what we eat and drink. And God has taught us, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, how to eat to live, 1 meal a day and eat the proper food. Of course, if you are sick, you are not required to do this, eating 1 meal a day, because the illness takes away energy that we should have to fight the sickness. 1 meal a day, eating the proper food will give us the right to live. We cannot expect to live if we don't try doing the thing that God advises us to do to live. We must remember, Allah comes with light and life to add more days to our life. And, the only way we can enjoy longer life, we have to obey the teaching of how to live. High blood pressure, diabetes, colds and fevers, ailments of the heart, headaches, stomach aches and all types of ulcers can be cured and vanish under the right food and time that we should eat. Drink good milk, good, fresh milk. Eat butter, bread, slowly baked, thoroughly done, eat fruits, good vegetables. And stay away from lots of sweets, because sweets are dangerous. America has the record of eating more sweets than any other people. Do not take chances, period, on your stomach. When it wears out, you are gone. You cannot replace stomachs. The people suffer with so many sicknesses and diseases due to the lack of care of what they put in their stomachs. There are many other things the drink is included. Stay away from drinking that which you know is not good for you to drink. Stay off of smoking tobacco in any form or using it in any form. This shortens your life real fast, as God taught me that it is like one in the back of the other one shooting him with a .45. If you notice, since nearly 40 years ago that I have been teaching you against smoking tobacco, the government almost hourly, every day, is warning you against smoking. This is very good that they accept divine protection against the destruction of the human body. Let us eat to live and not to die. Chapter 45 Prolong your life. Eat 1 meal every 24 hours if you are not sick. Sometimes, when people are ill, in order to keep up their strength, they must eat. The Holy Quran, in teaching us to fast, says there is no particular regulation set upon those who are ill. The sick are not required to take a fast, and this makes sense. But, those of you who are well and able to withstand hunger, you will prolong your life by eating once a day, because it soon becomes a custom of ours when we start eating once a day. You do not hunger until that same time the next day. We are the God of ourselves, and we can make a habit of eating once every 7 days. We can train our bodies not to desire to take food until the end of the 7-day period. We are just what we make of ourselves. But you must remember that food keeps us here and food takes us away. The longer we keep away from digging our graves with our teeth, as the old saying goes, the longer we will live. Chapter 46 Do not need drugs if we live right. This is one of the most important objects of our lives. How to eat to live, for Almighty God, Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that food keeps us here and food takes us away. So to regulate the food and drink is one of the important things of life. To eat 1 meal a day and nothing between meals is driving away a lot of the cure-all drugs. We do not need drugs if we live right. In the next life, or under the rule of God, there will be no such thing as drugs to keep and maintain life. Our enemies have resorted to drugs to prolong life, due to the fact that they do not want to accept the right way of God to prolong life over their commercial desire. Do you think doctors and drug scientists, who go out and look up chemicals for drugs to sell to you, want you to live without their profession by which they are making their living? I should say not. To live without sickness is a very simple thing to do. Stop using the thing that makes us sick. We have been made so greedy it seems almost impossible for us to eat right and live a long life. But, it is easy when you begin it. To eat to live does not mean that you will have a menu of various foods as long as your arm from which to choose. You can eat one or two foods if you are not able to buy a lot of different foods, which will not destroy your life, such as good bread and pure milk and dried beans. This is sufficient to keep you living 1,000 years. Of course, a balanced diet is fine. In it you have plenty of garden vegetables with which you can change your diet, with or without eating that particular vegetables that will make you sick. But, one of the main things to prolong your life is to not eat too frequently. Eat one meal a day. When you get used to eating one meal a day and you feel that you can eat one meal every 2 days without too many hunger pangs, then do so. Eat the food that I have been warning you to eat in this article for a long time. Stay off hog flesh and essence. Do not say to me, the white folks eat it and I don't see them dying so fast. Remember all that God says thou shalt not do, the white man says thou shalt do. He is a breaker of divine law by nature and the greatest adversary of the divine supreme being, made by nature to be so. Eat to live and not to die, for food keeps you here and food takes you away. Eat one meal a day. Chapter 47. Doctor falls victim of same sickness. Eat one meal a day. Eat one meal every 2 days. Eat one meal every 3 days. Of whatever choice you take, it is going to help you, if you eat the right foods. This people, the white race, who have been our teacher in everything for 400 long years, did not teach us to eat right, because they were not eating right themselves. And, they, their children and their doctors all live about the same span of life. The span of life between the doctor and his patient is the same. Having a long life is the way we tell whether or not we are taught right in the way of prolonging our health. Lessen our sickness, the doctor falls victim of the same sickness and the same diseases as his patients, and his span of life is the same as his patients. This professes beyond a shadow of a doubt that the doctor's teacher did not teach him right how to live. You may like me to mention something? The white race did not try to persuade the doctor against alcoholic drinks and eating the pig and other stale meats of the land and the food of the sea. He teaches him to eat all the scavenger life of the sea that Muslims are turning down. And, the white man eats just the opposite of the way the righteous eat to keep the righteous from saying that he follows us. This is why the white man does not like us thinking against him and his own will. But, he must not do the same thing the righteous does, for the righteous will then tell him, you were supposed to rule and teach the world that way, for our way will teach you of your own self. Make a world of your own and do not follow ours to prove that you are good. And, this, he has done. Therefore, he went out eating all the filth and taught you to eat it. And, we who believed in his world and in his wisdom, fell for it. This is why all the judgment is here. If the medical doctors and the theologian teachers and scientists of chemicals are indulging and are not successful expanding their own lives in what they are offering to us to eat and drink, then why should we follow their way of life? The chemical doctors go to the earth to get chemicals to heal themselves and us. These chemicals soon will destroy both. And, their bodies were not made to be supported by chemicals for health and longevity. The fact is the body of man was not to be drugged. This white man brought all this stuff on us, because he was not going to be righteous, and he went to the earth to try to find a god for his belly in drugs and chemicals. Now the thing is catching up with him with what his own hands have produced. And they are willing to confess that these things are not good for us. They are turning down much of their medication, which is absolutely poison and detrimental to us. It is prophesied in the Holy Quran that when God of truth, freedom, justice, and equality comes, he will force this evil world to confess their evil. And, this, they are doing. And, many of them are shocked over their own doings. And others are trying to teach you that their brother is wrong. I met a priest a few years ago, and he told me out of his own mouth that he knew they have mistreated us and he hopes to do something about it. He looked very sick and very repentant. There are some white people who want to be good, but the essence that they are made of forces them to do otherwise. Therefore, the Bible warns us that a remnant of them will be saved. What we eat, as God taught me, keeps us here, and what we eat, takes us away. So, figure on what you will send down your throat, whether it will be something to keep you here or something to take you away. Some people love a lot of sweet and starch foods. We should eat a little of both, but never to indulge in too much of it. It will start sugar boiling your blood. Sugar can be controlled. It is not such a disease that cannot be controlled by your appetite. Just do not indulge in too much sugar. Eat a little bit. If you are sugar diabetic, stay from sugar, for sugar will make you diabetic and you will never know that you have it until you indulge in too much sugar and starch foods. Eat more protein foods. And eat more fish or that which water produces of life other than scavengers of the water. We have scavengers out there in the water and we have them on the land. Stay away from that kind of animal or life that lives on nothing but filth itself. And do not be a slave to your eating desires. Be the master of what you should eat and do not allow the desire or hunger to be the master. Do you think the old patriots who lived 500, 600, 700, 800, 900 and nearly 1,000 years ate such filth? What do you think they ate? They did not eat your pig. They did not gobble down all kinds of meats and other foods 3 times a day. Some of them did not eat but 1 or 2 times a whole week. How do you think the people on Mars lived? I do not know, you will say. And they lived 1,200 of our Earth years. The Bible teaches us, and it is supposed to be from Jesus, that when God comes, He comes to bring you life and take away death and give you more of abundance, plenty. He cannot do it without regulating our eating habits. So, this is the way to live a long time. Chapter 48 Best Preventative Against Death. It is possible for us to eat many things and we can keep existing for a while, but if we would like to live as long as we can live, we need the proper guidance in the way of teaching us the proper foods to eat to expand our life and keep it expanded. As you know, as I have repeatedly written in this book, that Allah, God, taught me 1 meal a day of the right food will allow us to live a great, long while, even to 140 years and more, if we eat it once every other day and every 3 days instead of 1 meal every day. We all are very hesitant in refraining from eating food for any length of time. Why? It is because we are born eating all the food that we can get in our stomachs within 1 day. There is no regularity in this way of eating. We eat whenever we see some food. We are like pigs. The pig eats all of the time, so long as he sees food. And we are like chickens and other fowl and animals that eat all of the time. Eating like this keeps our stomach churning to try to digest the food that we put in it, and to pass the food through to our intestines. This will soon wear the digestive juices of our stomach out, and we only live as long as the stomach is capable of digesting what we put in it. We suffer with all kinds of ailments of the body, due to our own ignorant way of eating. How many times have you heard people say, when offered food, do not wait until you are hungry, eat before you get hungry? This is a dangerous thing to follow, eating before you get hungry. I have heard many people, and you heard them say that they are eating just because they have not eaten in such a length of time, or, I missed my breakfast, or I missed my lunch. They are eating then not because they are hungry, but they are eating because of the time they had set for themselves to eat. 3 meals a day, within the short space of 8 or 10 hours, could kill you at a very early age. All foods have a certain percentage of poison in it, and if allowed to be increased in a very short while, then that keeps the body housing and storing up poison that it does not need to be housing, because we are making an addition to that already poison that is there. It makes sense. Sometimes this extra, unwanted food by the body causes pain here and there, and we say that it is something else that it is coming from. It is that big meal that you are eating 2 and 3 times within 8 or 10 hours, or within 12 hours at the longest. So, we kill ourselves, as Allah, God, tells me, that there is no set time that we should die, like our old parents were taught that when the time comes for you to die you will die regardless. Allah, God, told me there is no set time for us to die. We kill ourselves, and that has been proven true. When we get a pain, we run to the doctor for some drugs to stop it, or anything to stop the pain. If we had not found something to stop the pain, then maybe death would have come to us. But, seeing and knowing that death comes in the absence of a preventative against death, we should try and use the best preventative, and that is to keep poison out of our bodies by abstaining from keeping our bodies stored with a lot of fresh food for it to digest. Chapter 49 Some doctors know. Eat one meal a day or one meal every other day. You say, "Oh, I will starve if I eat like that. I have got to have my 3 meals." There are even some professional people of ours such as doctors who know that this will prolong your life and theirs too, but they are like us. They were reared under the same teaching and therefore they cannot teach you what Allah teaches us. How to eat to live. It makes sense to wait such a length of time for our food to digest. It is good for us. Do not be foolish to use such words as, "I cannot do that. We can do many things." There are people known to go without food for 40 days and nights. But we have learned to be ever so eager to spend our language and time in foolishness. We will feel better and we will keep the doctor away not by an apple, smile, but by prolonging the time between each meal. I keep repeating to you, as others prophesied, that God will come to give you life and more life, abundantly. He cannot give us more life if we hold on to death, eating without any regularity. As the Holy Quran teaches us, the devil eats as the beasts eat. There is no set time for the beast to eat. He eats whenever he sees his food present. This is the way many people are. They eat the food and will tell you, indirectly, "I said, I was not hungry." This is really ignorance. I said indirectly, but they tell you these things directly. There is hardly a one of you who does not wish to live 1,000 years and who can hardly live 1,000 days, the way you eat. You may say, "Well, how about you?" I am a man, according to the Bible, that is afflicted with everything that you are afflicted with. If I was not bearing the same affliction that you are afflicted with, maybe I would be better. But this affliction must come to me to prove that God and myself love you, that I am willing to go through with that which you are afflicted with, to bring you to a better way of life. The very eating of one meal a day or one meal every other day makes your beauty appearance to shine more. You are the only people who do not need makeup. You are already beautiful, by nature. Stay away from all of his various kinds of foods and eat the common food. Do not try to eat all of that fancy food that he has your eyes attracted by and your appetite tempted by. This is not the kind of food that will make you live longer. But it is hard to get people like you away from that which is wrong and bad for your life. The common food, just milk and bread or just bean soup and bread, is better than all the fancy food that you may try to eat. Eating good, common food will make you live a long time. This civilization intends to get us death and not long life. So, eat to live and not to die. Chapter 50 Medical Teaching based on 3 meals a day. This world of the white race has hundreds and thousands of ways to tell you and to teach you how to eat. Please do not take up their many ways of how to eat lest you do not have but one way to soon perish. I give you what I have received from Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever. He taught me that we eat one meal once every 24 hours a day and nothing in between meals. I have tried this. I am one who has self-experience in this teaching and I have tried this world's way of eating, also. Eat one meal per day and nothing between meals, not even the drinking of milk, pops or juices. You must not eat or drink anything between meals. You must keep your stomach regulated to that one meal, and when you drink enough water to digest that one meal, then do not drink any more water between meals. Pay no attention to your doctor saying that you need 6 to 8 glasses of water with one meal per day. What he is telling you goes for 3 meals per day. All of their medical teachings and administering based upon a patient who eats 3 meals, 3 per day. And we know what kind of health and sickness we had under such way of eating. This world offers you 1,001 different kinds of food to eat. Do not let your eyes destroy your stomach. Eat that which is good and leave alone that which is not good for you. If you try to eat everything that probably is good for your stomach, you will soon have no stomach. The simple food is the food that will give us health, and not that food that we spice up with various kinds of spices. Neither is all that dainty meats, cakes and pies, good for you. The Bible warns us to be careful of the world's dainty meats, for the world worships the poison, filthy hog as their choice piece of meat. What Allah, God, has commanded, thou shalt not eat, the wicked world says, thou shalt eat. For instance, most of the Muslims eat lamb, sheep. This world of the white race found us on a diet of lamb, and they went for the cow, beef, which is harder to digest than lamb flesh. Beef is coarser meat than lamb. Being coarser, it takes more of our stomach's digestive juices to digest it. And the cow is easily diseased. So they just eat the opposite of what Allah, God, gave us to eat and what they saw us eat. They advertise just the opposite food, which is against us. Even to the bread they change it, and they teach us that cornbread is good for us to eat. We can eat it if we have no other bread, but it is not good for us. If you eat cornbread, you will wear your stomach out. It is too coarse for the stomach. They take the wheat and they ruin it by adding to it that which is not wheat. So do not look forward to their table for health food, they do not have it. Look at their advertisement of hot dogs. For a man to hear that some food is named hot dogs, he would not want to eat it. The dog is a very filthy animal for one to name a food after. I do not see how in the world the public gets the idea to buy a food that goes under such a name as the filthy dog. Hot dogs, it is a very cheap food. It is made mostly of scrap beef, something that would not sell if the buyer or the consumer saw it before he bought it made into that fashion. Dog food. Hot dog, just think they buy this all over the world under that name. The most intelligent and delicate eater would not even buy a food that had such a name as hot dog. They have certainly made fools of us. If the food is not dog, then why name it dog? Why could not this food be named something that has a better meaning than to give it the name of the filthy dog, hot dog? I have worked in packing houses years ago, and I have seen how these things, the hot dog, was made. I do not eat hot dogs myself. But after it is spiced up to taste good, and it is a little tasty, but that does not mean that it is some fine beef flesh. No, that is not choice beef that the hot dog is made of. We cannot live eating any such food as that which is thrown on the market by the Christian world. They advertise that which Allah, God, has already cursed from the beginning, and they make us to eat the curse of Allah, God. How to eat to live? Eat that food that Allah, God, has prescribed for us. Even take little simple things such as beans. Allah, God, says that the little navy bean will make you live, just eat them. He said that even milk and bread would make us live. Just eat bread and milk, it is the best food. He said that a diet of navy beans would give us a lifespan of 14 years. Yet we cannot live one half, that length of time eating everything that the Christian table has set for us. Very few Christians, even doctors, live 80 to 90 years, not to think of living over 100 years. And they think they have lived for a long time if they reach a lifespan of 80 of 90 years. He has not been here long enough to know what life is. Noah and Methuselah lived almost into 1,000 years, but we cannot live one-tenth that time, 100 years, because we eat the wrong food. The nature of this world, white man, was not to give and prolong our life. It is their nature to shorten our life, and they have done a good job of it. To destroy life is their very nature. How to eat simple food. Do not be reaching for all different kinds of food, for they were prepared by the man who wants to commercialize on what you eat. They are interested in commerce. They eat the scavengers of the sea and the scavengers of the earth, reptiles, and what not. They have no sense of choice, they will eat anything. Try and resort to what you find in this book and eat to live. Chapter 51. Many ailments can be cured. Eat one meal per day, and do not eat the food that you know is against you. If you do not know what foods are against you, please write to me and tell me what you are eating. Sugar. You eat too much sugar, that is why we are troubled with diabetes. We eat too much starchy foods. Lay off of all those sugar and starchy foods and just eat common food. Eat one meal every 24 hours, and if you do, you will write to me and tell me that you have been relieved of many of the ailments that you suffered with while you were eating three meals a day. Lay off of drugs that are supposed to stimulate your appetite and which cause you to overeat. It is unnecessary for you to try to eat or even to taste all kinds of food. Eat the food that is good for you, then you will feel well, as a person should. Many of our ailments can be cured if we eat right. Stay away from drugs because the drugs themselves can kill you. Use no drugs to keep blood sugar down. Just eat right. Stop eating sugar and starches and the sugar in your blood will clear up. I know because I have self-experience. Lay off of starchy food and eat foods that contain protein. Do not let anyone tell you that you can enjoy good health while eating three meals per day. Chapter 52. Not always doctor and drugstore bills. Eat just one meal every 24 hours and do not go back with little snacks between meals. To do so is not eating one meal a day. But, if you are sick you are not required to follow the course of one meal a day. But, if you are only sick with a greedy appetite, eat one meal a day and you can control your sugar diabetes. You can also control little minor ailments such as all kinds of local fevers and diseases. By eating one meal a day you will not attract minor ailments. You will not have high fevers if you eat right and if you think right, a right heart. You cannot get good results from Allah's, God's, law except that you think right. Your heart has to be in accord with what you say. By eating one meal a day, you will not be always paying doctor bills and drugstore bills for prescriptions. Eat one meals a day and eat the proper food. Do not try to eat everything that is edible. Just get yourself some common food. Number 1, a bag of navy beans. Cook them well done so that you will not get the colic from eating half-done beans. Put a little seasoning in the beans, if you want to. If you want meat in them, do not put pig in them. Use beef, lamb, or chicken in the pot of beans. Do not use fish to season the pot of beans. Eat the beans, and if you want something else, like vegetables, eat the best of the vegetables that Allah, God, has caused to grow out of the earth, for us. But, do not eat leaf vegetable, such as collard greens, which some of us had taken for our diet. Do not eat a lot of green vegetables, anyway. Eat the white heads of vegetables, such as cauliflower and white heads of cabbage. Eat that type of food. You can eat the roots of turnips, but do not eat the salad, leaves. Eat rice, but do not eat the rice without washing it thoroughly until the water becomes clear as you pour it off the washed rice. And take the rice and parch it in a pan that has a little butter, vegetable oil or corn oil or olive in it. Keep turning the rice over in the pan and do not let it burn. Then put it into your boiler with water in it and let it boil slowly. Keep the fire low enough so that the water just pips. It does not take a lot of rapidly boiling water to cook rice. Just let it simmer on the stove until the grain of rice swells to 2 or 3 times its natural size. The less you eat, the longer you live. You can eat once every 2 days. You will live that much longer. If you eat 1 meal a day from the cradle, you should live 300 years or more, for you will not be sick. Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, assured me of this. You will not be sick often if you eat one meal a day. And if you eat once every 2 days, you will not know what sickness feels like. That is if you eat the right food and the right food for thought thinking. Eat right and abstain from eating when you are not hungry, and you will be able to do much in this world's life. I have tried all of these things so that I can know the results before I teach you to do for yourself, and you may be happy. Stop eating the 3 meals a day and eat 1 meal a day instead. Try out what Elijah teaches you for 1 week. See if you do not tell me that you are feeling better. Never think to go near the hog, and do not help prepare the hog for anyone else to eat. Do not even touch the hog. The hog is a very foul animal. Its name in Arabic is khanzir. The khanzir means, I see foul and very foul. The hog was made out of the cat, rat and dog, so Allah, God, taught me. The hog has not always been on our planet Earth. The hog was made for medical purposes, a few years after the making of the white race. He was made to cure the diseases that the white race attracts since they are physically weak, so Allah, God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me how to eat to live. Chapter 53. Doctors live saying years as patients. How to eat to live is one of the number 2 blessings that Allah, God, whom came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, has brought to us. How to eat to live is the thing that everyone wants to know. Doctors who even study in order to learn what to teach their patients on how to live, they wind up living about the same number of years that their patients live. This goes to show that there is something wrong somewhere. Almighty God, the best knower and the wisest of them all, did not teach me to eat a great variety of foods. Just common simple foods is what he dwelt upon, and finally he said to me that bread and milk was enough and that it was the best of foods. The fact about it, milk is our first food, milk from our mother's breast. It used to be, but pride has taken away from the baby the milk that belonged to him. The milk from his mother's milk is better than the milk of a beast or cow's milk for feeding the baby. I lost a little nephew once. After my sister died, I tried to rear the baby on canned milk. We had no cow. That canned sweet milk constipated and killed that baby, so when I married, I told my wife I did not want her to try to rear her children on canned milk, and she agreed with me. She nursed her babies from her breast. A baby nursed from its mother's breast will love its mother more than the baby fed from the bottle. He loves the bottle. When you feed the baby cow and other milk when it is in its infancy like that, the baby will be easy to be led by the animal. And if he knew that it was the animal or cattle's milk that is being fed to him, he will love that cattle instead of its mother, because any young will follow after that which feeds him. This is why the baby sometimes loves its nurse more than it loves its mother. It is because the baby's nurse feeds and cares for it. In this evil world, which is guilty of practicing every known evil, it does not teach you to practice to eat the right food. Notice, the white race has all kinds of varieties of foods to eat. It would kill dogs if you changed his diet to that which the white race eats. Soon you would have a dead dog. Just try giving the dog a lot of cakes and pies. Try and feed him walnuts, peanuts, and all kinds of nuts. You will soon have no dog. You may say, my dog eats peanut butter. No dog likes to eat a food that he cannot clean out of his mouth and into his stomach quickly. Peanut butter is almost like glue. The dog has a hard time getting the peanut butter out of its teeth. As I have said to you heretofore, that the reason the white race eats nuts, it is due to them practicing eating this type of food 4,000 years ago, when they were in the cave, before Moses brought them out of the cave. Cornbread, Allah taught me, should be cooked 3 or 4 times before we eat it. He said to me that it is best not to eat it at all. Never eat fresh bread, brother. Bread just out of the oven is not good for you and meant to eat. Let it stay over a day, at least, and let it dry out. You should toast bread and almost burn it through. Regardless to what you do in the way of browning it, it will swell up in your stomach. Fish is a better food if you eat the better fish. The flesh of the fish comes out of another world. This makes it better for us in this world. Any animal or beast that is out here eating the same food that we eat, we should not eat him, because his flesh is too hard for our flesh to digest. All of our food in the way of meat should come from the sea, ocean, river, or lakes, and not from 4-footed animals that are walking around here and eating almost the same things that we are eating. Stay well, eat simple foods, and live a long time. In order to live a long time, eat simple foods and do not eat but 1 meal a day. Allah, God, taught him that in that way you will reach the age of 140 years. If you eat once every 2 or 3 days, you could probably live like the old patriarchs for near 1,000 years. I do not do all of these things, being restrictive about eating. I act the fool sometimes. When I act the fool, I am learning more about you who are acting the fool and would think that you are pretty smart while it is death to you. I did not say that it was really wrong for you to use alcohol. But it is wrong for you to use it in the way that you use it, getting drunk from alcohol. If we only know how to use anything with moderation, we would be a long time hurting ourselves. Try to eat all of your foods, fresh from the source from which it springs. In the frigid zone of the north, we have to can our food. But, if we can eliminate the canning idea and get our food fresh every day, I say get your food every day and eat it, and what is left over, feed it to something else out here in the world and do not eat it tomorrow. We have a lot to talk about on the subject of how to eat to live. I have hardly scratched the surface. Only eat one meal a day and you will surely live long. Eat the proper food if you eat once, twice, or 3 times a week. Do not say that you cannot eat once a week. It is the way that you train your stomach. You can make a habit of eating once every week and you will survive happily. So, eat to live and not to die. Chapter 54 Destroy Sickness and Disease. Please do not be mistaken about this teaching of how to eat to live, in a world in which you can get everything to eat, from the law and most unwanted creature of the earth, all the way back to human beings themselves. This world eats anything and everything. They eat both good foods and bad foods, and they always try to establish some new food or new style of preparing new foods. Do not try to keep up with them in their way of teaching, lest you find yourself keeping up with them to the graveyard. You do not have to take anything that the white race says for truth. The answer can be found in our own lives. Doctor and patient lived about an equal length of time. This shows that their way of teaching you and me is that of hill of mountain. You will not live as long as a hill or mountain. Your life is short and you follow their way. 75, 80, and 90 years is nothing to what you should be living if you only knew the right kind of food that you should eat and abide by the rules and teachings of that type of food. We suffer with many ailments due to the improper foods and the improper time to eat. You have no regularity about when you are going to eat. Then your sickness, the consequences of an ignorant way of eating, will also have no regularity about it. The patient can be made to enjoy better health while having sickness and disease if he eats at the proper time and eats the proper foods. Follow the right way of how to eat to live. A high percentage of blood sugar is a very dominant thing among the people, but that blood sugar can be controlled if you eat right. You will not even know that you had it or that it is in you. We must eat the foods that will destroy sickness and disease. Chapter 55 Digest properly. If we expect to live from what we eat, we must be sure that what we eat is masticated so perfectly well until the stomach juices, which have no teeth, with its hot acid can digest the food without too much work. The American eaters, I believe, when it comes to a human being, are the fastest of all on the earth in eating their food. On many work jobs, they are only allowed 15, 20, and 30 minutes to eat their food. Here goes food down the throat in wads that have never been chewed as it should, not allowing it any time to take on the nature, saliva, which attacks our food at entering of the mouth, to try to help it to go down to the stomach. All through our foods travel down the throat, it is being sprayed with this saliva. And, down in the organ of our stomach, which scientists say holds about 1.5 pints of fluids, it is processed again with the same digestive juices, which are a little stronger than that they get, coming into this organ. Then, it takes on a dash of gall, and is distributed throughout our small intestinal area to the big colon that looks like frame running down from the right to the left. To hasten our meals down in these areas that were mentioned, that make up the machination of our digestive system, half masticated, puts too much labor on this machination of our bodies and causes sores in the stomach and in the intestinal tract, that we refer to as ulcers, and from ulcers to cancers. I want you to see how we destroy our own body. A man should chew his food, as many doctors teach us and agree with what is said here, until it slips away into the throat, before swallowing. This is America's #1 cause of her many ailments coming to her: fast eating, half chewing her food, and eating half-done foods such as half-done peas and half-done lima beans and all kinds of beans and half-done meats and bread. Take bread, for an instance, when it is not baked thoroughly done and has not been given time to dry out for a day or two, of which the foolish call stale bread, after it leaves the oven if it stays there a day or two. The scientists have proven there is no such thing as stale bread. When the bread is old and creating what they call mold, that is your best bread. All of your trouble, hospitalization, and bad stomachs caused from fast eating and bad food. You must remember, when you are eating bread, when it gets into your stomach it rises again, and, if it is not prepared right and baked right outside before entering our stomach, it has the tendency to buckle in the stomach and intestines. But, when it is baked thoroughly done, it does not do a lot of rising after it gets into our stomach. Bake your bread thoroughly done. Awa to my Allah, we could eat bread that has been baked 2 or 3 times. Chew all of your food slowly and eat only 1 meal per day, if you are well. If you are sick, that is different. You will find yourself not having doctors to roll you into hospitals to cut away your stomach of ulcers and cancers, and your years will be longer. Oh! You sweet tooths, stay off of that sugar and those, bread, cakes, icings and whatnot. You are only killing yourself and happy to do so, because of the taste of sugar. Please remember this, eat to live, not to die. How to eat to live. Chapter 56 Long intervals between eating is better. The great trouble the people have trying to keep in good health is the enemy who is poisoning food and drinks. How can people enjoy good health while eating poison deliberately prepared and put into their food and drinks to shorten their lives? It is very hard to find anything like pure food and drinks which you can eat and drink without feeling that they are going to make you sick or kill you. Taking long intervals between eating meals makes it better for you, because long intervals between meals and drinks give the poison in the body time to weaken before a new addition of poisonous food and drinks. They do not mind hiding their intention to use poison, for they know that it will have an effect upon your body and your enjoyment of good health. You could not imagine a more wicked thing to do than for someone to take a good food for innocent people from the cradle to old age and poison it so that the eater and the drinker cannot enjoy good health and will be at the hospital doorstep where they will be denied immediate service, especially so-called Negroes. I have, for years, advised you on the south side here in Chicago to let us unit and build a hospital large enough to take care of our sick, because they surely will be sick, as long as they live in a world that specializes on how to make one sick, sometimes just for commercial purposes, so doctors can make more money and so undertakers can make more money. More white and black scientists agree that America is a very poisonous place to live today. The poisoning of food and drinks is done deliberately, and there is no help coming from the government to stop such demonic, evil freedom to maim and destroy life. Our only hope for survival is in Allah, who has power over the evil plans of the devil. Chapter 57 An Economic Plan for All. Let it be known that the 3-year economic plan is for all 22 million of the so-called American Negroes for the purpose of helping self against poverty and want and to curtail our wild and wasteful spending. If all of the money spent in a year by our people for beer, soda water, wine and whiskey were put together, your eyes would bulge to see the amount wasted. Let us add cigarettes and tobacco to the list of wasteful spending, taking more wealth from an already poor and impoverished people. Then, let us include the poison hog meat to the list, which we can definitely do without because, along with tobacco, it destroys our good health. If you stopped eating the poison hog, the devils probably would give it to you, because they want you to have that which is detrimental to your good health. There is plenty of beef, fish, and chicken for you to eat. So, why fill your bodies with poisonous foods, which produces complaints throughout your life and shortens it as well? Ask the medical scientists if you do not believe me. Why not send all of that money to me, so I can build a bank full of millions of dollars to keep you from begging for a house in which to live, and food and clothing for yourself and family? Learn to save and to do for self, instead of learning to be a slave for others and doing for them. If you are just able to give a nickel, let us put it up for you in savings, to help buy our food, clothing and shelter, to start farming and building factories and plants like those possessed by other nations. We are wasting our time and education, and even unity, because we want to do everything for others but nothing for self, while hoping someone else will help us. If you will send your money to yours and mine, 3-year savings plan, we can build a future for ourselves. We must have land of our own. I expect your contributions in the next mail.